Chapter 975. A Foolproof Plan? Against Wishaoduo? That's great. Beautieswa was relieved and said, "Finally, there's good news. These days, Wishaoduo really scared me." The Thundercat laughed and said, "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" "Haha. He looked like a hero." "Yes. Almighty Cat is really capable." Beautieswa smiled and praised him. "Haha." The Almighty Cat felt lighter and said, "I'm known as the Almighty Cat. Of course, I'm capable." "Haha. So what's the foolproof plan?" Beautieswa's eyes were full of curiosity. She smiled and said, "You've aroused my curiosity, but you stopped abruptly. Do you want me to ask you more?" Beautieswa was getting more and more into character. Every frown and smile of hers was so charming that it tugged at people's heartstrings. The Thundercat was fascinated by her beauty. He squinted his eyes and laughed. "There's no need for you to ask. I'm here for you. I'll tell you about our research." "No need. It's confidential. If it's leaked out, you might tell me that you've told me." Wishaoduo was very considerate and said, "Even if I have a clear conscience, your reputation will be tarnished." "Tarnish what?" The Thundercat smiled faintly and said, "Give them the guts." But this time, I did put in a lot of effort into the plan. I arranged many layers of the plan in great detail, hoping that it would succeed in one strike. In order to be absolutely safe, under my suggestion, the aristocratic families have mobilized a total of 5 great spiritual treasures. The Thundercat first explained the magical features of each treasure in detail, which made Beautieswa gasp in amazement. Her eyes were shining brightly. "They're all good stuff. I'm so tempted." The Thundercat laughed and said, "We have plenty of such good stuff." "Really?" Beautieswa's eyes were like searchlights, full of endless greed. He hurriedly lowered his head to hide his desire. The Thundercat continued, "This lineup is really luxurious. Let alone Wishaoduo. Even if the king of Zwalu from the Astral Souls were here, he would still be trapped for 100 seconds." Hearing this, Wishaoduo could not stop laughing. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. She covered her mouth with one hand and said, "Brilliant plan, brilliant plan. With such a tight arrangement, even if that Wishaoduo has the ability to reach the heavens, he will still be defeated." Although he was joking, he sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Who said that the people of the Umno Alliance only have muscles for brains? This plan was so detailed that as long as he dared to appear, he would definitely die. Yes, he would definitely die. If Wishaoduo didn't know what was going on, he would definitely die if he faced it head-on. There would definitely be no other outcome. He wouldn't even have the chance to be trapped in the city and wait for rescue. After showing off for a while, the Thundercat felt that he had shown off enough. He gradually became restless. Previously, he had not hesitated to reveal such secrets and implicated himself in all the plans and arrangements. It was to show that his family background, strength, and wisdom were all superior to others. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, far superior to his peers. He was the best choice for a girl. Marrying me is definitely the best choice. Such a family background, such ability, such a genius. What are you still hesitating for? But Beautieswa was obviously not moved. This made the Thundercat even more excited. She was indeed a lady from a famous family. She could still be so reserved in front of a handsome and peerless genius like me. "This sky, Thunder Mirror." Wishaoduo coughed and said, "Is it beautiful?" The Thundercat laughed and said, "It's ugly. How can it be beautiful when used in battle?" Wishaoduo made it very clear. But the Thundercat's answer made Wishaoduo's eyes flash. "Not showing it to me? Guarding against me? Or—" "Miss Suyu." The Thundercat wanted to touch her hand. "Let's play chess." Beautieswa's body flashed, and she began to suggest. "Crush the opponent." In response to the other party's invitation, the Thundercat was instantly energized. "Sure." He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I, the Thundercat, am a #1 chess player among the young generation in the Umno Alliance. I have been a champion in chess competitions for several years. I have always been known as the Chess Saint." After saying that, he really took out the photos of his championship trophy and when he received the award. He showed them to the beauty to prove that what he said was true. He said proudly, "I can let Miss Sue have 3 pieces. Or let's play some guided chess." Beauties was smiled faintly and said reservedly, "Chess is just a small game. I play chess to cultivate my mind. I don't care about winning or losing. Let's play a game first. If you are much better than me, I will ask you to let me have 3 pieces." Okay. The Thundercat took out his chess set from the space ring elegantly. He insisted on letting Zhou Xiaoduo play black first. Beauty Zhou was willing to take advantage of the situation, even if it was just a game of chess. Zhou Xiaoduo gladly obeyed and played black first. The first move was the center of the sky. In chess, there was a saying, golden horn, silver edge, and grass belly. Even beginners knew that the center of the sky was not useful. However, Zhou Xiao's first move was right there. The Thundercat was indeed a chess master. He ignored Zhou Xiao's first move when both sides entered the game. He chose the small stone in the upper right corner. Zhou Xiaoduo took the upper left corner. The Thundercat took the lower right corner, and Zhou Xiaoduo took the lower left corner. The Thundercat took a big step and flew out from the lower right corner. He took the edge and threatened the central area. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, placed a piece into the top right corner with a pa sound, forcefully attacking and attempting to break a corner first. The Thundercat changed the situation quickly. Obviously, he wanted to test Zhou Xiaoduo's chess skills. However, Zhou Xiaoduo made a quick decision and cut off the Thundercat's first move. From this point on, the two sides were caught in a life and death battle. The Thunder Elemental Cat focused its attention, and after 3 moves, Zhou Xiaoduo made another sneaky move. He took the lead, and a heavenly soldier flew down and smashed into the lower right corner of the Thunder Elemental Cat, forming a 2-sided attack to protect the center. The Thundercat was slightly surprised. However, it was just the beginning of the game, and everything was still undecided. Leaving so early just to form a form of cooperation was like abandoning a child to fight to be the first. It was still suspicious of being too hasty. Therefore, he focused on the game. The two sides fought back and forth for an hour. Zhou Xiao's face was full of joy. He played 1 piece and locked the Thundercat's dragon tail. He also played the entire upper right corner and half of the dragon's side. The game was set, and the winner was clear. The Thundercat's forehead was sweating. This game was really frustrating for him. His opponent's first move was the Tianyuan point. It was obviously a bad move. However, as the game went on, it became more and more like a coordinated attack. In the end, it became a coordinated attack. No matter which direction the opponent moved, the Thundercat had to respond. The Thundercat had no time to take care of other things, while the Thundercat still had time to set up a trap. However, the opponent's layers of traps made it impossible for him to remove the nail in the middle. Furthermore, his line of defense was slightly impacted and gradually fell apart. The thick and sturdy dragon was actually broken into 2 at the waist and separated into 2 parts. The dragon's tail was also slaughtered and covered in ink. "I lost. Lady, you were really good at Go." The Thundercat praised, but he was not convinced. He had been studying Go for many years. He had won many championships with real swords and spears. How could he lose this game so easily? Well, it must be because he thought he was going to win and let his guard down. Otherwise, how could his opponent win so easily? It was absolutely unreasonable. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and started the second game. In this round, it was still Zhou Xiaoduo who went first. But this time, he took the upper right corner of the screen and started a strange formation called the Avalanche set. He advanced triumphantly and once again defeated the Thundercat. In the third round, Zhou Xiaoduo used the great slanting demon blade to kill the Thundercat 3 times, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. In the dream world, Zhou Xiaoduo was a psychic. How could he not know how to play Go? These sets had been passed down for countless years. For Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been studying Go in and out of his dream world, with his brain power that was thousands of times stronger than normal people, it would be an exaggeration to say that he had never lost a game. He did not care about winning or losing, because he could not lose at all. No matter how much the Thundercat studied Go, no matter how much he studied Go theory, he could not jump out of the shackles of the current world. After losing 3 games in a row, the Thundercat was so depressed that he did not even have the heart to flirt with the girl. Before this, he was bragging that he was the champion of the Umno Alliance, the #1 player of the younger generation, the Sage of Go. However, in front of this girl, he lost 3 games in a row, and each game was worse than the previous one. In the last game, he even killed the dragon in the middle board. He really did not leave a single piece of armor behind. What's more, the 3 games played by this girl were very different from each other, as if they were played by 3 different groups of people. However, these 3 groups formed their own structure, and each group was far beyond the Thundercat's knowledge. The gap between their chess skills was really too big. The Thundercat, who had come to this conclusion, felt that his self-esteem was hurt. He, the Mighty Cat, also wanted to save face. So, Miss Sue is such a master of Go. She really is a master of Go. The Thundercat wiped the sweat on his face. Even though he was still a little unwilling, how could he not know that he had lost, admitted defeat, and lost everything? However, the change in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. When he first saw this girl, he only wanted to chase her because she was too beautiful. He just wanted to kiss her for her beauty. Of course, it would be better if he could go further. But now his heart had fundamentally changed. This Miss Sue was not only devastatingly beautiful, but she was also a rare and wondrous woman. At such a young age, she had already reached the God-reigning level, and her foundation was very solid. She was not inferior to the Thundercat at all. After personally experiencing her temperament, it was also the best, natural, and dignified. It seemed that she was proficient in music, Go, calligraphy, and painting that such a girl could be said to be a natural candidate for the master's wife. Chapter 976. For such a girl, it would be a waste if he only indulged her for one night. Moreover, judging from her appearance, even if he had the intention, she would never do that kind of thing. Moreover, in these 3 consecutive losses, she had defeated him in 3 different ways. She had already faintly expressed her intention of rejecting him. All of a sudden, the Thundercat felt that his heart was really moved. It was budding. Miss Sue, you are indeed beautiful and intelligent. You are so talented that you are not inferior to men. The Thundercat's eyes suddenly became clear, and his face became more serious. The flirtatious look from before was completely gone. So Xiaoduo did not understand the change in this guy's heart at all. He smiled faintly. Do you want to play again? No. The depth of your knowledge in the art of chess is not something I can compare to. The Thundercat said with a respectful attitude. I will go out to arrange something first. I will come back later to invite you to dinner. Okay. So Xiaoduo felt strange that this guy suddenly respected him so much. It was a kind of politeness of an equal exchange. But he did not think too much about it and agreed casually. The Thundercat walked out and sighed softly. If it was just a short-lived marriage, it wouldn't take much thought. However, if he wanted to marry the other party as his wife, it would be extremely difficult. It seems that I need to investigate Miss Sue's family background carefully. The Thundercat frowned. At that time, I may need the help of my family to settle the marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, based on my previous flirtatious behavior, I am afraid that Miss Sue will not agree at all. Now that I am surrounded by wolves, if someone else beats me to it. Alas! At this moment, the Thundercat was very melancholy. He felt sincere regret for his previous behavior. If you meet the one you love, you will never be different. Alas, until now, I really understand the true meaning of this sentence. The Mighty Cat was very melancholy. Have you sent the information of Miss Sue back to the family? Yes, I have. Still no reply from the family. Cough, cough. The guard was speechless. Today you flirt with a girl. Tomorrow you want the family to check on you? How can they have so much free time? His family's intelligence agency also needed to rest. I'm serious this time. Sigh, forget it. I'll call 7th Uncle myself. The Thundercat was well aware of its reputation in the past. But this time, I really wasn't playing around. He took out his phone and dialed, 7th Uncle, I'm a cat. What's the matter? If you're here to pick up girls, then don't bother me. No, 7th Uncle, I'm serious this time. I want to marry her. The Thundercat begged. I'm serious this time. If I can marry her, I promise I'll be honest for the rest of my life. Are you serious? Seventh uncle's voice also became serious. From his tone, it seemed that this nephew was going to turn over a new leaf. This was a good thing. What's your name? Pass it to me again. Okay, right away. The Thundercat was very obedient. Please, seventh uncle. And if she's really a girl from a good family, you should get married early, settle down, and do some proper work. What's so bad about competing? It's a waste of your talent to act frivolously every day. Seventh uncle lectured. Seventh uncle is right. After putting down the phone, the Thundercat was exultant. There was hope. As long as the family was willing to step in, there was a 90% chance of success. In the Umno alliance, no family could refuse the marriage proposal from the Lay family. The remaining 10% would be Miss Sue's opinion. But it didn't matter. In the room, Zwishaoduo frowned and pondered. Previously, he had tried to get information from the Thundercat a few times, wanted to take a look at the so-called Sky Thunder Mirror. However, although the Thundercat was infatuated, he still interrupted him. It sounded like he didn't care, but Zwishaoduo knew that how could such a person be so casual, unless he was pretending to be stupid. This time, Zwishaoduo intended to train himself. Just like what the old man had said, this was a rare opportunity for him to practice with real swords and spears. Zwishaoduo never thought of cutting corners. On the contrary, he wanted more excitement. It would be even better if he could directly break through to the Sky Realm in the Umno Alliance. Before this, Zwishaoduo didn't even dare to dream of doing this. However, since the old man had already forced him to this extent and threw him here, he would be letting himself down if he didn't properly train himself. Therefore, this time, he gave up on all the conveniences and wanted to train himself. Actually, Zwishaoduo knew that no matter how harsh the old man's words were, with his ability, it wasn't difficult for him to return safely. He could just find a place to hide and cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for a month or two. Then, when he came out, he would be able to reach the profound mastery level. However, on the path of martial arts, every step of the way was very important. For example, when you have a strength of 1,000 kilograms, do you know how to use it? How to save it? What kind of strength would you encounter? And what would be the best solution? Only knowing the theory wouldn't do. A tiger cub would imitate a dead wolf hunting for its whole life, but it wouldn't dare to attack a real wolf. Even if it attacked, it might not be a match for the wolf. This was the reason. Only by strengthening the foundation at every step would it work. If 1,000 kilograms of strength was raised to 10,000 kilograms without experience in battle, the gap between each level of strength would be a gap that could never be filled. When it came to a profound level of strength, it was necessary to control each output. The greater the gap between the same level and the same level of strength, the greater the gap between them. Why was it that when two people were at the peak of the Sky Realm, both had the same cultivation technique, and both suppressed their cultivation for a certain number of times, the outcome of the battle could be decided so quickly? That was the reason. Therefore, Zwishaoduo didn't even prepare to use the Heavenman Stone this time. It was only in existence as a trump card. They fought in the land of the Wizard Alliance. Real injuries, real healing, and real battles. Charge! Fight! Fight! Other than life-saving methods, Zwishaoduo didn't intend to let himself enjoy too much of the cheat-like benefits. It could be used as a skill, but it definitely couldn't be relied on because it wasn't pure strength. Zwishaoduo knew this very well. He also knew that if he disguised himself as a man and came to Lone Bamboo City, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Because no matter how good his disguise was, he couldn't let this person who made something out of nothing have a real history and family background. Lone Bamboo City was just a transit station for him. And now, whether it was the Thundercat or the other families, someone should be investigating his identity. Zwishaoduo would never underestimate anyone in this aspect, especially after experiencing the fierce battle at Lone Bamboo Mountain and hearing the plan from the Thundercat. Zwishaoduo knew this very well. There really wasn't anyone who was stupid, including the Thundercat, who wasn't stupid. There wasn't much time left for him to leave safely. While Zwishaoduo and the Thundercat were playing chess, Countless people from 7 families outside had already turned Lone Bamboo City upside down. They were trying their best to find Zhuo. Their spiritual power reached up to 8,000 meters above the ground and down to 1,000 meters below the ground. It was an all-encompassing search. Everyone from the 7 families, including the Flying Heavens and Dao integration experts who were watching from the sky, including the UMNO Alliance martial artists who came spontaneously from all over the place, as well as the people under the incineration order who had already gathered here, that all of them were dumbfounded. Where was Zhuo? Where did this kid go? Even after such a thorough search, not a single strand of Zhuo's hair could be found. Wasn't this too illogical? How could such a living person turn into air and disappear? But even if he turned into air, there should still be soul waves, right? Everyone was confused. Then, they had no choice but to fly up to the clouds to find their seniors. The seniors had been watching from the sky, but did they see Zhuo? They didn't need to do anything. Even if it wasn't convenient for them to say it out loud, they could just give them a hint or point them in the direction. But in the clouds, most of the experts were expressionless and unmoving, but they were cursing in their hearts. We didn't see Zhuo either. A few Dao integration experts narrowed their eyes and said, Zhuo didn't leave. His soul is still in Lone Bamboo City, but it's very faint. It's in a state where he hasn't condensed his energy, is not using his spells, and is not using his energy. It's just like an ordinary person with his vital energy restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. The people below understood and bowed respectfully. He was still in Lone Bamboo City, but they didn't know where he was hiding for now, as long as they could confirm that he was in Lone Bamboo City. They were afraid that he wasn't there. Above the clouds, a few people looked at each other. You can feel Zhuo's soul waves? I can't. Then you said that his soul waves were still in Lone Bamboo City? And what's with his vital energy restrained? An ordinary person? I'm using common sense to infer that he can only be in Lone Bamboo City. Where else can he go? How can he not be searched by our divine senses? He can only be in a state where his vital energy is restrained and he's an ordinary person. What else? Do you have any other explanation? Aren't you lying to the people below? I've already made the judgment that best fits the current situation. Do you really want to say that all of us old fellows are going to say that we don't know? Is that really a good thing? Damn, what you said makes sense. Great wisdom, great wisdom. The people who came up to ask immediately went down to report. Zhuo's soul waves are still in Lone Bamboo City. He must be in a state where his vital energy is restrained. He must have put on some makeup and disguised himself as someone else. That's right. No matter how bold Zhuo is, he wouldn't dare to enter Lone Bamboo City with his original appearance. Isn't that asking for death? It's good that we can confirm that he's in Lone Bamboo City. But if he disguised himself as someone else, his vital energy wouldn't be obvious. It would be troublesome. There are almost 6 million people in Lone Bamboo City. The 7 young masters of the 7 families met again to discuss the next step. What we lack now is a way to force Zhuo out. Everyone stared at him. Everyone's eyes fell on Sha Han, Hai Han Shan, Sha Yu, and Kami no Su. Especially this time, there was another young master from the Sha family. This young master was famous for not using his brain. He was only a martial arts fanatic. He was crazy about martial arts and had amazing strength, but he never used his brain. Straight to the point. This young master was called Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, "Could Zhuo have disguised himself as a woman? If that's the case, we can only look for men and not find out." Everyone took a deep breath. If you can't think about it, then shut up. We're used to ignoring it. We can't think of a way, but you're still causing trouble. It's easy for a man to dress up as a woman. Men and women are different. Is it so easy to dress up? But Sha Han, Hai Han Shan, and a few others suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat after the habitual scolding. This. Chapter 977. Okay. Sha Jiao was scolded and immediately shut up. Sha Han and Hai Han Shan frowned and pondered. A young woman? A woman? The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully. This was the same direction. The Thundercat was calm. He had been thinking about how to get closer to the beautiful woman when he got back. He didn't even think about it. The Thundercat had brought a female companion into Lone Bamboo City. Obviously, no one was suspicious of their companions. Is there a way to search the divine soul? Xiaoyu whispered. As long as they could collect Zhou Xiaoduo's divine soul mark, everything would be easy. Everyone looked at the other young master. Tu Yinxiao. He was from the Tu family of the Endless Witch. Tu Yinxiao looked helpless. He said, I know that you all want my divine soul mark, but there is a limit to the divine soul mark. You need to seize Zhou Xiaoduo and find Zhou Xiaoduo's divine soul within a limited distance. Only then can you activate the divine soul mark and find Zhou Xiaoduo. But we haven't seen Zhou Xiaoduo yet. The divine soul mark isn't that effective. Hearing Tu Yunzhao's words, all the young masters felt a sense of powerlessness and disappointment. Indeed, they had prepared a trap and were determined to get Zhou Xiaoduo. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo showed up, he would be dead for sure. But Zhou Xiaoduo was strange. He didn't show up and hid in the crowd as an ordinary person. What should they do? Show us Zhou Xiaoduo's information, appearance, etc. Let's look at it a few more times and study it, Sha Han suggested. And so, Zhou Xiaoduo's heroic image appeared in the Umno Alliance's meeting room again. The young master's eyes lit up. So handsome. On the other hand, several unprepossessing young masters had black lines running down their foreheads. At a time like this, she was still paying attention to whether the other party was handsome or not. Was there something wrong with her focus? A woman's way of thinking was truly incomprehensible. However, after several hours of discussion, they still felt helpless. Do we have no choice but to passively wait for Zhou Xiaoduo to appear? Shaja frowned. That's all we can do for now. Sha Han narrowed his eyes and frowned, exchanging glances with Hai Hun Shan and the others. Search all female martial artists above the nascent soul transformation stage who are not registered in the Lone Bamboo City. Sha Han transmitted his voice. Hai Hun Shan nodded slowly. Hai Hun Shan immediately sent a voice transmission to issue the order. However, as he was in the process of issuing the order, he suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, he sent a message to Sha Han, that Thundercat. I heard that it hooked up with a girl before it arrived at Lone Bamboo City. Sha Han was stunned. You didn't bring it from home? Suddenly, he focused his gaze. Both of them turned to look at the Thundercat. While they were having the meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was also at the window on the top floor, observing the surrounding environment. His heart was itching unbearably. The trap set by the other party was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Death was at hand. But the 5 treasures mentioned by the mighty cat really made Master Zhuo's heart beat faster. Sky-shaking gong, soul-hurting arrow, heavenly thunder mirror, immortal tying lock, yin-yang mirror. Just from the sound of it, one could tell that it was something good. He really wanted it, but they definitely wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? He thought about it seriously, and his brows furrowed slightly. This scene seemed even more beautiful and magnificent when it entered into the eyes of others. A peerless beauty sat leisurely by the window. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her gaze was deep, and her brows were lightly knit together. She seemed delicate and powerless, yet she possessed an immortal aura that seemed as if she wanted to ride the wind and leave. Sitting deep and frowning, no one knew who the beauty was thinking of. She was really too beautiful. So Xiaoduo was still racking his brains, painstakingly plotting to get the other party's treasures. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. What was that thing down there? As far as his eyes could see, there was a long line of carriages the size of a matchbox, pulling something all the way to the west. This was Zhou Xiaoduo recognized it at a glance. He was too familiar with this thing. That was the Astral Soul's jade powder. Oh my god, how could there be such a large quantity? Could there be Umno Alliance High Martial Arts School here? That now was the crucial time for the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Should he take a risk for the Astral Soul's jade powder? So Xiaoduo thought for a while, but still did not want to let it go. After all, this time, He did not know how long it would take for him to return. Would the meridians in the Tower of Annihilation not be replenished for a few months? Obviously, this would not work. So Xiao Duo frowned, watching the carriages disappear around the corner. His eyes flashed, and suddenly he took out a bottle of laurel honey from the space ring and opened it bit by bit. He used the extremely precious laurel honey to stimulate the scent and used it as a perfume. It filled the air for a while, and then her delicate body was immersed in the fragrance for a moment. Then she opened the window, and her white dress fluttered. Whoosh! She floated out like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her posture was elegant, beautiful, and overflowing with radiance. She was devastatingly beautiful. In an instant, the entire sky above the lone bamboo hotel was suddenly filled with the rich and elegant scent of osmanthus. Within a few thousand meters, as long as one smelled it, they could not help but feel that their minds were suddenly much clearer, that countless people could not help but look up. In midair, they saw a fairy in white, her clothes fluttering and her hair dancing in the wind. The nimble and graceful figure that flashed by carried boundless beauty and boundless immortal energy as it vanished into the distance. Although that peerless fairy's speed was extremely fast, everyone could clearly feel that it was as if she was moving in slow motion. This kind of extreme beauty, this kind of scene of a fairy descending to the mortal world, lingered in their hearts, replaying over and over again. In a flash, the beauty had disappeared into the distance, but the two ribbons still seemed to ripple in front of their eyes, intoxicated, like a fairy, like a dream. It made people linger and forget to return. Infinitely intoxicated, countless people would remember this day, especially the graceful figure and the rich scent of bay laurel. There were many people who would never be able to forget it. In fact, there were even quite a few people who became poets on this day. The legend of the fairy descending to the mortal world also spread in Lone Bamboo City for a long time. Laurel fragrance floats in the 9 heavens. The blue sky is filled with colorful dresses, dreamlike, like a fairy's presence. It makes me yearn for it. The young masters of the various clans who were still in the meeting also smelled the pervasive scent of bay laurel. Their minds raced as they stood up one by one. What is this smell? I can feel that. My soul is in an unprecedented state of clarity. Is there treasure? The young masters who were facing the window unintentionally raised their heads and saw the beautiful figure flash by. Immediately, their souls became ethereal. Their eyes were full of intoxication. There is a beauty, a young master said with a groan. The Thundercat subconsciously stood up. Where is she? Everyone frowned at the same time. The Thundercat felt more and more uneasy and hurriedly floated out and went straight to the top of the building. He felt more and more fragrant, but that intoxicating fragrance was slowly dispersing. He opened the door and went in and could not help but be stunned. The beauty was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the Thundercat felt lost. Miss Duo, where did you go? At this time, Sha Hun walked over. Thundercat, that girl of yours. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Thundercat fly out in a hurry, ignoring what Sha Hun said. Sha Hun was stunned, but the Thundercat had already disappeared. So Xiao Duo flew out in such a brazen manner. Wherever he went, countless people would fall head over heels for him. That omnipresent fragrance, that fairy-like and dreamlike feeling. She flew all the way, and finally, she saw the team slowly leave the city and go to a huge wayside. So Xiao Duo looked at it and was overjoyed. It turned out that this was a place specially for discarding Astral Soul's jade powder. Although there were many other things, most of them were piles of Astral Soul's jade powder. Although the taste was not very good, how could Xiao Duo dislike it? God knows how many years of Astral Soul's jade powder have been piled up here. The beauty's figure flashed in the air and instantly turned into mist. She left behind a fragrance and disappeared in the forest opposite the wayside. That strong fragrance was blown all the way to the depths of the forest by the mountain wind. As for Xiao Duo, he had already drilled into the ground. For the sake of caution, he controlled his spirit's sense and didn't disperse it. He even used his true essence to wrap around the aura of his flaming sun scripture, only burning 3 feet away from his body. He slowly sank down a few hundred meters, then he changed his path and extended in that direction. That nothing was more important than safety. At this time at the city gate, the Thundercat chased out anxiously, following the fragrance, and shouted, "Miss Sue, where are you? Sister Duo, Sister Duo." It was as if it was chasing crazily. The guards of the Lay family were following behind it, but they were speechless. An hour later, in this waste site that was rarely visited by people, the piles of Astral Soul's jade powder began to disappear. After a long time, Xiaoduo took away most of the Star Soul jade powder and went back to where he came from. Then he started digging a hole in the opposite direction from where he was at the start of his stealth. In a desolate mountain, the Thundercat was anxiously looking for a beautiful woman with a group of people. Sister Duo. The Thundercat was really about to cry. His heart felt as if it had been divided into several pieces by blood. "Don't go. I really fell in love with you. I want to take you as my wife. I'm not just playing around. Whoa. I'm serious this time. But why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why is that? What did I do wrong? I'll change, okay?" His heart was beating fast, and he was in a panic. It was a panic of I'm about to lose. I'll never pick up girls again. I'll be loyal to you until the end. The Thundercat beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting. All of a sudden, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Have you picked up a lot of girls before? Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket." Chapter 978. The Thundercat felt as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around in a daze and saw a beautiful woman smiling amidst a field of mountain flowers. She was in a snow-white dress, floating in the air. The elegant scent of laurel was refreshing. "Miss Sue." The Thundercat choked with sobs. "You scared me to death. I thought you had left. Ignored me. Something came up, but it's done now." Miss was smiled and said, "Shall we go back?" Good, good, good. Let's go back." The Thundercat kept nodding. The people of the Lay family surrounded Miss Wa as if they were escorting the only treasure in their lives and walked back to the lone bamboo city. Unlike the Thundercat, who was glad that he got back what he had lost, the guards of the Lay family were more or less confused. Something was not right. Why did Miss Sue come out? And the way she disappeared was weird, and the way she appeared now was even weirder. But our 9th young master was enchanted and did not ask anything. It seemed that he did not dare to ask anything. The only thing in his mind was that the beauty would disappear again. Maybe this is the so-called beauty's privilege. A guard sighed. "That's right, but she's so fragrant. Even if it were me, I would only wholeheartedly protect such a woman. Questioning such a woman is a crime." Another guard said faintly, "That's right. That beauty, that fragrance, she smells so good." A guard said, On the way, the Thundercat could not completely ignore the situation. "Miss Sue, may I ask why you came out this time?" The Thundercat tried to sound her out. "Young Master Lay, are you questioning me?" Xiaoduo sneered and said with a cold face, No, I don't mean that. I wouldn't dare." The Thundercat had completely entered the mindset of a henpecked husband. He said carefully, "I'm just worried about you." So Xiaoduo snorted and said lightly, "I heard you say that you had a lot of girls. Can you tell me how many you had?" A women-only counterattack to change the topic. So Xiaoduo used him so well. The main reason was that he had been tormented by this move countless times. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the Thundercat's face. She wished she could slap her own mouth. Just now, she only cared about regretting what she had said and regretted what she shouldn't have said. Now, the consequences had arrived. The most important thing was that the consequences were not easy to talk about, nor were they pleasant. There was no way to talk about it at all when he thought of this. He was no longer in a mood to ask the beauty why she came out for such a trivial matter. His mind was filled with thoughts of how he should exonerate himself and how he could obtain the beauty's forgiveness. Xiaoduo snorted and arrogantly flew toward the city with a cold face. The Thundercat followed behind him with its tail between its legs. It became more and more attentive, looking at the Thundercat's careful behavior. Duo understood the mentality of the person in front of him very well. Wasn't this the same mentality he had all along? Every time he quarreled with Zhuxianyan, or Zhuxianyan was at loggerheads with him, it was exactly like this. It was not just similar, it was exactly the same. As a girl, she didn't need to explain anything. She only needed to find a reason to be angry, and the rest was up to the man's imagination. I can appear and disappear as I please. This is my freedom. Who are you to ask? You're just looking for trouble. Don't be angry. I'm just worried about you. The Thundercat explained in a low voice. Duo flew forward with a cold face, still ignoring him. Explaining was covering up, and covering up meant that it was true. The more you explained, the more you were wrong. I won't ask, okay? It's my fault. It's all my fault. The Thundercat continued to speak in a low voice. Continue to ignore him. Only by ignoring him could he consolidate all the mistakes on the person in front of him. If he ignored him now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Say something. You're making me nervous. Continue to ignore him. He had completely destroyed the defense in his opponent's heart. What on earth do you want me to do? The Thundercat pulled his hair painfully. Duo turned around and suddenly got angry. Why are you so fierce? Are you throwing a tantrum at me? The Thundercat was stunned. I'm not angry. When did I lose my temper? If you're not angry, why are you so loud? And you say you're not angry? Duo stared at him. I'm wrong. It's all my fault. Tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't be angry. I shouldn't be loud. I shouldn't be angry with you. See, you're really angry. You just said you weren't angry. You were angry with me, but you still lied and denied it. The Thundercat had a feeling of wanting to die. It was out of control. Why are there more and more accusations? I didn't do anything. What do you mean by suddenly not talking? You don't even want to talk to me. You're playing with me. Scumbag. Sure enough, men were not good things. Even you are not an exception. So you're also like this. I'm wrong. What's wrong? As the cycle of mistakes continued, the guards of the Lei family began to pity their master. This Miss Su really wasn't someone to be trifled with. If this marriage was successful, the Thundercat would definitely be a slave to his wife for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to turn over a new leaf. On the way back to the hotel, the Thundercat still didn't manage to coax the beauty. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was so anxious that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He bumped into the young masters who were already in the hotel lobby. Duo walked through the crowd with a cold face, as if there was no one around. But he was still so elegant and cold. Only the scent of laurel gradually filled the air that all the young masters were shocked. So, it was this beauty from before. She was indeed an outstanding beauty, unparalleled and unparalleled, especially this cold and noble temperament that she was really too beautiful. Looking at the Thundercat chasing after the beauty like a pug, he didn't even stop to talk to the crowd. So the Thundercat has been chasing after this girl. She is really a beauty that can topple a country. It's rare to see. Shahan squinted his eyes and looked at the Thundercat, who was apologizing like a pug. Although he was praising the beauty, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that something was not right, as if something was not right. But what exactly he wanted to say, he couldn't say anything. It didn't seem like a man dressed as a woman, that the investigation results were not out yet. Hai Hunshan frowned and said, You still have the time to think about other people's romance? Don't just stand there. Think about how to find Duo. Shahan squinted and said, I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't dare to do it. What idea? Everyone asked together. According to the basic information about Duo, his cultivation is not bad, his combat power is even higher, and his appearance is also outstanding. He is good at many kinds of weapons, fists, palms, swords, and hidden weapons. He is good at everything, but he has one weakness, which is that he is greedy. He sees money as his life. Wherever he goes, the sky is 9 feet high. Shahan said lightly, My idea is to lure him with money and spread the news that we have treasures. With Zhuxiao's greed, he will definitely do something. Everyone's eyes lit up. You mean? Lure the snake out of its hole? Shah Hun smiled and didn't say anything. However, everyone's face became gloomy, and they all fell into silence and thought. Idea. It was indeed an idea, and it was a very feasible one. But the risk factor of this idea was also too high. If they were suddenly attacked by Zhuo and lost their lives, it would be no laughing matter. Based on the strength that Zhuo had shown so far, compared to their own strength, Zhuo's sudden attack was enough to kill any one of them. The disciples of the big families of the Alliance had the protection of their elders' divine sense, so they weren't afraid of Zhuo's sudden attack. But there were also those who didn't have the protection of divine sense. Once such a situation occurred, the person involved would be in more danger. Let's do it this way. Hai Hunshan waved his hand. If we delay any longer, Zhuo might quietly return to the astral souls. We can only talk about strategy on paper. Everyone smiled bitterly. What he said made sense. Tu Yinxiao has already gone to Lone Bamboo Mountain to collect Zhuo's residual aura. Should we wait? As long as his spiritual seal can capture a little bit, it will be easy to find Zhuo. Or maybe we just need to lock down Lone Bamboo Mountain and make sure that no one leaves. Someone suggested, we can't wait any longer. Hai Hunshan and Shah Hun shook their heads in unison. It was just a battle. As long as Zhuo's spiritual seal wasn't injured, even if they collected a little bit of Zhuo's residual aura, it might not be useful. Tu Yinxiao's trip was just a test, and he didn't have much hope. Let's start tonight. Everyone had made up their minds. Shah Hun narrowed his eyes and walked towards his room. He was still thinking that when he saw that beautiful woman, he felt that something was wrong. But what could be wrong with such a fairy-like person? Seeing Sha Yu walking in front of him, Shah Hun's narrowed eyes flashed with a flash of light. Suddenly, he shouted, Sha Yu, what's the matter? That woman. What do you think? Shah Hun asked. You like her? Sha Yu curled her lips. The only person who could resist the charm of a great beauty to the greatest extent was a noble lady from an extraordinary family. No, I always feel that. The sudden appearance of such an outstanding woman is a bit abrupt, Shah Hun said. The moment he said this, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment surging in his heart. He finally understood what was wrong. The Alliance was no doubt huge, and each family had hidden geniuses. This was not surprising. However, such a peerless beauty would not be unknown, let alone appear in Lone Bamboo City so abruptly. This in itself was a big point of suspicion and full of dissonance. If the Shah family had such a woman, would our family be so assured to let her come out alone? Although her strength is not bad, when it comes to protecting herself, her peerless appearance is not enough. Shah Hun asked himself. Then he took a deep breath. Sha Yu stood in front of him, and after a while, he didn't speak. She frowned and asked, what's wrong? Shah Hun narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, I stopped you just now to let you change into the long dress and walk around. But now, it seems that there is no need for that. Sha Yu also narrowed her eyes. She was also a smart person. She said, Are you doubting this beautiful woman? I'm no longer doubting her. Shah Hun took a deep breath and said, I'm almost certain that there is something strange about this woman. Sha Yu said lightly, I will check her background. Okay, you must be careful. She may be very dangerous, far more dangerous than the strength she has shown. Understood? I will be careful. Shah Hun immediately took out his phone and asked Hai Hunshan and the others to gather in the big meeting room. When everyone received the notice, they were all confused. Didn't the meeting just end? What was going on? Everyone went to the meeting room in confusion. Shah Hun narrowed his eyes and smiled. Everyone, please wait patiently for a moment. I think as long as we wait, we will get some good news. What good news? Have you found Zhuo's tracks? Shah Hun just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't give any more information. Everyone was burning with anxiety, but no matter how they asked, he did not speak or respond. Everyone was helpless, but they could only patiently wait with him. A few of the more impatient ones were so anxious that they almost wanted to beat him up. On the other side, Xiaoyu had already taken the elevator to the top floor. Xiaoyu found the guards of the Thunder Cat and asked a few questions. Then she came down. Surname Su? Many? This name may not be true. Xiaoyu immediately started to send out orders. First, she investigated the big families near Lone Bamboo City. Xiaoyu also asked for information about some of the lower-middle families, but she didn't have much hope. After all, a girl who looked to be at most in her 20s was already at the god-reigning level. This was not something that a small family could cultivate. At the same time, secretly cultivating a young, genius god-reigning level master was not a secret that a small family could keep. Such a beauty that could bring disaster to a country was not a good resource that an ordinary family could protect. Yes, resources, good resources. As a woman, Xiaoyu strongly disagreed with this theory. But she had to admit that beauty was a resource in the current world, a good resource. And it was a resource that only the strong could enjoy. The weak couldn't protect such a good resource. For this investigation, to be on the safe side, they directly investigated an area with a radius of 15,000 miles. With the order, the Umno Alliance immediately started to work. In less than 30 minutes, all the information about the families was sent to them. There were also key notes and comments. Xiaoyu quickly went through the list. She first confirmed that there were no big clans with the surname Su. There were 2 medium-sized clans with the surname Su. However, there were many names that didn't appear in these 2 clans. If this girl is not Xiaoduo disguised as a man, then she must be using a fake name. Many of the names are full of bad taste. After checking again and confirming the situation, Xiaoyu stood up without saying anything and went downstairs. From the beginning to the end, she was very calm and didn't alert the evil at all. Xiaoduo was still in the room, chatting with the Thundercat. Xiaoduo was also calculating the time and paying attention to the time. At this time, under such circumstances, there was not much time left. It was almost time for his whereabouts to be exposed. A young girl who suddenly appeared, and such an outstanding girl, it would be strange if she wasn't investigated. Xiaoduo believed that it was quite lucky for him to be able to delay until now without being exposed. And the Thundercat in front of him seemed to be obedient to him. But when it came to investigating his background, this guy was definitely the most active one. Who knew which Su family had been investigated to now? These days, I feel that the atmosphere is not right, and the pressure is extremely heavy. Beauty's cold voice carried some concern. She said, when Xiaoduo shows up, it will be the time of a fierce battle. Child Lei, you must remember to take care of yourself. Nothing else is important, except your life. Hearing the beauty's concern, the Thundercat felt lighter all over. He said proudly, don't worry, unless Xiaoduo doesn't show up, as long as he shows up. I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Oh, Beauty's asked curiously, is Child Lei's Heavenly Thunder Mirror so powerful? No chance of survival. No chance of rescue? What's the big deal about death? My mirror is more powerful than this. The Thundercat laughed, and his face was full of high spirits. I wonder how powerful this heavenly lightning mirror is. Beauty's said, it's just a mirror. It's already amazing that there is no chance of rescue, no chance of survival. The Thundercat hesitated and did not give an immediate answer. Beauty's laughed and said lightly, Child's Heavenly Thunder Mirror is the key to the battle against Xiaoduo. It's right to be vigilant against an outsider like me. Child, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I won't ask anymore. She paused and said, actually, it's just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Since I don't have the chance to see it, I'll leave it for another day. After that, he didn't say anything else. This was the second time this topic was brought up, especially after she got angry. The Thundercat was so anxious that he almost had acne on his face. He immediately took out a mirror from his ring and said, as you said, the Heavenly Thunder Mirror is just a mirror. This is it. Beauty's laughed, but did not say anything. She did not even turn her eyes. It showed that I wasn't that interested in this. It's really this. The Thundercat said anxiously, look, with this mirror in hand, you only need to. At this moment, the Thundercat's phone rang. Moreover, The phone had been ringing nonstop since the beginning. The Thundercat looked frustrated. It might be something urgent. I have to answer the phone first. He stepped back a few steps and picked up the phone, saying directly, "Who is it? What's the matter? Don't you know that it's a great crime to disturb someone's sleep?" Hai Hunshin's voice came from the phone. "Thundercat, are you okay now? Come here. I have something important to tell you." The Thundercat said, "What important thing can you have? I'm the one who has something important to tell you." The other side paused and then said in a normal voice, "It's really urgent. Come here right now. I have something important to tell you, but it's hard to explain it over the phone." Xiaoduo's eyes flashed, and then he became indifferent again. On the other side of the phone, Hai Hanshan grabbed the phone and made a gesture. Sha Hun and the others understood and started to make arrangements immediately. The Thundercat said, "What's so important that you can't tell me over the phone?" Hai Hanshan said, "I told you to come down, so come down. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. It's urgent." The Thundercat cursed and hung up the phone. When he was about to talk to Beautyzwa, the phone rang again. He looked at it and hurriedly picked it up. "Seventh uncle." When he asked his family to investigate this girl, he asked Seventh Uncle, the head of the Lei family's intelligence organization. An anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. "Nung Mao, are you still with that Miss Su?" At the side, Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. The Thundercat was embarrassed, saying, "Seventh Uncle this." "You." Seventh Uncle understood as soon as he heard this. He chuckled and said, "Miss Su is a good girl. You have to cherish her. And, if it's convenient for you, step aside. Your mother asked me to tell you something." Oh, okay." The Thundercat took the phone and walked out. However, to show his sincerity, to get the beauty's forgiveness, or to be misled by the words "Miss Su is a good girl, you should cherish her," he put the Sky Thunder mirror on the table and didn't take it out. "I'll come back after answering a call." When the Thundercat went to open the door, Xiaoduo made a prompt decision and put the Sky Thunder mirror into the space ring at lightning speed. Then his body flashed, and he rushed to the window in a semi-energy state. His identity was exposed. There was no doubt about it, and there was no luck. But it was an unexpected surprise that he could get a little extra benefit at the last moment. Finally, he got the Sky Thunder mirror, but just as Xiaoduo's figure rushed out of the window, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded. "Miss, where are you going?" Following which, a golden light shot towards him. Xiaoduo's body flashed as half of his body and half of his body turned into energy. He dodged the golden light by a hair's breadth and soared into the sky. However, at this moment, there was already a huge net of hands in the air, heading towards him. With a whistling sound, a lot of black spots shot out from Xiaoduo's hand. Eternal star stones. Densely packed, they rushed out like a raging tide. Chapter 979. Puff, 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 puff that a series of blood-curdling screams could be heard. How could Xiaoduo not know that this was a matter of life and death? Naturally, he didn't dare to hold back anymore. The first thing he did was to use the Starry Sky Indestructible Stones. A total of 200 stones were shot out in one go. More than 30 people were hit on their foreheads, and more than 70 people were hit on other parts of their bodies. Some of the unlucky ones were hit by 3 or 4 stones, but more than 20 stones missed their targets. After Hai Hanshan called the Thundercat, he started to make arrangements without waiting for the Thundercat to come down. However, Xiaoduo was alerted. When Xiaoduo rushed out, Hai Hanshan's men had just arrived. The time difference was less than a second, or even less than half a second. However, Xiaoduo had already rushed out of the window. That was the difference of half a second. If Xiaoduo had been slower by half a second, he would have fallen into a heavy encirclement. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to escape. But now, although the situation was still bad, at least it was not the worst situation yet. There was still room to maneuver. Behind him, the Thundercat rushed to the window like a whirlwind and looked at Xiaoduo in disbelief. He roared angrily, "You? Who are you? Who are you?" Xiaoduo laughed. He turned his long sword and sent out waves of snow. Sword chi overflowed. Then, he turned into a shooting star with a long roar. There were more than 170 starry sky, indestructible stones that were sent out before. They all followed Zhuo as if they were responding to her call. Zhuo grabbed them and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, a young man in white was standing upright with a big seal in his hand. It was shining. Who else could it be but Tu Yinxiao? The big seal had collected all the soul waves and aura of the fighters. Hai Hun Shan's white robe flashed as he rushed in front of Tu Yinxiao and said, "Have you collected Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul fluctuations?" He moved at such a close distance. Of course, he can't escape. Tu Yinxiao lightly breathed in, his face filled with boundless joy. Luckily, I didn't bring up my soul imprint during the meeting that day. Hai Han Shan took a deep breath and said seriously, "You are really lucky." Sai, this is really... The two of them had nothing else to say except that they were lucky. When Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed out of the window, he spread his half-energy spiritual seal. This was the best way to prevent their original plan. He was on guard. In this way, the soul-hurting arrow and yin-yang mirror would not work. He was definitely prepared. This Thundercat. Everyone was speechless. Looking back at the window, the Thundercat stood in the air in a daze, staring blankly at the direction where Zhuo Xiaoduo disappeared. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Suddenly, he shouted himself hoarse, "Liar!" Tears flowed out his eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed out a few hundred zhang like lightning and stopped for half a second. What he was facing now was more than a dozen returnants, profound realm experts. Their divine souls were completely connected as one, and they were coming at him with a resolute momentum. Countless attacks were coming from all directions, and they were concentrated in the middle like a storm. Sword light burst forth, shattering the space and causing black cracks to appear. At the moment when the spiritual seals were about to hit him, Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a muffled groan. The wide white gauze dress that covered his body suddenly exploded into pieces and turned into white butterflies. But under the influence of the abundant spiritual qi, they flew in all directions like steel blades. At the same time, with the sound of breaking air, 16 small gourds followed behind the scattered pieces of white gauze, adding to their destructive power. But behind the small gourds, there were 16-star immortal stone hexagonal particles. Using a mysterious method, they attacked. As expected, the sounds of continuous attacks rang out. The returning Xin cultivators who were heading towards them were already prepared to die and were going all out. At this moment, they completely ignored the scattered pieces of white gauze. Although they saw the small gourds following closely behind, what they wanted was to get close to Zhuo Xiaoduo as quickly as possible and launch a self-detonating attack. Even though they knew that they would be injured if they took the small gourds head-on, they would rather be injured and take advantage of the situation. Then they felt the small gourds hit their bodies. They only felt pain for a moment. The spiritual qi that had already been detonated dissipated the impact. They couldn't help but feel more relieved. They took the opportunity to get closer to Zhuo Xiaoduo. But in the next moment, all of them, without exception, were hit. Their eyes bulged and their faces twisted. The star immortal stone hexagonal particles that followed closely behind the small gourds all hit their bodies. And unlike the small gourds, which couldn't break through their protective spiritual qi, their destructive power was extremely great. With a whoosh, they entered their bodies and tore their bodies apart. Their blood and flesh were torn apart, and their meridians were broken. The people who were hit were in intense pain. They could no longer maintain their spiritual qi. They screamed in agony, "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo put his palms together and then separated them. With a muffled boom, endless spiritual qi surged like a tsunami. The formation of the 16 people that had been heavily injured by the star immortal stone disintegrated instantly. They flew out in 16 directions. With another flash of lightning, another 3 swords attacked in a triangular formation. It was 3 people who had used the body and sword as one technique to attack. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, The 16-star immortal stone hexagonal particles in the air shone brightly and met the attacking swords head-on. Because of the sudden change, the hexagonal particles didn't have time to aim accurately. Instead, they forced their way into the sword light. A series of crackling sounds could be heard, and the sword light actually showed signs of disarray. As the party involved, the three people holding the swords were the most shocked. They rode on their swords and used the body and sword as one technique. Before they even got close, their momentum had already risen. Zuoshaoduo had clearly just broken the previous 16 people's joint attack. He should have been short of breath. Although he forced himself to use the flying hidden weapon to resist the enemy, he could barely maintain it. How could it be powerful? But the reality was strange. The three people couldn't see what kind of small hidden weapon it was. It actually made small holes in the swords in their hands. The soul link that they had immersed themselves in for half their lives also lost its effect. How could the three people not be shocked? But the three people were also people who had the will to die. They still rushed forward with all their might. They didn't care about the damage to their weapons and still pounced forward. Their spiritual chi even surged violently. At the same time, more than 30 people fell from the sky one after another. Kami no Su, who was at the top, saw the opportunity. With a long whistle, her white clothes fluttered in the air. She held a sparkling small gong made of unknown material in her hand. She used her spiritual chi as the handle and her spiritual chi as a hammer. With a boom, she hit the small gong. Immediately, Kami no Su's face turned pale. She had exhausted all her strength. She could only use the space-shaking gong once. Space-shaking gong. It attacked indiscriminately. Boom! Everyone who was affected by the sound of the gong, whether they were in the middle of the battle or those who were waiting outside, all felt a roar in their heads. There were only countless stars in front of their eyes. Their minds fell into a continuous blank. In an instant, they were confused and muddle-headed, unable to think about anything. The whole space was completely shattered. In fact, the spatial cracks even caused countless bloody wounds to appear on the bodies of the people in this space. Fresh blood sprayed in the air like fountains. Zuoshaoduo was also disturbed by the sound of the gong. He was confused for a moment, but his body, which had already turned into mist, suddenly became solid. His mind instantly became clear, but he deliberately made it look like his mind was blank. Like the 30 people around him, they all fell down powerlessly. Thin lines of blood also appeared on his body, shooting out in all directions. It seemed that he was also cut by the space cracks. A black light shone brightly. The six-pointed star of the star, immortal stone, returned and surrounded his body. But because the spiritual connection was interrupted by the sound of the gong, it was like a group of little chicks who were calling for their mother, but were not answered. They flew around in panic like headless flies. Arrow. Kami no Su was overjoyed and roared. According to the original plan, Sha Hun's arrow should have been shot at this time. After all, the space-shaking gong had successfully created a temporary distraction for Zuoshaoduo's spiritual chi. No matter how short this temporary distraction was, it finally appeared. For those who had been waiting for a long time, it was enough. But now, at this moment, Sha Hun did not shoot. Not only did he not shoot, but he also took a step back. Sha Hun was a smart person. He was thinking about one thing at this moment. When Zuoshaoduo broke through the window, it was obvious that he had made thorough preparations. Based on the Thundercat's infatuation with him, it was estimated that he had already revealed the details of everyone on his side. Since he had already taken precautions, then their established plan would most likely not work. He had already rushed out just now. With the cultivation strength he had shown, he had already escaped. Although there were many people on the scene, they still could not catch up with him. Even if there were many sniping points set up outside, everyone knew that those arrangements were useless. They could not stop Zuoshaoduo's footsteps at all. Although the gap, just now, was only half a second, with Zuoshaoduo's previous performance, how could he not take advantage of it? But Zuoshaoduo did not take advantage of it. Instead, he was intercepted. No, it should be said that he took advantage of it, but there was a strange pause. On the surface, it seemed that he was shocked by the big battle outside the window. But How could Sha Han believe that? At this moment, he even acted as if his soul had been shaken by Kami no Su's space-shaking gong. He clearly knew that there was a space-shaking gong. How could he fall for it? Sha Han was cautious and resourceful. The first thought that came to his mind was that there was a trap. This guy wants to trick me into using my soul-wrenching arrow. Sha Han did not move forward. Instead, he retreated. Sure enough, when Zhou Xiaoduo's body fell, he did not get the soul-wrenching arrow that he expected. He was disappointed. Coward, you dare not shoot. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. I have been acting for so long, but it turned out to be a one-man show. Suddenly, he was filled with anger. The magnificent sword light suddenly spread out, and those Wizard Alliance experts who were truly shaken down by the space-shaking gong were all cut in half by his sword effortlessly. Chapter 980. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly burst out with all his strength. There was a sudden, soft sound, and a magnificent sword light exploded in all directions. But there was another light spot, which went straight to the 9 heavens. It went straight to Kami no Su. After the sword light, there was a string of faint shadows like a shadow, which was the hexagram of the starry sky, eternal stone. The speed of Zhou Xiaoduo's sword at this moment could be said to be extremely fast, and in a flash, it had already arrived in front of Kami no Su. Kami no Su was at the moment of extreme anger. He was puzzled. We have already agreed that such a good opportunity. Why didn't you, Sha Han, make your move? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaoduo's fatal sword light had already arrived in front of him. A cold star went straight to the vital part of his chest. The cat's spirit sword, with the speed of chasing stars and lightning, went straight to the vital part of Kami no Su's chest. With a puff, the sword tip had already pierced the vital part of his chest, but the sword tip could not pierce through. A blue water suddenly burst out, and it turned out that Hai Hunshin's Sea Soul shirt had taken effect and suppressed the fatal sword. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Zhou Xiaoduo was not willing to give up. The power of the cat spirit sword suddenly burst out, and the sword power increased by 30%, making a sound like muffled thunder, and it was strong enough to destroy the protective power of the Sea Soul shirt. There was only a moment of stalemate, and the Sea Soul shirt was almost torn apart by Zhou Xiaoduo's tremendous strength. The sword tip pierced Kami no Su, and it was directly pushed out more than 3,000 meters in the air. Crack, crack, crack. Several bones in Kami no Su's chest were broken. At this moment, his internal organs were almost all shattered. With another muffled sound, the sea blue light from the Sea Soul shirt suddenly flickered, and it was on the verge of collapse. Kami no Su was scared out of his wits. Open! The projection of a divine soul came out of his body, and with a bang, it hit Zhou Xiaoduo with a palm. Kami no Su screamed, and his body rolled out, quickly moving away from Zhou Xiaoduo. However, Zhou Xiaoduo had already grabbed the sky-shaking gong and pulled it hard. Give it to me. The shadow that emerged from Kami no Su's body had a serious face, and its palm hit down. Let go. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. I've got it. You think I will let it go? I was already at a disadvantage for not being able to attract that soul-wounding arrow. He pulled with his hand, and the sword Qi suddenly flashed. It flashed on the wrist of the frantically retreating Shenwu. The sky's sword spirit sword was the sword. The shadows was the sky. The swords was the sky. The hammer was already in his hand, and he swung it with all his might. With a hum, it smashed onto the body of the shadow. The shadow's strength was naturally very strong, but when it came to the power of the divine soul projection, he could only exert a small part of his own power. At this moment, when he rashly collided with the big hammer, he trembled and floated back. The sword light in the void rippled again, and the scattered starry sky, eternal stone that was released when he rushed out of the window, just now quickly gathered. The light flashed. Countless forces collided, and the strength overflowed. Kami no Su let out an inhuman scream. Zhou Xiaoduo spat out a mouthful of blood, but the shadow in front of him also retreated abruptly. With a flash of sword light, Zhuo became one with his sword, and with a whoosh, he rushed out. When hundreds of people were about to surround him, he rushed out like lightning, broke through the vast white clouds in the sky, and turned into light spots and sped away. The big hammer that suddenly appeared had already been put away. Other than the shadow, no one else had seen it. In his hand was the space-shaking gong that he had just obtained, and Kami no Su's 3 fingers were still tightly clasped on the edge of the space-shaking gong. Zhuo did not mind that it was dirty, and with a flip of his wrist, he directly threw it into the space ring. Until the moment Zhuo left, the surrounding space became dense, and the hundreds of people with the burning body order, who were lying in ambush, finally surrounded the scene. But it was too late. "Chase!" Someone shouted madly. Countless figures chased desperately, and in all directions. There were also people who desperately turned into flowing light and chased after him. Too strong. Hai Hanshan looked in the direction where Zhuo had left, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. From the moment he came out of the window to the moment Zhuo escaped, the entire duration of the fight was less than 6 seconds. And in this short 6 seconds, the combat power that Zhuo had shown made the top geniuses of the Umno Alliance fall silent. They were shocked and even trembled a little. Fortunately, you didn't use your soul-wounding arrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have taken away 2 treasures in a row. Hai Hanshan looked at Sha Han, who still looked miserable. Sha Han only felt that his divine soul was in turmoil, and the hand that was holding the soul-wounding arrow was also trembling slightly. Just now, when he was thinking about it, he did not participate in the battle in the end. But the moment Zhuo attacked, he clearly felt a vibration from the depths of his soul. That was a kind of emotional fluctuation of horror. He also clearly felt a monstrous resentment for not using his soul-wounding arrow. It seemed that Zhuo had already regarded the soul-wounding arrow as his own. And Zhuo was especially angry now that his soul-wounding arrow had been taken away by someone else. It was probably this kind of anger, especially at the last moment when Zhuo broke out of the encirclement. He looked at Sha Han with eyes full of anger and unwillingness. That resentment, even though they were thousands of meters apart, Sha Han could still feel it clearly. However, Sha Han could not understand how Zhuo's resentment came about. "Is this your thing? Why are you angry? This is my family's treasure, which has been preserved by my family for countless years. Why are you so angry because you didn't get it? Why are you still heartbroken?" But he really felt that the soul-wounding arrow was no longer his. That kind of panic went straight to the bottom of his heart. After thinking for a long time, Sha Han finally understood. In fact, Zhuo's anger and Kami no Su's anger were for the same reason. Why didn't you make a move when the plan had already been set? But the mentality at that time was different. Kami no Su's anger was, if you had acted according to the original plan, wouldn't Zhuo be left behind? But Zhuo's anger was, if you had acted, wouldn't the soul-wounding arrow be mine? I tried my best to get your plan from the Thundercat, but when it came to the last moment, you didn't act according to the plan? How dare you? Well, this was Zhuo's anger. Sha Han took a deep breath. In this world, there is actually such a weirdo. After listening to Hai Hanshan's words, Sha Han took a deep breath and answered after a long time, "Fortunately, I didn't act and didn't fall into their trap." His forehead was covered in cold sweat. "But you, why didn't you act?" At this moment, although Hai Hanshan expressed his understanding and approval of Sha Han's decision not to act, he was still puzzled by his overall actions. Just now, everything happened so suddenly. If it was him, he probably wouldn't have thought much about it, and would have acted as soon as he saw the opportunity. That was the plan. I didn't dare. I really didn't dare. Sha Han smiled bitterly. If it was any other enemy, my soul-wounding arrow would have killed them immediately. But the enemy was Zhuo. The moment I acted, I instinctively thought of another layer. Based on all the information we have, I believe everyone can see that this guy has no bottom line or even no bottom line. He even disguised himself as a woman, sold his body, and fooled the Thundercat. What more despicable and shameless things can he not do? Sha Hun said. He already knew all our plans through the Thundercat. Since he still dared to stay, the only reason is he is jealous of all our treasures. When he rushed out, he obviously had half a second of time, but he would rather give up that precious half a second and choose to stay and set a trap for the treasures. And in the end, he really took the space-shaking gong away. Sha Hun sighed. Sha Hun suddenly felt that Zhou Xiaoduo's temperament was somewhat indescribable. What kind of person was he? He could even do something as despicable as cross-dressing as a woman, which was despised by all the experts. Moreover, he was able to make the Thundercat, a playboy, fall head over heels for him. This kind of moral integrity, there was really no one else. Sha Hun thought about it and felt his scalp tingling. Anyway, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. What's more, he was clearly out of danger, but he would rather risk his life and fall into the trap again, just to create a chance to snatch away a treasure. This kind of greed, to be honest, was enough to make all the young masters of the Umno Alliance gasp in amazement and feel ashamed of their inferiority. They were even completely speechless. You are really not afraid of death. You would rather die than suffer a loss, trying to take advantage of others. Looking at the young masters who were leading their men to chase after them, Hai Hun Shan and Sha Hun couldn't help but be silent for a long time. Cami no Su's body floated down from the sky. The 3 long tendons on her right hand were drooping, and her facial muscles were twisted in pain. Her whole body was twisted in a weird way. She and Zhou Xiaoduo were fighting over the ownership of the sky-shaking gong. In the end, she was cut by Zhou Xiaoduo's sword Qi, but because she was in a hurry, she didn't cut her fingers. Instead, Zhou Xiaoduo used brute force to pull Cami no Su's 3 fingers over, and only then did she break them. The pain of cramping in the truest sense of the word was not something an ordinary person could endure. Cami no Su was in so much pain that her mind was in a daze. Even her body was being pulled out of shape. The spiritual sense of the elder in her body was smashed by Zhou Xiaoduo the moment it appeared. Now it was dissipating bit by bit, gradually disappearing. This was not the worst. The most miserable was the Thundercat. The mighty cat was standing in the air in a daze. Her face was lost, and she didn't even have the slightest bit of spirit left in her, because she found out. Although she now understood that this lady was actually Zhou Xiaoduo in disguise, but the Thundercat was frightened to find that she couldn't get out. Chapter 981. The Thundercat was completely speechless and even frightened. My heart was taken away. Yes, I played with a lot of women. I am known as a playboy. The number of women who have slept with me is at least a few thousand, if not 10,000. I'm very free and easy. After playing with them for a few days, I told them to get lost. This is the first time I have fallen in love with someone. The first time I've fallen in love with someone is actually a man. Even if he is a man dressed as a woman, he is still a man. He left just like that, but The Thundercat suddenly cried loudly in the air. Tears and snot flowed down his cheeks. Because I found out, I still love. Hai Hun Shan and Sha Hun came in front of the Thundercat. Looking at the Thundercat's sad face, they couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then they patted the Thundercat's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be sad. You have sold us all out. But if you are like this, we will not be able to find you for revenge. Fortunately, you still have something to gain. Although Hai Hun Shan's words were a joke, it was also the truth. One must know that Thundercat had revealed all the crucial information to the target of everyone, Zhou Xiaoduo. This was the reason why the situation had changed so drastically. Even if all the blame was placed on Thundercat, Thundercat would have nothing to say. However, until now, the two of them felt that although the Umno Alliance had suffered a great loss, it was still not serious enough to hurt them. Speaking of the one who had suffered the most, it was still the Thundercat who had suffered the most. If the two of them were in the Thundercat's shoes, they would have thought of committing suicide. The Thundercat smiled bitterly and said, It is my fault. It is all my fault. I was blinded by lust. I actually fell head over heels in love with a man. Whether you are wrong or not, it has come to this. Hai Hunshin's ugly face was kind. A man is blinded by love. It is understandable that he has fallen in love with someone for the first time. But the loss you have caused has become a fact. Hai Hanshan said, "Let's talk about it later." Sha Hun nodded. Understanding was true. Everyone was a person who rolled in a pile of women. But the usual venting for fun was different from the true feelings of true love. Putting himself in their shoes, if this matter were to fall on him, the degree of the blow to his heart would be unimaginable. However, understanding is one thing. The losses caused by reality are still reality. Naturally, you have to bear the consequences. No matter what your standpoint was or what your original intentions were, your true feelings had caused the deaths of many people and delayed the grand plan. Furthermore, Kami no Su's treasure had been lost. These were all things that had to be compensated for. In this regard, your attitude had to be correct. Otherwise, how would he survive in the future? The Thundercat said dejectedly, "Understood. I will explain it to my brothers." Sha Hun sighed and said, "All right. What the two of us want to ask is, your heavenly lightning mirror hasn't been deceived, right?" The two of them couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. In the Thundercat's current situation, it could be said that even if he lost his life, it would be a very normal thing that even more, they were deeply surprised that Xiaoduo didn't take away the Thundercat's life. Heavenly lightning mirror. The Thundercat swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a sobbing voice, "Just now, it was taken away." She said she wanted to see. Woo-woo. Sha Hun and Hai Hanshan looked up at the sky helplessly. This guy, as expected, did not guess wrongly. He actually gave it away. Thundercat. Sha Hun finally couldn't help but say, "You can be considered as one of the most despicable but not romantic men. You don't lack any intelligence, you." In the end, there were still some things that he didn't understand. You, a person who had always treated women as playthings, how could you have such a heavy emotional wound? The Thundercat looked into the distance in a daze. His expression was a mixture of indescribable fear and hopelessness. After a long time, he said, "Your heart, has it really been moved? Your love, has it really been moved? Have you ever been in love with 1,000 flowers?" Hai Hanshan was completely dumbfounded, but you have been cheated by someone. That person is a man. The Thundercat was speechless. "I know. I hate him. I can't wait to tear Xiaoduo into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. But I just can't forget his cross-dressing image. I. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Could it be that I have played with too many women in my life and am too despicable? That's why I have met with such retribution, meeting such a despicable person, and from then on, it will affect my whole life." Hai Hanshan and Sha Hun were speechless again. These two were extremely smart and ruthless people. How could they not understand that although the Thundercat was cursing with certainty, every word was sonorous, but the hatred in his bones was not strong? On the contrary, there was a faint sense of freedom. Faintly, there was a sense of enlightenment. Then, the matter of chasing Xiaoduo, will you still participate? Hai Hanshan asked. "No." The Thundercat smiled bitterly. "I have to go home. This time, I have lost my master, lost the family treasure, and caused a lot of losses to everyone. I have become the #1 joke of the 12 families of the Umno Alliance." He looked afar, lost in thought, and after a long time he said, "I have to go back to the family to receive my punishment. Besides, today's losses, the losses until now, I will sort them out and send them to my brothers. Also, this time when I go back, I want to find someone and get married." The Thundercat smiled. The days spent in the flowers should end. "Haha, we have feelings, but we can be hurt. But those women we have been with, how many of them are heartless? This time, it's really my retribution. As for the chases with Xiaoduo, haha, so be it. The Sky Thunder Mirror. I will give it to him as a gift." After saying that, he smiled bitterly, turned around and waved his hand and left. With a whistling sound, he took all the guards of the Lei family and left without looking back. The two of them just looked at the Thundercat, the culprit of the failure of the encirclement, leaving without a trace. The two of them sighed to each other. For a moment, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. Hai Hanshan sighed after a long time, and said, maybe the Thundercat is right. In the future, let's not do this kind of sin in the area of love. What if one day we get this kind of retribution and the karma is not good? Shah Hun coughed and said, it seems that the Thundercat is one step ahead of us, and touched the love barrier. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, and whether we should be happy or worried. Hai Hun Shan nodded silently. The love barrier. The two of them had yearned for it, but when it came to the real thing, they were inevitably a little timid. How many high-level warriors in the whole continent had fallen in front of the love barrier? Not to mention others, among the 12 great shamans, there were a few. The Astral Soul's continent's king of the right, Yu Dantian, was unable to pass the love barrier and stopped as a king. And the king of Zwalu, Yin Zhonghu, was deeply in love and could only choose to try to break through with his wife. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to go further alone. Countless powerful warriors had married and had children and established families. But who knew that these warriors had never touched the love barrier? What was the love barrier? No one knew where the love came from, but it was deep, and they could never forget it. Even until death, they would still be brooding about it. This was the love barrier. Many powerful warriors were known to have broken the hearts of countless women in their lives. They seemed to be free and unrestrained and didn't care about anything. But once these people met a woman who fell in love with them at first sight, they didn't even dare to have any contact with her and turn away. Then they used endless years and regrets to kill their feelings. Because once the love barrier was crossed, it would be a lifetime. It was either transcendence or depravity. There was never a third possibility. Who could be sure that they could transcend from such feelings that seeped into their bones and souls? No one could be absolutely sure. Since ancient times, those who could transcend the love barrier were either heartless people with a heart of stone or lovers who would never change until death. If they were like ordinary people who only had a few decades of life, the so-called love barrier was insignificant. If they couldn't pass the love barrier, it would at most be a few decades of wasted time, and in the blink of an eye. But powerful warriors with profound cultivation, how long would their lifespan be? Once their love was moved, it would last forever. Among them, there are many examples. The non-poisonous shaman was poisoned to death because of his wife. After that, he swore to take revenge and called himself non-poisonous. His original intention was to exterminate the poison-using family. However, after he took revenge, he devoted his whole life to the study of poisons. Although he became a great shaman because of this, but similar examples included the Great Ice Great Shaman Dan Kong, Emperor Zhai Xing, and the demon ancestor of astral souls. It's easy to enter the love barrier, but difficult to get out. Shah Hun sighed softly and said, actually, speaking of the love barrier, I really envy the sky inspecting throne of astral souls. For so many years, they're probably the only exception. Hai Hun Shan sighed. Do you think the Thundercat will be able to get out of the love barrier this time? Shah Hun squinted his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. But he sighed again. To let him meet such a weirdo, it's really difficult. Hai Hun Shan was also annoyed and amused at the same time. But then again, his love barrier this time is completely hopeless. Not only is he an enemy, but he is also a man. It's a joke to say that he will never change his mind, but to say that his heart is as hard as steel, and he will definitely turn his back on him. Ha ha! Damn it! If the Thundercat can get out of the love barrier in the end, the curse of love will be broken. Shah Hun said thoughtfully, this kid will be a blessing in disguise. He will have a bright future. But the premise is that he has to kill Zwaluo with his own hands and completely cut off the love barrier. Only then will he be able to fulfill his wish. The love barrier is hard to overcome. It's not just a saying. That's right. They have all gone to chase after Zwaluo. Let's go after them too. Okay. Speaking of which, why did you stay for so long? Then why did you stay for so long too? The two of them smiled bitterly at each other, and they had a tacit understanding. Chapter 982. The reason why they had stayed for so long was actually very simple. Both of them were the smartest among the smartest. They were the type who could infer many things from one instance and see 3 steps before taking a step. Now that they had seen Zhuo's true battle prowess at such a close distance, they were no longer confident that the men they brought with them would be able to keep Zhuo here. The most obvious reason was that this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. His battle strength was beyond their imagination. When Kami no Su was ambushed and the sky-shaking gong was taken away, not only was the Sea Soul gown destroyed in an instant, but the divine sense protection on his body was also affected. However, Kami no Su still suffered considerable injuries. This could only mean that even the divine sense protection was forced back or even destroyed by Zhuo. Zhuo's strength was evident. This place was still within the Alliance. It would be difficult for Zhuo to escape, but with only their men, there was no effective way to stop him, let alone kill him. Now, they had to rely on the army. In the past, they did not feel it, but now they realized that the restriction of the human dead order was too great. Above the Sky Realm, they could not attack, and Zhuo's true battle strength was obviously beyond the average Sky Realm master. Previously, the two of them could only watch helplessly as more than 10 experts at the pinnacle of the Gui Xian realm were killed by a single sword strike. How could they fight? Even if they were shocked by the sky-shaking gong's attack, Zhuo was able to recover faster than so many experts at the pinnacle of the Gui Xian realm. This was his ability. What's more, when Zhuo had just charged out, he had encountered the encirclement of 16 origin returning realm experts. Moreover, they were all prepared to die and had already activated their true chi, ready to self-destruct at any time. Even if they were not as professional as the Burning Body Order, their battle prowess at that time was still far superior to normal. However, the sound of seeking death was enough to intimidate most people. Sha Hun and Sea Spirit Robe knew that if they were the ones involved, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape from the encirclement of these 16 people. However, the reality was that Zhuo had first attacked them with hidden weapons and then repelled them with his majestic spiritual energy. Hidden weapons had never caught the attention of high-level cultivators. However, in the hands of Zhuo, they still showed their brilliance. He had clearly just entered the royal god realm. This kind of combat power made Sha Hun tremble with fear. He even felt a sense of fear before the battle. And this fear before the battle was also partly reflected in the fact that the soul-wounding arrow did not attack according to the established plan. It was true that he had a clear understanding of Zhuo's true intentions and gave up on attacking. However, it was not without the element of fear that Zhuo would backfire on him. Big Brother Hai, dare I ask, when you were breaking through to the returning profound realm, how many times did you suppress the agitation of your true essence? Sha Hun asked Hai Hunshan. At the 9th time, it was the most difficult, because at that time, it was said that 9 times was the limit. But there were also some who said that it was possible to break through 9 times. Hai Hunshan said, so after the 9th time, I endured and did not break through. My father and the 3 elders continuously guarded me for 3 months. I persisted until the 12th time when I was sure that I had reached the limit and could not continue. Only then did I break through to the returning profound realm. Sha Hun nodded silently. I did suppress 11 times, but the family said that it was 9 times. But with our current combat power at the peak of the returning profound realm, how are we compared to this Zhuo who has just broken through to the royal god realm? Sha Hun asked in a low voice. Far inferior. Hai Hunshan shook his head repeatedly. We are not even on the same level. Now I even dare not attack him alone. When he said this, Hai Hunshan's tone was full of helplessness. Then, how many times should Zhuo have suppressed the agitation of his vital essence? Sha Hun asked closely. This was the fundamental reason why Zhuo was so powerful. Sha Hun was already an outstanding rising star of the Alliance family. His own strength was far superior to his peers. Facing Zhuo, who was a whole level lower than them, not only felt inferior, but also did not dare to fight with him. Then how deep was Zhuoxiao's foundation? What level was it? Then the two fell into silence at the same time. After a long time, Haihun said, at least, more than 25 times. Shahun nodded slowly. At least. But Zhuoxiao's aptitude, how is it so much higher than ours? Even compared to the countless geniuses since ancient times. He was so much stronger? What's the reason? It's inexplicable, Shahun asked. Haihun furrowed his brows. Even geniuses with full astral souls or primordial souls wouldn't be able to reach such a level. There must be some sort of fortuitous encounter. That's right, Shahun said. Well, there's another possibility. In the legends, those legendary figures who were born with the fortune of heaven and earth were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by heaven and earth, and their foundation was naturally formed. It said that back then, the Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Sorcerer Ancestor, and the others were all favored by heaven and earth. And before their fortune, such as the Dragon Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, Demon Bloodline, and so on, burst out, they would be stuck at a stage. They kept cultivating and suppressing it again and again. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through. In fact, heaven and earth were suppressing it for them, helping them to cultivate and strengthen their foundation. In the process, it didn't feel much pain, and it's completely different from us suppressing the restlessness of our true yuan. Shahun said, have you heard of this legend? Haihun's expression changed. You're saying that's what Xiaoduo is also? Even if he isn't, I'm afraid it's almost the same. Of course, it's also possible that he obtained some kind of spiritual treasure. Shahun said, it can also achieve the same effect. For example, the Khanate Gourd, Huahuang's sword, Donghuang's bell, and other such legendary items. Haihun, Shahun said softly as they hurried. Don't take it lightly and think that I'm exaggerating. I'll tell you the most accurate thing. I wasn't interested in killing Zhuoxiaoduo from the beginning. What really interested me was the secret on Zhuoxiaoduo. That's the real purpose of my trip. He turned to look at Haihun. Brother Hai, don't tell me that you're only doing this to gain merit. That will only make me look down on you. Haihun laughed dryly and said, that's for sure. However, from the looks of it, we might not have a chance. Shahun smiled bitterly. If we had a chance, how would we have this conversation? Both of them sighed at the same time. It had to be said that Shahun's words were all true, the absolute truth. If they had a chance, why would they have a heart-to-heart talk? They could just hold it in and do it themselves. Brother Hai, let's work together, Shahun said. Haven't we always been working together? Haihun frowned. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about working together in the truest sense. Shahun said seriously, it's only limited to the two of us working together, not the two families working together. Haihun thought carefully for a long time and said, even if we work together, the chances are still not high. In any aspect, I understand what you mean. Think about it. I have an idea. Shahun didn't say it out loud, but communicated with him telepathically. Haihun listened calmly and kept nodding his head in silence. As time passed, the frequency of their communication became faster and faster. The guards behind them followed silently. However, it was undeniable that everyone's thoughts had quietly changed. At this moment, the thought of capturing Zhuoxiaoduo to make a name for himself could not be said to be non-existent, but it was already very faint. That on the other side, Zhuoxiaoduo was still running away. Along the way, he was reflecting on himself. No, this won't do. I'm too greedy. I must change my temper. I must change it. This time, if I had chosen to run away honestly, there wouldn't be so many consequences. Why did I want to get 2 more treasures, even disregarding my life? This won't do. If I had escaped directly at that time, I would have only needed to throw out a bit of laurel honey at the right time to attract the pursuers to the greatest extent, and then create some illusions, and then hide in the space-destroying tower to lie low for a while. What a perfect situation, but I had to find trouble for myself. If it was just to get rid of the pursuers behind him, it would be a piece of cake for Zhuoxiaoduo. A few Tianyuan teleportations would be enough to achieve the effect. However, It was almost impossible for the current Zhuo to avoid the divine thoughts of those experts in the sky. Although he could hide in the space-destroying tower and be safe for the time being, he would expose one of his trump cards directly, and there would be countless hidden dangers in the future. The enemy only needed to lock on to this area, and then send an army to besiege him. Then he would really be dead. After all, the space-destroying tower could not move by itself. Where he disappeared from, he would still be at the same place when he reappeared. If the enemy knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the only things Zhuo could do now was to run as fast as he could, wholeheartedly running away. However, he was in the territory of the Wizard Alliance after all. There were enemies everywhere. His location had been transmitted in a completely transparent manner that in just a few hundred miles, he had already encountered 7 to 8 battles. Although these interceptions and battles at this level couldn't cause him any harm, they couldn't even stop him from moving forward. However, Zhuo knew that his situation was getting more and more dangerous. Once the encirclement was successful, even if he did not have the Heaven-Mending Stone, he would be exhausted to death here. No matter how invincible he was in the same realm, and no matter how invincible he was in the Sky Realm, could he fight the entire Umno Alliance by himself for a moment? That was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there was still the Burning Body Order, the trump card against him. It's all because of your greedy personality that the current situation is so bad. Zhuo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He slapped himself hard on the mouth. He only thought that he could not fight when he was in the Sky Realm, but this was of no help to the current situation. Why can't I move my legs when I hear about treasures? How many times have I reminded myself? Why can't I learn from my mistakes? With your greedy personality, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Zhuo's tears were flowing, and he regretted it as he ran. Zhuo was very clear about his personality, but he had never encountered any real danger. Zhao's greed was also to strengthen his foundation. Therefore, Zhuo did not take it to heart and reminded himself many times to change. However, when there were benefits, he still could not control himself. Growing up in an ordinary family, Zhuo had a natural stinginess and greed, and his possessiveness for money and resources was incomparably huge. However, this time, because of his greed, he directly put himself in a situation where he would die. Zhuo deeply knew that he had to change. If he could return alive this time, this problem of greed must be corrected. I can be greedy. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was, I cannot let greed threaten my life. Otherwise, I have to give up. As long as I can return alive, I won't dare to be so greedy anymore. Zhuo swore bitterly. This was another growth for Zhuo, but this growth was in exchange for a desperate situation. The transformation of his temperament could not change the current bad situation. The entire land was the enemy's territory, thousands of miles away, and there was no help. Above the sky, the Strong's divine consciousness was monitoring. Zhuo was a little confused. What should I do to high up in the sky? Lei Changtian obviously also noticed the awkward situation his grandson was in. He was also speechless about this. Obviously, everyone who saw Zhuo's personality was aware of it, and they trembled with fear. Greed. Too greedy. Now, it was obvious that although Zhuo was still running for his life, he was already in a desperate situation. The entire Umno Alliance land was like a huge prison. Millions of experts were gathered here. Even if Zhuo had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be difficult for him to escape from such a situation. Lei Changtian now had the urge to go down and take his grandson away. It seemed that things had come to this point. This kid's ability to cause trouble was too strong. Flying heavens and above were not allowed to attack, but the other party's instructions through telepathy were both against the rules. What evidence do you have to prove that I attacked? I didn't attack, I just moved my mouth at most. If I don't attack, it'll be bad. Lei Changtian took a deep breath and prepared to fly down, grab him, and fly away. He would tear the space apart and return to the Sun-Moon Pass in a few seconds. Just as Lei Changtian was about to fly down, suddenly, a black cloud rolled up from the horizon, blowing towards them like a hurricane. Its speed was extremely fast. A wild laugh came from afar. It's my turn now, huh? On the edge of the black cloud, there were layers of yellow halos that flickered unpredictably. Lei Changtian was completely stunned, and his expression changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, that black cloud passed by everyone and arrived in front of the void where Lei Changtian was hiding. It cackled weirdly. What is this? What is this naughty kid trying to do? Chapter 983. At this moment, Lei Changtian felt chills all over his body, and a chill went straight to his heart. No poison. It turned out that the no-poison shaman was here. He had gone too far. Looking at the world today, there were no more than 3 people who could make Lei Changtian, the patriarch of diabolism, feel fear and retreat. The first was the Flood Witch. Lei Changtian wanted to kill the Flood Witch even in his dreams. Until now, when he dreamed about his 36 brothers dying in the hands of the Flood Witch, Lei Changtian was so angry that his teeth hurt. However, Lei Changtian also knew that even if he spent his whole life, he would never be able to kill the Flood Witch with his real strength. The best result might be to take her away with him by self-detonation. The second was Zhuo Changchang. This guy's strength was far above Lei Changtian's, and he was as unrivaled as the Flood Witch. However, the main reason that made Lei Changtian retreat was that this guy had stolen his daughter's heart. He suddenly turned from a little brother to a cheap father-in-law. Bah, he was Zhuo Changchang's real father-in-law. How was that cheap? In short, he just didn't like this Zhuo Changchang. What could he do? Therefore, although Zhuo Changchang didn't dare to meet him, he was also very unwilling to meet him. He was embarrassed. He was embarrassed too. The third person that Lei Changtian didn't like and had to retreat was not Taoist Lei of the Tao League, nor was it Emperor Zhai Xing of the Astral Souls, nor the other 7 swords of Taoism, Ice Ming, or other great shamans. It was the no-poison shaman in front of him. Lei Changtian was even more afraid of this person than the Flood Witch and Zhuo Changchang of the sky, inspecting throne. Today, if there were no significant changes, even if the Flood Witch bumped into Lei Changtian, she wouldn't fight with him. Her life was rarely in danger. Zhuo Changchang was his son-in-law, and he was more embarrassed than anything else, especially now that he had given birth to a grandson. What could they do if they really met? Could it be awkward? Only the no-poison shaman was the one that really gave Lei Changtian a headache. This guy was full of poison, and it was impossible not to hate him. He tilted his head and looked down. His divine thoughts could still feel that Zhuo Xiaoduo was constantly fleeing. Lei Changtian's move was naturally to take a risk. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and left directly. Now that the no-poison shaman was here, the situation had changed. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? However, with this move, the black fog around the no-poison shaman suddenly increased by dozens of times. The dense fog rose and spread out for 10,000 meters, like a black cloud covering the sky. Obviously, he understood Lei Changtian's intention and made a corresponding move. If Lei Changtian acted rashly, he would naturally act too. Then, the no-poison shaman's gloomy voice was heard. "Brother Devil, what are you looking at?" Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said, "No-poison shaman, long time no see. I didn't expect that with your status, you would come for such a small matter. It really surprised me." The no-poison shaman said lightly, "The Devil Ancestor has graced the Umno Alliance with his presence. If no one at the level of a great shaman came to accompany him, it would be rude of the Umno Alliance. Why? Is the Devil Ancestor not willing to drink tea with me? Talk. I have nothing to talk about with you. Not interested, but I am very interested in talking with you. We can talk through the night and for a long time." The veins on Lei Changtian's forehead bulged. "No-poison shaman, you want to stop me? What do you want to do?" The no-poison shaman narrowed his eyes. "You want to take that kid away?" Lei Changtian's long hair fluttered in the air. He said word by word, "What?" The no-poison shaman said lightly. Seeing you here proves that you are the initiator of this game. Now that the game is about to start, how can it end halfway? If you really interfere, I will immediately poison him to death. Do you think your actions are faster or my poison is more poisonous? He looked into Lei Changtian's eyes and said word by word. Do you want to try? I bet my poison is more poisonous. Lei Changtian smiled coldly. You bet that you don't dare to do it. The no-poison shaman said, I don't dare to do it? You mean this kid's identity? Isn't this kid Zhua Changzhang's son? In other words, your grandson. He, the son of the Sky Surveyor Minister and Rain Demon, the grandson of the Demon Ancestor, the king of Zhuolu and Yun Zhonghu's Jr., the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian's family friend, the nephew of the star-plucking emperor. Sure enough, he has a good background. But are you sure that I don't dare to do it? This guy actually knew everything. Lei Changtian felt a chill run down his spine. Since you know my nephew's background, you should know that if you poison him, you will be in big trouble. The no-poison shaman said faintly, You are wrong about one thing. Now, the follow-up of this matter, my actions do not depend on me, but on you. As long as you do it, I will do it. Even if everyone in the world is afraid of the Sky Surveyor Minister Zhua Changzhang, I am not afraid. I will take any revenge. Guess if I run to the Astral Souls continent to release poison and plague, who could do anything to me? Boss Flood is very powerful, but he cares about the big picture, so he has a lot of scruples. But I, the no-poison shaman, always have no taboos because the so-called big picture is never in my eyes. The no-poison shaman said coldly, Those juniors don't know that you are behind them. You threw your grandson to our Umno alliance to gain experience. It seems like you're putting him to death. If he doesn't have a shocking breakthrough, he will die. But in fact, with you as a backup, how can those juniors do anything to him? But if you want to gain experience for your grandson, you shouldn't use the lives of millions of us to gain experience. Now that you don't want to gain experience, you want to take people and leave just like that? Is there such a good thing in the world? Lei Changtian smiled faintly and said, What if I say it is so easy? His whole body was surrounded by black light, and he was ready to fight to the death. No matter what, his grandson could not die here, even if he had to die. This time, he had gone too far, but his grandson could not die no matter what. No poison shaman, if I drag you to die with me, what are your chances of survival? Lei Changtian's aura continued to rise with an unprecedented craziness, and a hysterical aura spread out. Even though the no-poison shaman was the most lawless person in the world, but facing the demon ancestor's attitude of risking his life, his heart suddenly felt weak. The no-poison shaman suddenly laughed strangely. Old demon, the game you are leading has already started. You must play to the end. So far, our side has never violated the rules, and has not sent any cultivators above the sky realm to participate in this battle. We have always abided by the rules of the human favor writ. But now, if you act rashly and in this battle, you'll be breaking the rules. I may not be able to stop you alone, but you can only hide for a while. When the Flood Boss comes out, he will naturally seek justice. Previously, the Tao League broke the rules of the human favor writ, and a heavenly king died. Guess we'll be unlucky if you break the rules this time. Lei Changtian's face suddenly changed. The no-poison shaman was right. If he forcefully took Zhua Xiaoduo away, it would indeed be breaking the rules, and it would be breaking the rules in front of the no-poison shaman. There was no way to hide it, and the flood which would definitely hold him responsible after the matter. As the saying goes, it is better to be known than seen. As long as he was not seen or caught with his own hands, there would be room to maneuver. But now, it was already seen by everyone. Even if he could escape for a while, how would he settle it after the matter was over? At this time, another voice said gloomily, I bet that even if the old devil breaks the rules, he won't be able to leave today. Who dares to bet with me? Then a third voice also sounded, and I also bet that the old devil won't be able to leave today. At least, he won't be able to leave with his nephew. Hearing the sudden sound, Lei Changtian's face suddenly turned as white as snow. The Zhu Meng Grand Shaman. The West Sea Grand Shaman. At this moment, it was actually the three Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance who came together and trapped him in a triangular formation. If Lei Changtian was alone here, even if he was surrounded by the three Grand Shamans, he would only need to pay a small price to escape. It would not be difficult, but to escape with Zhuo and ensure Zhuo's personal safety was something that he could not do no matter what. At this moment, the three Grand Shamans came together and moved together. Even if Lei Changtian was the demon ancestor, he knew that he was definitely not a match for these three people. In the whole world, there were at most three people who could face these three people at the same time and not be at a disadvantage. The Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and, at most, the number one person in the Tao League, Taoist Thunder. But this definitely did not include the demon ancestor. Even if he really risked his life, or even self-destructed, it was impossible for him to take these three people away, let alone escape with Zhuo. The other two could kill Zhuo 10,000 times as long as any one of the three entangled him and created a gap for him. I've been running rampant for my whole life. Could it be that when I'm old, I'll actually trap my nephew with my own hands? Lei Changtian's heart was frying. What do you want? Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said, draw a line. The West Sea Grand Shaman said lightly, what do we want? We didn't want to do anything from the beginning to the end. Just let this game go on. Just like your original plan, let your grandson, Zhuo, escape to the Sun-Moon Pass with his own strength. Isn't this your requirement for him to gain experience? Isn't it? The West Sea Grand Shaman said jokingly. In that case, we won't make a move. We'll just drink tea and watch. Let the people below decide the winner and loser based on their own abilities. If he dies here, we'll allow you to take away his corpse. If he manages to escape, we will not violate the rules and attack him. This is a token to protect our relationship with Boss Flood. It can also be considered as helping you complete the Gu-rearing plan. Other than saying that your nephew is awesome, we will not pursue the matter of the shaman's dying. He looked at Lei Changtian with a faint smile. What do you think? Bullshit. How can he fight against all the martial artists below the sky realm on your continent? Lei Changtian was furious. Then, who told you to throw him over? The Zhu Meng Grand Shaman laughed. Chapter 984. That is to say, you must kill him here. Lei Changtian's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to crack. Hey, Brother Lei, what are you talking about? This is what you did. We're just cooperating with you, to train him. Zhu Meng Great Witch smiled, full of schadenfreude. It's rare that you have so much confidence in your grandson. We also want to witness the first person of the new generation of the astral souls. What kind of style is he? Will he soar into the sky and rise to the 9 heavens, or will his legend come to an end? West Sea Great Witch said, Brother Lei, do you know? Right now, we are all waiting and hoping that your grandson will be able to fight his way out with his own strength. This is a miracle, a legend that can be recorded in history. Although the words of the West Sea Grand Shaman were filled with mockery and schadenfreude, there was still some truth in his words. There was no other reason. If Zhuo could really fight his way out from here, it would really be an unprecedented achievement. It would also prove that in the future, he would definitely surpass the Flood Witch's existence and officially rise. As a warrior, it was also a precious life experience to be able to witness the rise of such a peerless figure. Not to mention, this existence that might rise was like a child in the palm at this moment, and it was easy to kill him. Lei Changtian's internal organs were burning, and he was helpless. He had already secretly sent out the soul-suppressing divine sense, wanting to summon reinforcements. However, his actions were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response. Brother Lei, give up. Poisonous Great Witch smiled faintly. Now, in all the range that you can see, you've fallen into the restriction of my burning soul sector. Also, I've also launched the chaotic divine sense. Zhu Meng Great Witch said faintly. Even if Brother Lay's divine sense can escape the poisonous burning soul sector, I don't know where it has been sent to at this moment. In short, it won't reach the ears of the people you want to inform. Lei Changtian's body began to tremble faintly, and his chest rose and fell. Just today, there was a big explosion at the network hub, and the network was paralyzed for a long time. Since your nephew's incident happened, all internet connections to astral souls have been cut off. Furthermore, the frontline troops have also begun to attack the Sun Moon Pass with all their might. The great shaman Zhu Meng said, "The Sun Moon Pass is currently fighting a team from the Tao League. The soldiers belonging to the astral souls have already retreated to recuperate. Even if the news spread, do you think the Tao League will easily send the high-level combat power of the astral souls to help? Countless coincidences are happening at this moment. Everything is pointing in the direction that is most disadvantageous to you. This might be the will of the heavens, Brother Devil. Heavens will my ass. Heavens will has allowed my nephew to rise in the Umno alliance." Lei Changtian was furious. "Brother Devil, it's rare for us to meet each other. Why do you have to hurt me and kill me? Since you have nothing to do, why don't the three of us accompany you to drink tea and chat until we can either witness the birth of a miracle or witness the fall of a genius? The three of us know that Brother Devil is completely disheartened and wants to fight with his life on the line. But if you fight with your life on the line now, not to mention that the chances of winning are slim, the timing is also not right. It is too early. After all, your grandson is not dead yet. What if there is a miracle? Brother Devil, what do you say? When your grandson is really going to die, it's not too late for you to fight desperately. Don't you think so? Besides, if you fight, you will break the token of favor. Of course, we will fight as well. However, it's not considered breaking the rules. After all, you're the one who planned an attack first." The great shaman of the West Sea was full of kindness. He kept saying that he was thinking for Lei Changtian. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said coldly, Fine. Let's wait and see. Witness the birth of a miracle." In his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a heaven-defying monstrous genius that surpassed his peers. He even surpassed those who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him. He was not just an ordinary genius. As long as those below the flying heavens didn't fight, this kid was really invincible. He might have a chance to escape. Although the hope was slim, there was still a little bit of hope. As the great shaman of Zhu Meng said, it was really too early to fight desperately. If he couldn't control himself and made the first move, his own life and death would be secondary. He was afraid that he would trigger the killing intent of Wu Du and the other 2 great shamans. Once they attacked Zhuo Duo, then his grandson would truly have no hope. "Brother Devil, please." The great shaman of the West Sea took out a tea set from the space and started to brew tea to entertain them. His movements were very leisurely. The 3 great shamans sat cross-legged. Their expressions were carefree and relaxed. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath. His expression suddenly became extremely calm. He sat cross-legged and even smiled faintly. He picked up a cup of tea and said, "I don't need to say it. The 3 of you understand. In a while, if we are really in a life-or-death situation, we might go to hell together, or we might be separated by life and death. After a lifetime of fighting, today is finally here. I toast the 3 of you. I hope we can be enemies again in the next life." The 3 great shamans straightened their backs at the same time. They picked up their teacups and said solemnly, "Yes to Brother Devil." If it really comes to this point, then the 3 of us sincerely wish Brother Devil a successful life and a smooth journey. Lei Changtian laughed and drank the cup in one gulp. The 3 great shamans each took a side and drank the cup. In the sky, the 4 people's auras were secretly attracted. Wind and thunder were faintly heard in all directions. In a secret space inside the continent of astral souls, the power of the divine consciousness that was almost condensed into a substance had already completely sealed this space. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding were sitting in it at this moment. However, each of them still had two complete divine consciousnesses wandering in the air. As they wandered, they chased each other. However, there was also a delicate and slow fusion. The divine consciousnesses were communicating and talking nonstop. It became more and more intensive and became a continuous murmuring sound. It was like the chanting of the Buddhas in the Western world. In this space, it surged back and forth violently. That was the perfect fusion of the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit. It was like a person who lived a complete life in this world and a complete life in another world. The divine consciousnesses of different experiences in these two worlds had to complete the fusion before the person's consciousness could be considered complete again. In the beginning, the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit were different existences. Even if their essence was the same, it was difficult for them to merge. There were three people here: the origin primordial spirit, the second primordial spirit, and the original physical body. But now, both the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit had turned into almost illusory existences. A considerable part of them was slowly fusing into the original physical body that had been sitting in the lotus position all this time. Now, it was the most critical moment. Once the fusion started, it could not be stopped. Outside, Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch, was personally guarding the place. In the beginning, he could still check the situation of the continent. However, at this critical moment, Yu Xingqian did not dare to leave even a single step. This was really the most critical moment. This was the moment when the Zhuo couple was the most vulnerable and most afraid of being disturbed. In fact, when the Zhuo couple was in seclusion, even Yu Xingqian did not know where they were. He was only summoned by their divine consciousnesses at the most critical moment. The responsibility of guarding the place was undoubtedly great. As long as the two of them could successfully come out of seclusion, it would be the time when the astral souls would truly rise to power. From then on, they would not have to worry about facing any enemy. This was too important for the astral souls. They could not afford any mishaps. News from the front line came in little by little. The Umno Alliance has launched a large-scale attack. The Tao Alliance's army has just arrived. They've gone to the front line. Don't trust the Tao Alliance's combat power too much. We must be prepared to support them at any time. The Umno Alliance's attack is fierce. Be careful. All information transmission has been blocked. The Umno Alliance has fallen into a state of no communication. How is this possible? Something doesn't seem right. Yu Xingqian felt that something was wrong. Investigate carefully and confirm the situation. The Umno Alliance needs to transmit information themselves. They can't rely on manpower to do so. There must be a reason for this situation to suddenly happen. Even if there's a malfunction, it can't be so easily cut off. I heard that one of the Umno Alliance's central hubs was blown up due to some unforeseen event. Even the central hubs in various places have experienced a series of explosions. The Umno Alliance probably suspects that our people caused the destruction, so their offensive is unusually fierce. They suspect that it's a retaliatory war. The Tao Alliance's first wave of troops has already been defeated. The second and third waves are all pressing forward. They're in the midst of a fierce battle. We want to support them, but the Tao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King seems to be angry because the battle is not going well. He refused to accept our request to fight together. He just wants us to wait for an opportunity. Monarch Shixing read through the news and did not feel that anything was wrong. After all, the Umno Alliance's inland had been destroyed. It was understandable that the front lines were in a frenzy. Speaking of all communications being cut off, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for the astral souls. If communications were cut off, the command system would not be too smooth, right? If they fought now, what advantage could the Umno Alliance have? As for the Tao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King's anger, it was more understandable. The astral souls have been fighting for tens of thousands of years and had achieved great results. How could the Tao Alliance be defeated just like that? This Jade Sword Heavenly King's self-esteem must have been hurt, right? Yu Xingchen felt a sense of schadenfreude. You haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that you're here, you're at a disadvantage, right? Who asked you to shut the door and act all high and mighty like a big shot that you're not convinced? Now it's your turn. Feel the pressure we've been enduring for countless years. Pay close attention to the battle situation. Don't let it become a landslide. If there are signs of a retreat, we'd rather destroy the Tao Alliance's defeated troops. Understood. Chapter 985. Further behind, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the rest were still making use of the time to train and improve themselves. They were trying their best to digest the resources they had obtained during this period of time. Everyone's combat power was increasing by leaps and bounds. This included Yu Yin, who was the weakest previously. Now, even if she were to fight against Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the rest, she would not be at a disadvantage. The gap between the students was gradually widening. Regarding the situation, when Xing Tian, Yi Changqing, and the rest were a little regretful. However, there was nothing they could do. They knew that in the process of a genius growth, there would be different opportunities. On the path of a genius, there were often very few peers. Among those who started together, there would inevitably be countless people who would gradually fall behind. This was something that could not be helped. Compared to Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the rest who could not keep up with Li Chenglong and the rest, the other girl, Zhan Piapiao, although her cultivation speed was not as fast as Li Chenglong and the rest, she was not too far behind. At least, she was still in the range of catching up. What was even more amazing was that this girl was so hard-working in her cultivation. It had really reached a level that made all men feel ashamed. Every day, she would cultivate and fight in the most extreme and desperate manner. Her experience was filled with extremely dangerous missions. She was constantly going out and fighting. The number of injuries on her body increased one after another, and her aura grew sharper and sharper. When she first entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, she had the appearance of a delicate young lady from a big family. It was completely gone. What replaced it was a kind of silent sharpness that was unstoppable. Her attitude towards others was also becoming more and more indifferent. She cultivated from day to night, really risking her life to improve. Every night, she even directly used meditation to replace sleep. She allowed her body's meridians to always be in a state of high-intensity absorption of spiritual energy. And the reason why she did this was because of one sentence. You will be left behind. Once you are left behind, you will never be able to see it again. Therefore, Zhan Piapiao risked her life to catch up. She did not want to be left behind. Once she was left behind, she would never be able to catch up again. That night, Zhan Piapiao hesitantly took the cultivation resources from Gao Qiao. There was also an exquisite little bottle with 2 drops of a special substance in it. It was a dream product that had been extinct for countless years. Laurel honey. It was truly something that was hard to find in the heavens, hard to find in the mortal world, something that couldn't be bought no matter how much money one spent. Finally, Zhan Piapiao couldn't help but ask, Sister Qiao, why are you helping me like this? This question had been hovering in Zhan Piapiao's heart for a long time. Gao Qiao, as a new upstart in Fenghai City, was a real power figure even in the Zhuo Xiaoduo group. She was second only to Li Chenglong, the second person in the Zhuo Xiaoduo group. Why did she have to take care of him? Secret manuals, combat techniques, movement techniques, resources. They were all generously provided to him. As long as Gao Qiao had it, she would share it with Zhan Piapiao. Zhan Piapiao had never understood. Why did Gao Qiao do this? If Gao Qiao was a man, she might suspect Gao Qiao's motive. Was Gao Qiao pursuing her? But Gao Qiao was a woman. Moreover, even if a man pursued her, to be able to give her 2 drops of laurel honey at one time was too generous. Zhan Piapiao felt that she couldn't repay such a favor. Today, at this moment, she finally asked this question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time. Why did you do this? Gao Xiaoer was obviously stunned by this reasonable and expected question. After thinking for a long time, Gao Xiaoer finally showed a bitter smile and said faintly, "Perhaps I don't want myself to be so lonely." Don't want herself to be lonely? Was she lonely? Was she lonely? Zhang Piapiao had never found Gao Xiaoer lonely. On the contrary, Gao Xiaoer lived every day to the fullest. Just like her, there was almost no time for rest. She didn't fully understand this sentence, but Gao Xiaoer obviously didn't want to say anything more, so this exchange could only be stopped here. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoer. Come on. No matter what, don't stop cultivating. Work hard to catch up with us. Work hard to keep up with us." Gao Xiaoer encouraged. "Understood." Zheng Piapiao took a deep breath. "I've already broken through to the God-reigning realm and suppressed it 9 times. Her eyes were shining. "Sister Xiaoer, I won't fall too far behind. Keep up the good work." At the shore of Blackwater, Yu Moyan rushed forward with his sword, beheading a king-level demonic beast with one strike. The dense, evil aura overflowing from the sword was almost condensed into a substance. Murderous aura. Yu Moyan cultivated the cultivation method that he had just obtained. He only felt that the evil aura in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, more and more agitated. It was as if it had risen to the point where he craved to immediately throw himself into the battlefield and crazily fight and kill at any time. It seemed that only the passing of life and the splashing of blood could make him truly excited. Dugianer was also cultivating and making progress. She followed Yu Mo Yan's every step. As the two's cultivation improved, the aura on Duguyaner's body also became sharper little by little. The original gentleness and gentleness had become something that only appeared in front of Yu Moyan. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the original obedient, cute, docile, and kind girl had completely transformed into a sharp weapon. And it was still changing, becoming more and more ferocious, sharper, and more arrogant. It was difficult to compete with her. The reason why Duguyan changed like this was because she was the first person to sense Yu Moyan's change. She didn't choose to stop Yu Moyan's change, and she didn't even say a word. Instead, she immediately followed change. After experiencing the white-headed mountain, Duguyaner deeply understood that in the current chaotic world, life and death were only in an instant. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. Murderous aura and evil aura in the current world might not be a bad thing. Since you cultivate this cultivation method, you might become a devil in the future. Then, let me cultivate this cultivation method with you. If you become a sage, I will accompany you to defend the world. If you become a devil, I will accompany you to wreak havoc in the world, that on the other side. Li Zhongming hugged the bell as he woke up. He could feel that his great dream divine technique had once again improved by a level in his previous dream. However, the process was still as muddled as before. Smacking his lips, he didn't dare to slack off and continued to cultivate soon. He entered a state of forgetfulness and then fell asleep again. Rumble. A huge mountain suddenly collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. After the dust settled down and everything calmed down, Pai Yibao walked out of a broken hole as if he didn't exist on a normal day. His face was still plain and ordinary. At this moment, he was strolling in the forest, as if his whole body had integrated with the surrounding trees. No one would notice that there was actually a living person walking around here. Also, he didn't have a sword in his hand. The sword had been broken and broken. He couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, in his hand, in his palm, was a bow. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, and it didn't have a bowstring. At first glance, it looked like a defective product. A bow without a bowstring. What kind of bow was it? But Pai Yibao hugged this bow as if he was hugging a peerless treasure. He loved it so much that he refused to let it go. But other than this bow, he also missed someone that he walked out of the cave, flew to the peak of the mountain, identified the direction, and flew all the way to Fenghai. I haven't seen them for a long time. I really miss them. Puff, puff, puff. Xiao's nimble cat sword was like a storm, shooting sword light in all directions. Once again, he broke out of the encirclement. More than 10 people who had besieged him previously had already turned into corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, and before they could fall from the sky, Wishaoduo had already turned into a flash of lightning and rushed away. In the previous round of bitter battle, Wishaoduo had used all of his strength and all of his strength. He crossed 2 deep valleys in succession and rushed into the continuous forest on the other side like a meteor. Wishaoduo's forehead was full of sweat. After a series of pursuit and ambushes, he finally broke through to the position where he was about to reach the Red Sun mountain range. Wishaoduo displayed unprecedented caution. Along the way, he had already killed countless enemies. However, whenever there was a slight urgency, Wishaoduo actually did not collect the spatial rings. As for the need to waste a lot of time talking to obtain the luck points, Wishaoduo did not even think about it. That was too extravagant. Now is the time to focus on survival. It was not the time to think about other things. Where there is life, there is hope. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He tried his best to control the situation. He did not allow any enemies to get close to him, nor did he give the enemies a chance to form an encirclement. Although he was constantly attacked, Wishaoduo was always calm. He left as soon as he came in contact with them. When he could escape immediately, even if there was a chance to kill all of the pursuers, he would not linger in the battle. Wishaoduo felt that his fighting experience and comprehension of life had improved by more than one level after this chase. In fact, the latter was even better than the former. What is greed? I am very open-minded now. What is money? What is luck points? I don't care about them. Cough. What spatial rings? They are just worldly possessions. If I throw them away, I don't care about them at all. Cough. My life is the most important thing. Yes. But so many good things have been lost. 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 My heart. Ha ha, what's the big deal about that? I don't care about them. Chapter 986. However, this was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Wishaoduo was neither as knowledgeable as Li Chenglong nor as familiar with geography as Feng Yinao. At this moment, he was desperate to escape and gradually panicked. Although Xiao Long was scouting, this was the first time Xiao Long had seen such tropical vegetation. He did not understand the danger involved. The vegetation in front of him was only the beginning of this mountain range. It was bright and colorful and seemed a little abnormal. However, there was no other way to go. He could only choose to cross it. After all, this was the best way and direction to save the most distance. Who cares? This place is really a good place. Let's not talk about other things, just the fact that it's easy to hide is the biggest advantage. I can also take a breather. Wishaoduo rushed in without any hesitation due to his excitement. The Red Sun Mountain Range had always been the hottest place in the 3 continents. It was also known as the Flaming Mountain. The temperature in the core area was extremely high. Flames rose, and almost no plants could survive. In the surrounding area, the vegetation was lush and dense to an unbelievable extent. Any random wild grass could grow to a height of more than 10 meters. Trees that required a few people to wrap their arms around could also be seen everywhere. In such a vast area, there were countless natural treasures and many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The hot climate all year round bred too many unknown poisonous creatures and gave birth to too many dangerous places. At first glance, there were some places that did not seem dangerous. However, once adventurers entered, there would be less than 1 in 100 who would survive. The Red Sun Mountain Range was famous for its hot climate all year round. It was also a paradise for adventurers in the Umno Alliance, a place of death. Every year, every day, countless adventurers would silently lose their lives in this place, and countless adventurers would make a fortune out of this place. This was because everywhere one looked, there were opportunities to make a fortune. The opportunity to make a fortune mentioned here was not only referring to the extremely difficult to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures that warriors needed, but also to the many trees that could be seen everywhere after going deep into this place. After being transported out, They would be polished into beads, which was a kind of literary toy that ordinary people in the Wizard Alliance continent liked the most. After playing with the beads for a period of time, they would show the color of the starry sky. Playing with them in one's hand was like playing with the whole universe. As the beads rotated, the stars shone brightly, deep, and mysterious. Even at night, when one could not see his fingers, there were still stars blinking constantly. It was really full of the texture of the starry sky. Moreover, as one played with them for a long time, it would emit a strange fragrance. The older the tree was, the more valuable it was. Because of this characteristic, it was called the wood of the starry sky. Even martial artists liked to play with this kind of tree. But when it came to cutting down this tree, even a divine cloud warrior would have to risk his life. It was all because there were unimaginable dangers under the tree, and under the ground. Under a random withered leaf, there could be a large number of poisonous insects. The poisonous insects that were used to sting near the wood of the starry sky had the characteristic of ignoring any spiritual energy defense. Once they bit into the flesh, even a divine cloud warrior might not be able to survive for more than half an hour. It was extremely difficult to treat them. However, the Red Sun Mountain Range had always been the hobby of the Fire Witch and the Poison Witch. They would wander here from time to time. The reason why they only came here often was that the two great witches did not dare to live here for a long time. The degree of danger could be imagined. After experiencing countless battles, Xiaoduo finally couldn't avoid getting close to this area. Being chased to the point where he couldn't find a place to hide, he didn't even think about it and just rushed in. However, he did not know that this was the Umno Alliance's forbidden area. Seeing Xiaoduo rush into the colorful forest, many of the Umno Alliance warriors who were chasing him were greedy and followed him in. However, there were more people who all stopped at the same time. They were at death's door. Did they really want to risk their lives to try? As for the Wizard Alliance's life forbidden zone, everyone who was knowledgeable and considerate had always been fearful of it. If they died in the battle with Xiaoduo, at least they could be regarded as heroes. They sacrificed their lives for the future of the Umno Alliance. They would be treated well, and it would be good for their descendants and families. If they caught or killed Xiaoduo with their own hands, it would be a great achievement. However, if they died inexplicably in the mouth of poisonous insects, they would not be treated like this. Although most of the warriors of the Umno Alliance had strong physical bodies, and many of them did not think too much about it, they were not afraid of death. They were even more fearless in the face of foreign enemies. However, they were not willing to die in such a worthless way. They were all high-level cultivators. Which one of them was able to cultivate to the level they were at today for nothing? Therefore, many warriors who had come spontaneously either chose to go back or take a detour to the other side of the Red Sun Mountain Range to lie in ambush. If they went back now, although they would not gain anything, at least they would be able to retreat safely. Those who went to the other side were full of hope. If Xiaoduo was really lucky and broke through this forbidden area, they might be able to take advantage of him. In the minds of these people, this forbidden area and the Death Mountain Range were much more terrifying than Xiaoduo. Even if Xiaoduo died in there, they would just treat it as a trip. Even if they gained more experience, there would be no harm in it. Compared to these warriors who cherished their lives more, there were still many people who decided to go in after some consideration. What if Xiaoduo was poisoned in there and cut off his head and turned into a merit? They had to take advantage of this situation. Riches and honor were found in danger. Opportunities and risks coexisted. How could this be just a saying? In addition to the scattered warriors, the first group of 300 people who had the burning order rushed in without hesitation. Then, there was another group of people who carefully entered the Red Sun Mountain Range after carrying many self-defense items. In the time it took to have a meal, 50 to 60,000 people had rushed in from all directions. Since this place was called the Forbidden Area and the Death Mountain Range, this was the first time so many people had rushed in for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the number of people entering was increasing rapidly. Russell, countless faint ripples in the Red Sun Mountain range gradually spread out. Countless tiny poisonous insects that were hibernating were disturbed and began to retreat into the depths of the forest. Although the poisonous insects in the Red Sun Mountain range were extremely poisonous, because of their small size, they would definitely die if they were bitten. Now that there was such a commotion, the natural instinct of living creatures to seek luck and avoid calamity reacted and found a more secluded place to rest. It was probably because of this that the large number of people who had rushed in from the Umno Alliance was bitten by the poisonous insects at the first moment. At this moment, Zwishauduo was rushing in from the heat waves rising from his body. Just as he entered the boundary of the Red Sun Mountain range, he realized that something was wrong. He rushed to the side of a small river that looked very clear. Just as he was about to wash his face and hands to relieve his tiredness, he was shocked to find that the bottom of this clear river was covered with eerie white bones that, moreover, these bones were showing signs of slowly dissolving bit by bit. Although the process was slow, it could be seen with the naked eye. So Xiaoduo immediately felt his hair stand on end and his heart trembled with fear. When he carefully observed the clear river in front of him, he was shocked to find that this small river was filled with tiny insects that were no different from the water. If Xiaoduo had not been certain that there was something wrong with this small river, he would not have noticed it at all. Rustling sounds could be heard all around. It was the sound of the poisonous insects that had been disturbed and had begun to flee in panic. With a puff, a python that was as thick as a bucket, with hard scales all over its body and a single red horn on its head, jumped straight into the water. It seemed that it intended to swim to the other side of the river. But the moment it jumped into the river, there was a miserable howl. Without warning, the python began to roll violently. Xiaoduo clearly saw that at that moment. The moment the python jumped into the river. No, even when the python's body was still in midair, countless silk threads began to rush out of the water and wrapped around the python's body like water vapor. When the python really entered the water, the scales on its body no longer had the ability to protect its body. Its flesh began to fall off, and the small river was instantly dyed red. However, another tiny thing surged over. In less than 5 breaths of time, not only did the python disappear, even the surface of the river that was dyed red with blood swiftly regained its clarity. The surface of the river gradually regained its tranquility, and only a white skeleton lay at the bottom of the river. It was still slowly decomposing, and the last trace of it was gradually disappearing. So Xiaoduo, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, felt his scalp go numb, and his eyes almost popped out. What kind of poisonous insects were in there? How could it be so strange? A python that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was swallowed up in such a short period of time, including its skin, flesh, and even blood. So Xiaoduo was still in shock. Suddenly, he felt some movement under his feet, as if there was something in the soil. When he lifted his feet to take a look, he was shocked again. He saw 2 all-like ant-like things drilling out of the ground where he was standing just now. At this time, half of their bodies were already exposed. Looking at his boots made of animal skin, there were actually 7 or 8 holes drilled out of them. What the hell? Xiaoduo was even more shocked. He looked at the ground again and saw that there were some withered leaves near where he was standing just now. He activated his true chi and flipped them in the air. He saw with his own eyes that the layer of leaves on the ground was suddenly covered with thousands of flying insects. So Xiaoduo didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he care about exposing himself. He operated the flaming sun scripture with all his might, and an extremely hot wave surged, instantly burning these disgusting little things to ashes. In an instant, the air was filled with a burnt smell. It's too dangerous. This is just the beginning. What kind of broken place is this? Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he reckoned that he would run into the army that was hunting him. He would definitely be surrounded and killed. Although this place was dangerous, it didn't mean that there was no way to deal with it. Xiaoduo made up his mind and operated the flaming sun scripture. He wrapped his entire body and walked all the way into the forest. Everywhere it passed, there was a burnt smell. Originally, there was nothing in the air, but wherever the blazing sun divine art passed, the smell of charred meat would rise up. "Look over there, Zhuo is over there." An excited shout came from behind. Before the voice had died away, there were already people rushing over from all directions. From the way these people rushed over, it was obvious that they were very experienced in entering this forest. Everywhere they passed, their feet didn't touch the ground. They waved the weapons in their hands as if they were flying. All the branches and leaves in front of them had to be cleared before they could move forward. It was obvious that they were doing this to deal with the insects at the bottom of the leaves. There are also people who were constantly sprinkling some kind of pungent powder. Under the infusion of their yuan power, they sprinkled it over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. They continued to sprinkle it over and over again. At this time, there was a constant flow of dense mist in the air. It seemed that there were things that couldn't stand the smell and flew away. However, the individual was too thin and there were too many of them, forming a smoke-like appearance. So Xiaoduo actually didn't go far. He was secretly observing what these people were doing. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. As someone who had entered this kind of jungle for the first time, he knew better than anyone that he was in the dark here and had no experience at all. He had to learn seriously. These people's knowledge and experience of this place were what he urgently needed at the moment. He couldn't keep using the burning sun divine art to burn all the way. That would only exhaust himself to death. Even if he had the continuous supply of the heavenly stone, it wouldn't be enough. The most important thing was that if he used the burning sun divine art for a long time, he wouldn't be able to hide his whereabouts. Just imagine how dazzling and eye-catching would Xiaoduo be when he was wrapped in heat waves and flames all the time. Xiaoduo, die! A long roar shook the sky. The three people above him ignored all the poisonous insects and rushed down unscrupulously. About 10 meters in front of Xiaoduo, they exploded with a loud bang. An unprecedentedly huge wave of air suddenly attacked. Crazy! Xiaoduo cursed loudly. His whole body, which was floating in the air, was completely unable to stabilize. He was pushed back a few hundred meters by the sudden wave of air. There was no room for resistance. Xiaoduo's body broke countless trees as he retreated. Countless hidden poisonous insects suddenly fluttered like catkins in spring. They rushed up crazily and covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of millions of poisonous insects were attracted by the fresh flesh and blood. They rushed towards Xiaoduo and madly bit him. Chapter 987. Fortunately, Xiaoduo was still using the Flaming Sun divine skill to protect himself from being bitten by the venomous insects. Many of the venomous insects here knew that they would be incinerated if they got close, but they still rushed over to bite him. Even the heat wave of the Flaming Sun scripture had to bite desperately before it was incinerated. This made Xiaoduo's hair stand on end. In the process of being forced back, Xiaoduo was shocked to find that many of the venomous insects here had the characteristic of ignoring spiritual defense. If not for the fire attribute of the Flaming Sun divine skill, which could incinerate the venomous insects indiscriminately, he would have died in the process of retreating. But even if the fire attribute of the Flaming Sun divine skill was weak, it was still consumed in the process of being engulfed. Seeing this, Xiaoduo did not dare to be careless. He increased the output of the Flaming Sun divine skill. He never thought that someone would use such an extreme method to deal with him. They would rather sacrifice their lives and self-destruct in vain. Moreover, they would not cause any effective harm to him. But they still used this method to force him into the area where a large number of venomous insects were hibernating. However, this method had an immediate effect on him. Xiaoduo had a terrible headache. Fortunately, the disadvantage of this method was also revealed. This method was an indiscriminate attack in a large area. The venomous insects did not only attack Xiaoduo. Besides affecting the person directly involved, Xiaoduo it also affected many others. In an instant, crazy curses were heard from all directions. There was also a series of screams, one after another. They had been attacked by the venomous insects because of the sudden change. But all of this did not matter to the person with the burning body order. As long as Wishaoduo could die, it did not matter if he was bitten to death by the venomous insects. It did not matter if more people were to die with him. Zhuoxiao's combat power is too strong. We can't kill him. If we can't get close to him, we will be killed by Wishaoduo. So we might as well self-destruct from a distance. We used the craziest wave of vitality to injure Wishaoduo and send him flying. We even used this method to incite all the venomous insects. No matter which one it is, if Wishaoduo is bitten to death, our explosion will not be in vain. There were many venomous insects that were unique to the Flaming Sun mountain range. Their bodies were almost transparent and invisible to the naked eye. If one was not careful, they could enter the nose along with breathing. Once they entered the brain, there was no chance of survival. As the poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth, many Jianghu people ran for their lives and scattered in all directions. However, the current craziness was only the beginning. The burning body order masters, there were another 20 people who rushed in without a care for their own safety. As long as they saw Xiaoduo's shadow in the depths of the forest, they would immediately self-detonate without a second word. In less than 100 breaths of the Flaming Sun sect, buzz, 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 there was a strange vibration sound. It was the sound of too many venomous insects flapping their wings at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the venomous insects on the trees, in the water, in the air, underground, were stimulated by this series of movements. Intentionally or unintentionally, they formed a dense web of venomous insects that connected the sky to the earth. This kind of mutual destruction attack was undoubtedly extremely vicious, but it was extremely effective against Wishaoduo. Although they were still far away and only the aftermath of the self-destruction was affected, the power was still enormous. It still shook Xiaoduo's qi and blood. What was worse was that the air was filled with tiny venomous insects. Xiaoduo did not even dare to breathe directly. If he breathed, he might inhale a lot of venomous insects. All he could do was hold his breath and endure it with all his might. The Flaming Sun divine art continued to operate. Xiaoduo held 2 pieces of top-grade Astral Soul's jade at all times to replenish his energy supply. He was still reluctant to use the Heaven-Mending Stone. That was a real life-saving item. He could not use it like this. Even this was not enough. When he could not hold on any longer, Xiaoduo had to enter the space of the Tower of Annihilation. He took a few breaths and drank a few mouthfuls of spiritual water. Then he came out immediately. He did not dare to delay for too long. Even though the difference in the flow of time between the Tower of Emptiness and the outside world was not small, his disappearance was already a flaw. If he continued for a little longer, he was bound to be targeted by someone with ill intentions. Once the people under the Burning Order nearby gathered here, how could he deal with these people under the Burning Order who were in the state of ignited explosives when he appeared again? Against them, there was no need to talk about fighting. What was there to fight? Just self-destruct. During this time, Xiaoduo entered the Tower of Annihilation twice to take a breather. The first time he came out, there was only one person outside. Xiaoduo wanted to try to kill the other person before he self-destructed. Reality proved that he thought too much. The moment the other person saw him, he self-destructed. Xiaoduo fled madly into the depths of the forest. When he came out of the Tower of Annihilation for the second time, there were 3 people under the Burning Order gathered nearby. The moment Xiaoduo appeared, they all self-destructed. Xiaoduo was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were surging. His vision was blurred. His condition was worse than before he entered the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not dare to stop. He continued to run and did not dare to enter the Tower of Annihilation again. Xiaoduo faintly had a thought in his mind. The crisis of death that he was facing was getting closer and closer to him until he was completely annihilated. After experiencing it personally, he finally understood the horror of such extreme tactics. Even if you had invincible combat strength, when faced with such extreme tactics, you would not be able to fight head-on, wait for you to draw your sword, use your hammer, or use your poison. As long as I see you, I will self-destruct. No matter how invincible or awesome you are, it is all useless against me, because I'm already destined to be a dead man. The meaning of life is to self-destruct at the last moment. There is no other way. All the invincible tactics were just to turn the opponent into a dead man. But the opponent had already considered himself a dead man. What would he do? The self-destruct tactic that could only be used in desperate situations was directly used as a common tactic. How would he fight this? He did not even have a chance to fight. No wonder so many geniuses are killed as long as they are targeted by the burning order. Very few are lucky. So Xiaoduo felt chills all over his body as he ran. He was really terrified. If this continued, he would be played to death by such tactics sooner or later. He would be completely annihilated. Especially in this jungle environment, he did not even dare to get hurt. As long as there was a small wound on his body, it would attract tens of billions of poisonous insects. Moreover, they were the kind of treacherous poisonous insects that could not be seen. I'm asking you, are you scared? There were many poisonous insects that were unique to the Red Sun mountain range. The color of their bodies was almost transparent. They were almost invisible to the naked eye when placed in the air. If one was not careful, they could enter the nasal cavity along with one's breath. Once they entered the brain, there was no way to save them. This kind of desperado, no. This kind of heroic warrior, there are too many of them. Zhuxiao's heart was filled with fear. The Burning Order is so scary. There were not just one or two desperados like this, but thousands, tens of thousands, and this number was only a small part of them. The fundamental reason for their existence was not to build a combat army formed entirely by the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but to create a human-shaped bomb at the peak of the returning mysterious realm. They were already old and close to the end of their lives. Their bodily functions had deteriorated greatly. Compared to the real peak of the returning mysterious realm, their combat strength was just SOSO without self-explosion. But when it came to disregarding life and death, they were truly disregarding life and death. The meaning of their existence was to use their lives and that shocking explosion to realize their ultimate value. And they saw it as the highest glory. There was a rustling sound. With a sharp whistling sound, a figure shot out from the dense forest on the left. In an instant, it was in front of Xiaoduo. Without saying a word, it slashed down with a saber. The momentum was astonishing, and the saber chi was biting cold. Its power was even greater than that of the previous people under the Burning Order. Clang! The sword collided with the saber, and there was a crisp sound. So Xiaoduo was not surprised. Instead, he was happy and even a little excited. Finally, there was someone who was willing to fight head-on, and no longer those desperados who used self-explosion to attack. At this moment, Xiaoduo even felt a little flattered. Oh my God, there was someone who was willing to fight. And no longer those firecrackers. The person who came was really powerful. He was only at the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but with the combat strength of this peak, even Xiaoduo felt that this person was not ordinary and would be difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, he was at least at the level of Yi Chongqing, or maybe even a level higher than Yi Chongqing. At least, if Xiaoduo only used his sword, he would not be able to kill him in an instant. Well, at this stage, if Xiaoduo did not kill a peak of the returning mysterious realm expert in an instant, then he was really powerful. He was comparable to the likes of Yi Chongqing, or even better. At the end of the collision, after one move, the person who came was instantly suppressed by Xiaoduo. The drizzle sword attacked densely, and the person used the splashing wind saber technique to defend himself. However, he still felt a chill all over his body. The tip of the sword was about to pierce his chest and throat at any time, and the tip of the sword could cut off his 6 sons at any time. Another whistling sound was heard, and another 6 people rushed out with their sabers and swords in their hands. Sword light and saber chi spread out in all directions. Facing these 7 people, Zhuo had his own plans. The situation was under control, and he even had the time to pay attention to the mist and powder scattered in the air when the 7 people appeared. He looked at what kind of bottle it was, what was written on the bottle, and the characteristics of the bottle. After thinking for a while and confirming that he had remembered everything clearly, he was going to use all his strength to end this battle. This was Zhuo's main purpose. The hidden weapon sword technique attacked powerfully. The jade gourd, the hexagram, and the soaring dense sword light were infinitely flamboyant. However, just as Zhuo was about to unleash his full potential, intending to end this battle, the 7 people on the other side suddenly laughed in unison. As if they had been prepared for this, they hugged each other in the nick of time, and with a whoosh, they started to spin rapidly. A crazy momentum suddenly erupted. A trap. This was actually a trap. Chapter 988. What the fuck? Seeing this, Zhuo was shocked. He knew that things were not going well, so he turned and ran. But then he thought about it and felt that it was not safe. If he ran, he would definitely be killed by the explosion. Anxious, he ran into the Tower of Annihilation like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. There was a loud bang. Zhuo felt as if his back was smashed by a giant hammer. In an instant, his internal organs were burning. He fell to the ground of the Void Extermination Tower and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. I've been plotted against. This time, Zhuo did not hesitate. He directly touched the Skymending Stone with one hand. The Skymending Stone was always the most suitable for healing injuries. A trap. How could such a fight be a trap? Zhuo groaned and gritted his teeth. However, he still admired them from the bottom of his heart. They are really good men. They actually used their own lives to construct this trap. They're all scheming people. They knew that I didn't understand this jungle and wanted to gain experience from them as soon as possible. Therefore, they simply rushed out and used these powders to attract me. They wanted me to have the idea of robbing their powders and robbing their experience. Then, at such a delicate moment, they gathered together and blew themselves up. What a scheme. What a decisive move. If I didn't have the Skymending Tower, and if I didn't change my mind, I'm afraid I would have been plotted against by them. Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat. They used their own lives to construct the trap. They used their own lives to fight. They used their own lives to make the explosion. They used such a deep scheme to turn themselves into a mass of brilliant fireworks and create a chance for victory. How heroic! The damage caused to Zhuo by the explosion was unprecedented, and it was also the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he did not have the Skymending Stone to prolong his life and heal his injuries, this self-explosion alone was enough to consign Zhuo to eternal damnation. Zhuo rested for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After confirming that his injuries had recovered, he emerged again. Unsurprisingly, he encountered a series of self-detonations again. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, exploded the moment Zhuo's head popped out. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation or neglect. Then, the entire forest was engulfed in a mushroom cloud. Puff! But this time, Zhuo was prepared. Zhuo was an old comrade of Zhuo. He carried the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel on his back, protecting himself from head to toe as if he was carrying a giant turtle shell. Violent shockwaves crashed onto the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel. With a crisp dang sound that sounded like the sound of a bell, Zhuo, who was carrying the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel, was pushed 3,000 meters away by the shockwaves. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Not only can this thing dig holes, it can also be used as a shield. Forcefully swallowing a mouthful of blood, Zhuo activated the Flaming Sun scripture to strengthen the shovel. With each shovel, he dug out a huge piece of soil that was more than 10 meters long. Then, he drilled his head into the soil. As the flaming sun scripture continued to burn, the poisonous insects underground were burned to death one by one. He continued to dig until he reached a depth of 170 to 80 meters. Finally, there were no more poisonous insects wreaking havoc. Xiaoduo still did not dare to relax. Like a crazily spinning drill, he continued to dig down. It was as if he was going to dig through the entire Umno Alliance. He dug for more than 1,000 meters in a straight line. Then, he dug dozens of meters horizontally. Finally, he found a direction and continued to dig. Forget it. I have completely given up on the idea of going up to the surface. It was rare for Xiaoduo to be convinced. These Umno Alliance warriors that he met were all standard desperados. It was no wonder that the two continents had been fighting for so many years at the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. The fighting had been so fierce. Just this bravery alone was enough to make Xiaoduo gasp in amazement and sigh at his own inferiority. He even somewhat admired them. That kind of respect for the enemy arose spontaneously. Who would self-destruct without regard for their own lives? Who would be willing to part with the boundless secular world? Everything that he had fought for in this world for his entire life was given up so decisively. This kind of courage, this kind of sacrifice, even if it was to deal with him, was worthy of respect. I might as well dig a little deeper. Then, I will hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. Then, I will ask Xiao Long to help me find a way. I don't believe that they have the ability to see through Xiao Long's special existence. When I really need to come out, I will come out from underground. During that time, I just need to go up to the surface to check the direction. Then, I will come back down and continue to dig. Such a good man. It's such a pity that he's self-destructed for me. But I don't have the time now. They won't listen to me either. So Xiaoduo was really ruthless this time. I'm not going up. I'm not going to train anymore. I'm going to dig all the way back. I'm scared. I'm scared. What can you guys do? It had to be said that Xiaoduo's idea was quite useful. After all, not everyone cultivated the Flaming Sun divine skill. They also had a big shovel made of peerless materials like the heavenly witchcraft copper. They also had a ridiculous amount of supplies. Also, there was the Tower of Annihilation that could provide a place to rest at any time. The underground of the Flaming Sun mountain range was never a good place. It was even more dangerous because the vision underground was even worse. Nothing could be seen, and it was easier to be attacked by poisonous insects. Ordinary people would not dare to dig a hole to survive here. So Xiaoduo really did use this method. He would dig furiously for a while before coming up to check if he was heading in the wrong direction. If there were enemies, he would fight them. If there were no enemies, he would continue digging. Well, the main reason why he did not let Xiao Long scout the way was because this place had already been enveloped by the divine senses of countless Dao integration stage and ascension stage cultivators. Although Xiao Long did not seem to have a physical body, it could still be detected by the divine senses of high-level cultivators. If it was not necessary, so Xiaoduo did not want to let it take the risk. He did this again and again. In one breath, he dug for more than 50 kilometers. Later on, he even found an underground river. The poisonous creatures in the river were like carts. However, Xiaoduo had the Flaming Sun divine skill. As long as he did not enter the river, he could only advance along the riverside. With the protection of the Flaming Sun divine skill, he was safe. He quickly leaped forward. Who would have thought that I would have such abilities? Someone under the burning order? Self-destruct? Come on, come blow me up. Xiaoduo, who felt that he had succeeded in his scheme, was very pleased with himself. He was in high spirits as he yelled in his mind. High up in the sky, the great shaman of poisonous poison and the others were all dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. Brother Devil, this grandson of yours, could it be that he was born in the year of the rat? He dug so skillfully. The shovel in his hand seems to be made of heavenly witchcraft copper. Wasn't this kid born when the guy's surnamed Zhua transformed into the mortal world? But looking at his wealth, it doesn't seem like it. The great shaman of West Sea's facial muscles were a little twisted. How can you spoil your child like this? Heavenly witchcraft copper. Half a ton is used to make a giant shovel. What the fuck? I've never seen such a shameless martial artist who is proud of himself, instead of being ashamed. How can such trash be listed as a person under the burning order of human relations? What a disgrace. The great shaman of Zhu Meng's eyes were full of contempt. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Lei Changtian's expression became relaxed. He said, "What do you mean by moral integrity? Is moral integrity more important than life? Not ashamed, but proud? I'm proud to have such a smart grandson. How is it shameful? Look at your smug face. Don't we, the martial artists of the UMNO Alliance, know the importance of life? During this chase, there have been 40 to 50 people who self-destructed one after another, right?" The great shaman of poisonous poison snorted and said, "Only your grandson knows the value of life? Are we all stupid?" Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, "Then you have to think of a way yourselves. Don't tell me that all my grandsons are stupid enough to self-destruct like you guys. What kind of logic is this? Haha. Okay. You gave me this number. There are 3 of us here. I'm not afraid of you going crazy." The great shaman of poisonous poison narrowed his eyes and said very unhappily, "Let's wait and see. I'll hold up a number I gave you. Let's see if the sky will fall." Lei Changtian picked up the teacup. His expression became relaxed and unperturbed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was scared to death these few days. Fortunately, this little bastard is really capable. He didn't die from the explosion, and now he can come up with such a clever plan. He really has a family background. Family background. My family doesn't have such despicable methods. He must have inherited it from his Zhuo family. Grandson, since the plan has worked, don't come out. Just keep digging underground. Dig all the way back to the Astral Souls continent. At most, it will take a little longer. Lei Changtian prayed silently in his heart. As long as it took a little longer, the other side would definitely notice the abnormality of Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. At that time, there would be room for manipulation. He could imagine that even if his grandson could return safely this time, his daughter would probably go crazy. Sigh, as long as the child goes back, I'll continue to recuperate in seclusion. I haven't recovered from my internal injuries from flood in the past. I'll just cough. Anyway, I won't go back to send the child back to you. Just throw him to Yin Zhonghu or Yudong Tian. Let them send him back to you." Lei Changtian, who gradually calmed down, began to think about the follow-up. He was counting his chickens before they hatched. After all, he was the demon ancestor recognized by the 3 continents. It was normal for him to scheme against people. Could he throw the blame to Yudong Tian? He tried not to take the blame for this, but soon, Lei Changtian began to lose his composure. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Red Sun mountain range like a meteor. "It's here," the poisonous witch said lightly. "Brother demon, we, the boundless witch, are the inheritors of thick earth Zhu Wu. We have a treasure that can overturn mountains and fill seas. That earth-penetrating seal. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" Lei Changtian's face twitched. He said sternly, "The favor token has a rule. We can't fight above the heavens." "Be careful. We won't fight above the heavens." The poisonous witch laughed. "I'm curious how Zhuo Xiaoduo will hide under the earth-penetrating seal." Chapter 989. The Zhu Meng Grand Shaman chuckled. "Brother Imo, have you forgotten that we are all good brothers of Big Brother Flood? Why would he violate his rules? From the beginning to the end, we haven't done anything to Zhuo Xiaoduo. For example, what can you do to him now? Let's see where your good grandson can escape to this time. Turn over the place where Zhuo Xiaoduo is hiding. Let's see where this earth mouse can escape to." Lei Changtian immediately became restless, and his expression slowly turned ferocious. "Are these 3 things forcing me to fight with my life? You 3 brats probably don't know that Master Mountain God's body is made of stone." Zhuo Xiaoduo's underground location had already crossed the outer periphery and started to enter the central region of the Red Sun mountain range. Although there was still some distance to the central region, The heat here had already reached the point where it could melt gold and iron. As Xiaoduo continued to dig and move forward, he gradually felt that the surrounding heat had a considerable effect on his Flaming Sun Sutra. He couldn't help but feel delighted. This place is actually my blessed land. What a pleasant surprise. So Xiaoduo simply opened up his entire body and started to absorb the heat and spiritual energy with all his might. There are definitely not many natural places to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra like this. To me, such an opportunity is a gift from the heavens. As he absorbed, the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra on Xiaoduo's body flourished even more vigorously, as if a small sun had appeared underground. Countless golden flames spewed and burned from Xiaoduo's body. Somewhere deep underground, something seemed to have been startled by the power of Xiaoduo's Red Sun Sutra and Golden Sun Sutra. I might as well walk slowly. I need to absorb more. There won't be such a good thing when I go back. Xiaoduo thought as he cultivated with all his might. Just as he was thinking this, another shocking change occurred. Xiaoduo suddenly felt the entire mountain range start to shake. That a giant seal suddenly flew into the sky while emitting a blinding glow. A mysterious force appeared and sprang into the ground with a boundless aura. Translator, Zephy's editor, Dioquine grand and vigorous aura suddenly filled the world. The West Sea Shaman proudly introduced with boundless longing and reverence. This is the power of our Wu people's ancestor, Thick Earth Zhu Wu. This power is able to move mountains, fill seas, and overturn the earth. It's a pity that our descendants are incompetent and unable to use their full strength. Lei Chantian was dumbfounded. Looking down, feeling the earth-shattering power and aura, he was already stunned. This is Zhu Wu's power? And only a little? It's too powerful. The Earth's power. The Earth's power. The air, in a radius of thousands of miles, suddenly rippled like waves. A feeling of reunion after a long separation suddenly rushed into everyone's hearts. How could there be such a feeling? What kind of feeling was this? Everyone was stunned. Who? Reunited after a long separation? Why would I have such a feeling? Immediately after boom, the earth was overturned. Xiaoduo still didn't understand what was going on. He only heard a loud explosion. The entire ground was flipped over and flipped into the sky. And Xiaoduo, who was wrapped in fiery red soil and rocks, also flew into the sky without exception. What the? Xiaoduo was horrified. He wanted to hide in the space extermination tower, but found that he could not move. It's over. In midair, more than 500 returnants, mysterious experts, were all pale and exhausted. Just now, when they used the Earth Extermination Seal, they had almost used up all their strength. In another direction, Tu Yanxiao, who was holding the God Spirit Seal, took the opportunity to use all his strength. And beside him, there were 3 other people who were continuously injecting energy into his body. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the God Spirit Seal. With a targeted posture, it rushed straight into the earth and rocks that were overturning the sky like huge waves, and firmly locked onto a blurry figure that was flailing about and falling down. Found it! Over there! Tu Yanxiao roared. Around, more than 100 burning body token elders who had been waiting for a long time all rushed over with lightning speed from all directions. Everyone was duty-bound to not look back. Everyone was unafraid of death. This time, there was only one explosion. In the central area, the moment the earth of the mountain range was overturned, the leading 10 people had already joined forces and rushed to the most central position. At this moment, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Obviously, they had pushed their yuan energy to the point of draining the pond to catch fish, exceeding the limit. But they did not hesitate and laughed in unison. Brothers, let's go. Go. With a loud sound, the 10 people directly self-exploded. There was another explosion, and the mountain range that was flipped over was blasted into dust once more. Xiaoduo let out a miserable groan. Although he was thousands of feet away, He was directly flipped out by the Earth extermination seal just now. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to dodge or move, nor did he have the strength to twist and turn. He could only passively endure the self-explosion of these 10 experts. His internal organs were once again displaced, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was directly thrown up more than 5,000 meters into the sky. Although countless mountain rocks were blown to pieces and smoke filled the sky, Zhuo appeared in such a complete state. No matter how he disguised himself, he was still extremely eye-catching. Zhuo is over there. I see him. Blow him up. In the sky, several young masters were furious. Charge over there and blow him up. Hundreds of figures resolutely rushed towards Zhuo. They were like moths flying into a flame, poignant and heroic. For the Umno Alliance, for the Wu people, an old man with white hair and beard rushed to the front and shouted loudly, "Brothers!" Countless old men followed closely behind, and as they moved in unison, they laughed and said, "Brothers, let's go. Let's go. Not alone. I'm not alone." Zhuo floated and rolled in the air. Looking at the people rushing toward him like a phantom line, he could not move. At this moment, he was at the critical moment of life and death. He could not help but feel furious. At this critical moment, Bai and Jiao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared. Their spiritual energy exploded to the extreme and instantly filled Zhuo's spiritual ocean. With a clang, the sword of Empress Enviwa appeared. The power of an innate spiritual treasure, the aura of an unparalleled divine weapon, suddenly exploded. At this moment, Zhuo suddenly felt that someone in front of him was watching him. In front of him? Watching him? Oh my God! Then, a mysterious spiritual energy rushed into Zhuo's mind. His dantian suddenly responded, and his spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented level, breaking free from the earth-penetrating seal. In the sky, Tu Yanxiao was in charge of the spiritual seal. His eyes were like an eagle's. Through the miniature of the spiritual seal, he sensitively noticed that Zhuo's eyelids fluttered. He could not help but shout, "Oh no, he's recovered. How can he recover so quickly?" Boom! The white-haired old man in the lead did not hesitate. He rushed at full speed and brazenly self-destructed. Zhuo die. Boom, boom, boom. The 15 people who were about to reach the predetermined position all self-destructed at the same time. So Zhuo, who was in midair, was instantly submerged in smoke and dust and disappeared. It was as if he had been blasted into smithereens by this extremely violent chain of explosions. Not even his bones were left. The entire sky above Mount Crimson Sun was instantly covered by a rain of blood. The entire sky turned pink. In the sky, Lei Chantian was already fighting with the 3 great shamans. The wind and clouds were surging, and cracks in space covered the sky like a spider web. He chose to attack when the earth-penetrating seal was used and Zhuo was flipped out. However, Wu Du and the other 2 gritted their teeth and forcefully endured Lei Changtian's attack. They did not let this demon ancestor charge out more than 1,000 feet. Wu Du Zhu Mang Shi Hai. In this life, I will never coexist with the 3 of you. Lei Changtian roared with grief and indignation. His heart and liver were torn apart. At this moment, it was as if high-level martial artists and peak returnance martial artists did not need money. After those 15 people, more than 20 body incineration martial artists once again gathered together and self-destructed. The entire sky fell into a continuous, uncontrollable tremor. The space was in a fragmented state and did not calm down for a long time. Those cracks in space flashed with a sinister black light in midair. They were like giant mouths that could swallow all living things and annihilate all life. Smoke and dust continued to fill the air. Countless large rocks were still scattered and shattered. In the midst of this chain of explosions, the volcano beside them also began to erupt. It spewed out large amounts of magma that shot thousands of meters into the air. It seemed that this ecological environment was about to be completely destroyed by this series of unforeseen events, leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, even the flying Tao integration powerhouses above his head were trying their best to avoid this area. The entire area, to put it bluntly, had been blown up into nothingness. All that could be seen was a gigantic black hole that had appeared due to the abnormally strong explosion. The surrounding space was still mottled and fragmented, and the speed at which it repaired itself was extremely slow. Is Xiaoduo dead? Countless people were waiting for this result to arrive. Logically speaking, under such a series of explosive attacks, even a Dao fusing expert would be dead without a doubt, let alone Xiaoduo. Furthermore, the few Gui Xian returning realm cultivators who were within the radius of the explosion were too close to the epicenter of the explosion. Before they could even self-destruct, they had already been torn to shreds by the shockwaves of their brothers' self-destructions. In a sense, they were like fish in a moat that had been caught in the crossfire. And each of these people was much further away than Xiaoduo. If they were not lucky enough, would Xiaoduo still have a chance to escape? The power of the most direct explosion had already come to an end, but the reverberations that filled heaven and earth were far from over. In fact, there were even signs that they were becoming more and more intense. As time passed, the 5 volcanoes that were originally unaffected by the explosion also showed signs of eruption under the continuous reverberations of heaven and earth. Moreover, the eruption was becoming more and more intense, and it was getting out of hand. As black smoke filled the air, an earth-shattering boom sounded, and a fiery red light shot into the air. One of the volcanoes had begun to erupt. As the first volcano began to erupt, the third volcano also began to erupt. Countless streams of lava spewed out like a flood, converging from 5 different directions toward the depression in the middle. The lava in this area of the Red Sun Mountain Range was very different from the lava that everyone knew. It was bright red in color, and there was even a faint trace of scorching white color. Everywhere it passed, everything was incinerated, and even space was completely vaporized. The originally surviving vegetation was completely incinerated by the scorching lava. No matter how resistant they were to high temperatures, they could not withstand the continuous surging of lava like this. The heat waves steamed, turning into a large amount of black smoke and white gas, raging up and filling heaven and earth. The huge basin in the middle had turned into a huge magma lake in an extremely short period of time. However, a huge amount of magma was still pouring into it. It was a shocking and spectacular sight. Looking at the situation, Xiaoduo should be dead. Because of the previous great change, the warriors who had first retreated and then turned back, upon seeing this, all retreated desperately, avoiding this terrifying area that could kill people. In an instant, except for the rumbling sounds caused by the eruption of the volcanoes, everyone else's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. No one said a word. Several young masters rushed to Tu Yunxiao's side like a whirlwind and said, "Quickly use the soul seal to confirm the status of Xiaoduo's soul seal. Has it really disappeared?" These people were Haihun Shan, Sha Hun, Shaja, Shayu, Kami no Su, Yanziki, and another one, the other one from the Boundless Great Witch family, who was also the one in charge of the earth-penetrating seal, a young man who looked to be in his 30s. The core of the young master's side was led by these 8 people. Originally, the Thunder Cat should be included, but now the Thunder Cat had already retreated. Of course, there was still Sha Jiao, but Sha Jiao was really not the core, so he was just drifting outside. At this moment, his eyes were shining, and he looked like he was ready to fight with the volcano. Tu Yunxiao's face was pale as he controlled the soul seal. He hurriedly said, "Please give me a hand. I just consumed too much spiritual power. With my current strength, I can't control the soul seal for a long time." The few people next to him didn't hesitate. They hurriedly transferred their spiritual power to help Tu Yunxiao. The soul seal flashed a strange light again, and a white light shot straight to the bottom of the magma lake below. He's not dead. Hai Shan was completely shocked. It's already like this, and this kid is still not dead? Preposterous. Preposterous. Shahan looked at the bubbling magma lake, and his eyes stared straight. He's not dead? He's still here? He's still here? The new magma lake was so hot that the steam rushed up tens of thousands of meters into the sky. According to the soul seal's positioning, Xiaoduo, a big living person, was currently soaking in the magma lake. After being attacked repeatedly, he was still alive. Was this a joke or a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of vitality was this? He was too resilient. The 8 young masters froze in the air, not knowing how to react. High in the sky, the 4 people who were fighting to the death also stopped at the same time. It was because Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul seal was still there, which meant that this kid was still alive. It's impossible. After so many explosions, he's still not dead? The non-poisonous, which couldn't help but scratch his hair and murmur, he's really resilient. The Zhu Mang, which blinked and said, my life is really tough. The West Sea, which tilted his neck, this kid is still alive. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian said, fuck, I was so fucking scared to death. The 4 people breathed a sigh of relief one after another, but the meaning of relief was obviously different. The 3 witches sighed, but the demon ancestor was glad from the bottom of his heart. He felt like he was hovering between life and death. The West Sea, which squinted. Are we still fighting? Why are we still fighting? The non-poisonous, which rolled her eyes. You're really resistant to anesthesia. You're really tough. I don't think the situation is very good. Lei Changtian said, haha, I think we should continue to ride the donkey and read the songbook. Let's wait and see. He had no choice. He only had his brother now, and fighting against them was the worst strategy. There was no possibility of gaining any advantage. Even if he lost his life, he still couldn't defeat the 3 witches or take away Zhuo Xiaoduo. Now, that Zhuo Xiaoduo was still alive, of course, he had to use this tactful method to settle this matter. Drink tea. Drink tea. Is there wine? You're quite thoughtful. Do you want to change it on the dot? On the old demon. Can't you do it? It's rare for everyone to get together. Of course, count me in. On the dot. As a result, the few people who had been fighting for their lives just a moment ago and were almost playing with their lives became drinking and chatting again. The forces of the Umno Alliance were still rushing over, and more people were gathering. But now, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't do anything in the face of the lake-like magma lake in front of them. Among the people in front of them, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of the profound returning realm. They really couldn't get into the magma lake to find Zhuo Xiaoduo. So Xiaoduo specialized in fire attribute cultivation techniques and had many supplies and treasures, so he wouldn't die in there. But do you really want to go in and try? Once the protective true essence couldn't withstand the high heat, you would be cooked after rolling twice at most. At this time, the 5 volcanoes around them finally stopped erupting. But no one knew whether it was the effect of the earth-penetrating seal, or the volcanoes, or the magma lake, but the terrain of the magma lake area showed a trend of getting higher and higher. What was even more incredible was that although the volcanoes had stopped erupting, the temperature of the magma lake didn't show any signs of decreasing. For some reason, it even continued to rise. The magma lake now gave people a subtle feeling that it was a super big bomb, and it could explode at any time. The core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range was about 20 miles away from here. That area was originally the hottest area and also the highest place. But now, the temperature of this magma lake that had suddenly appeared was shockingly higher than that of the core area. As time went on, the terrain of the basin area in front of them gradually rose faster and faster, and it became more and more obvious. It felt as if there was a giant below, holding up the entire magma lake and slowly standing up. Some people noticed that it wasn't just the magma lake area in front of them. Even the surrounding mountains were rising, and the surface of the ground was also changing. Under this continuous change, the original core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range became lower. After a while, on the opposite side of the central area, in the direction of the tail of the magma lake, the mountain range continued to rise, causing the magma lake area to gradually show a trend of slowly tilting that everyone didn't know why, but they all stare with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they didn't know why such a change was happening. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the few almighty figures in the sky were staring with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on. How could this be? Although the earth-penetrating seal was powerful, it couldn't possibly have such an effect. And just when a magma lake tilted to a certain extent, the magma finally began to overflow bit by bit, flowing toward the strange terrain of the central area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range. As the magma lake tilted, the magma lake began to flow outward. All the terrain and obstacles along the way were completely burned and flattened. That even a small mountain along the way that was in the way was only blocked for a moment as the magma lake continued to flow past. The small mountain was assimilated by the magma and also turned into magma, flowing away together. On this side, the magma lake that was still tilting up had already become a natural ladle. The magma in the ladle was surging out more and more rapidly. Rumble. The continuously surging magma torrent announced that it had officially taken shape. It was abundant and unstoppable, and its momentum was unparalleled. A series of earth-shattering explosions and a series of unforeseen events occurred. The sea turned into mulberry fields, and the landscape changed. At this moment, the massive magma torrent surged into the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range with the momentum of a tsunami. Originally, the terrain was the highest, but now it was reduced to the central area with the lowest altitude. This scene was simply a rare spectacle, and this rare spectacle was accomplished in a single day. However, this rare scene could only be maintained for a short period of time. At this moment, the difference between the height of the magma lake and the bottom had already reached a height of nearly 700 meters. Just like that, it poured down with a rumble. Under the baptism of the torrential magma torrent, everything below was either submerged or assimilated into a magma-like substance and flowed away. Many unknown rocks below were all like magma, and then the magma above continued to pour down like the Milky Way. Waterfall. Magma waterfall. After a while, specks of starlight suddenly rose in the mountain range. An inexplicable feeling quietly rose from the valley. Then, a mysterious and inexplicable red light suddenly soared into the sky, covering the sun and the sky. It actually caused the other areas of the whole world to fall into a strange dark state. Under the dazzling red light, it was as if even the sun had disappeared. Everyone could only see that the dazzling red light became more and more dazzling, and the range of its influence became wider and wider. Gradually, the entire sky became red. The red light was so grand that it was extremely dazzling. It was extremely domineering. After a series of unexpected changes, the scene in front of them was so grand. In the sky, except for the 9 disciples of the great sorcerer, no one else could stand. And these 9 people stood in the sky with a confused look and couldn't move at all. The 8 of them were together, and they were dumbfounded. There was also Shajiao, who was standing alone in the sky on the other side of the sky with a stiff body. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits. How could this be? What's going on? Who fixed me in place? The others were forced to retreat by the red light, and they were isolated thousands of miles away. And the experts who were flying in the sky above were also teleported away with a confused look. Even they didn't know what was going on, and they were already thousands of miles away. All of this happened in a very strange way. And in a higher place, the 4 people who were drinking also showed a surprised look, and they all looked down. They saw the red light overflowing everywhere and an indescribable scorching power, with the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, brazenly rushed up to an extremely high altitude. An unprecedentedly grand aura suddenly took shape, as if a majestic giant, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, was standing in front of them. "Get out!" Although they didn't really hear such a voice, the four of them had such a feeling, and it was unusually clear and real. And the domineering aura they felt was even more earth-shattering, and heaven and earth lost its color. The three great sorcerers, Wu Du, Shi Hai, and Zhu Meng's expressions changed drastically. The demon ancestor Lei Chantian felt his blood and qi churning, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was flowing in the opposite direction. In an instant, his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. This aura was clearly divided into friend and foe. To the three great sorcerers, it was only banishment, not even a light punishment. But to the demon ancestor, it had the intention to kill him. And with the power displayed by this aura, it wasn't rare or impossible to kill the demon ancestor, Lei Chantian. Lei Chantian, the devil ancestor, let out a strange howl. He stood up, tore the space apart, and flew backward. The 3 senior magi behind him were pushed out by that great power, following the devil ancestor's move. These 4 could be said to be the most powerful people in the world. If they really joined forces, they might even be able to fight against the Flood Witch. But they didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and they were thrown out of the current space by this aura. Such a scene, such an unforeseen event, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? Puff! Lei Chantian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was dumbfounded. What's going on? The Flood is here in person. Even the greatly improved Flood doesn't have such power. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? The 3 great sorcerers looked as if they had seen a ghost. This is the power of Zhu Wu's level. This is the power of Zhu Wu Zhurong's aura. But how is this possible? Zhu Wu Zhurong. Hearing the words of the 3 great sorcerers, Lei Chantian murmured almost unconsciously. Then, as if he was suddenly awakened, he raised his head and cried out, "Zhu Wu." The 4 of them looked over again, and they saw that in front of them was the space of extreme red light. A figure with a powerful posture that seemed to fill the whole world appeared. Judging from the height of this figure, he was at least a few thousand meters tall. His facial features were clear, and his figure was majestic. Just by standing in the air and looking around, he naturally emanated a domineering aura of supremacy that filled the sky and dominated the world. The eyes of this figure glanced at the 4 people. Most likely, everyone here was like an ant, and only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. Picking the tallest one out of the shortest, they were just SOSO. Lei Zhantian and the other 3 men suddenly felt as if they were suffocating. It was an indescribable sense of oppression. It's really Zhu Wu Zhurong. The non-poisonous great sorcerer almost stopped breathing, and he groaned with difficulty. He looked straight at the giant that filled the world, and his eyes were full of awe, respect, and yearning that this was the level of Zhu Wu's power. This was the level of Zhu Wu's power. That was his life's goal. This was the pinnacle of power belonging to the Wu people. That figure only glanced over here once, and then slowly turned around and merged into the Red Sun mountain range. That huge figure dissipated bit by bit in the air and finally disappeared. However, the glaring red light of the Red Sun mountain range became even more restless. The West Sea Great Sorcerer was dumbfounded. Suddenly, his mind became clear, and he activated the soul-shaking technique without hesitation. Second brother, come quickly. Zhu Wu Zhurong has appeared. Zhu Wu Zhurong's divine consciousness projection appeared, but the great Inferno sorcerer who had inherited Zhurong's bloodline was not here. What a pity! That giant figure slowly sank into the valley, and the increasingly hot flames rapidly rose into the sky. 9 streaks of red light turned into rainbows and swept up Shahan, Haihun Shan, and the others who were frozen in midair. Then, they were forcefully dragged down into the valley. The entire space stabilized, and the huge lava lake became calm. Not even the slightest bit of heat was left. All that was left was a fiery red lake that was tens of thousands of acres of flat land. The next moment, the sky suddenly returned to blue sky and white clouds, and the red sun hung high in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Tu Yinxiao and the other 8 people, as well as Xiaoduo, seemed to have disappeared from this world, disappeared. Under that lava lake, Lei Chantian almost had a cerebral hemorrhage when he saw this. He moaned as if he was about to cry, my grandson is also down there." The great sorcerer and the others looked at each other and did not say anything for a long time. "Only your grandson? What the fuck, we have a total of 9 people. Kami no Su from the Zhu Meng Great Sorcerer Clan, Sha Hun, Sha Yu, Sha Jia Kaf, Sha Jiao from the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer Clan, Tu Yinxiao and Tu Yunyun from the Boundless Great Sorcerer Clan, Yin Ziki from the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer Clan, Hai Hanshan from the West Sea Great Sorcerer Clan. These direct descendants, the geniuses of the clan, were all sealed down here. What should they do? According to the ancient legends, the Red Sun Mountain was the place where the great sorcerer Zhu Rong died. However, that was just a legend. Moreover, there are many similar legends. The great sorcerer of raging fire would come here dozens of times every year, but he did not find anything. Why was there such a sudden change this time? A Zhu Rong ancestor of the Magus clan? What was going on? Chapter 990. The entire Red Sun Mountain range had undergone the most drastic changes in appearance. At this moment, disaster was everywhere and no one could survive. Billowing heat waves soared into the sky. The central area was as flat as a mirror, but it was crimson like blood. It looked like it could burn the sky and destroy the earth. However, if someone was close to it, they would feel the heat overflowing from it. It was no different from ordinary ground. However, everyone knew that below it was magma that even high-level martial artists could not resist. There was also the power of fire that was even more powerful than magma. The current situation was not only strange, but also inexplicably strange. Above the boiling magma, there was a frozen surface. This was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Apart from this central area, the other areas within a radius of 1,000 miles were filled with raging flames. No one could survive. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even the demon ancestor and several great shamans would be isolated, let alone others. The monstrous power displayed by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was still enough to intimidate any powerhouse in this world even after so many years. No one could take half a step forward. As long as one got close, they would receive an early warning. It was the early warning of danger for high-level cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming power of spirit power, mixed with a sharp sense of killing intent, made everyone on the scene clearly feel that if they kept moving forward, they would be attacked by the power that Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi, had left behind. Across the entire continent, even the Flood, who was known to be invincible, was not confident that she could resist this power and not die. Lei Zhangtian and the others could only look at the ocean and sigh. The West Sea Great Shaman and the others were anxious and worried about the safety of the many descendants of the Umno Alliance, but that was all they were worried about. Lei Chantian was different. His heart was about to explode. None of the 4 top masters dared to leave or act rashly. The current situation was very delicate, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The people who were trapped in the central area were the descendants of the various great wizard clans. They were the leaders of the next generation. If they died in battle, it would be fine. However, if they died in the place of inheritance of the ancestral sorcerer, it would be a big joke. As for Lei Chantian, at this moment, Lei Chantian was increasingly regretting why he had acted so cleverly, causing his precious treasure to be trapped in this place. Her life and death were unknown, and her luck and fortune were unpredictable. If anything were to happen to this brat, not to mention how his elder brother and son-in-law would react, even his own daughter would hunt him down for the rest of his life. Moreover, they would have to perish together if they caught up. For tens of thousands of years, there was only one seedling in 1,000,000 acres of land, therefore. The current situation was extremely delicate. The 3 grand shamans and the devil ancestor were all frozen near the left side, waiting silently at the edge of the boundary. Lei Chantian had already cursed himself 1,000 times in his heart. Lei Chantian, oh Lei Chantian, what is wrong with your brain every day? Back then, he was hot-headed. He had brought his daughter to experience the world, and then he had lost his daughter. A good cabbage had been taken away by that damn Chan. Then, after a period of time, in order to improve, he was hot-headed. He chose the devil path regardless of the consequences and trained himself until he was neither human nor ghost. Even if he got the nickname of the devil ancestor, what was the point? No matter how ancestor he was, wasn't he still a devil? Then, in order to prove that he was still a pillar of the astral souls, a role model for the human race, and not weaker than the Imperial Monster Inspector or the Emperor Zhai Xing, he was hot-headed. He killed the genius of the Umno Alliance and lost all his brothers. Now, after cultivating for so many years, healing his old wounds, and reappearing in the world, he still did not learn his lesson. He was hot-headed. He wanted to do his best for his daughter, but he was afraid that the couple would be too spoiled, so he personally took action to train his grandson. As a result, Lei Zhantian was really regretting his decision. Could he not be hot-headed? On the other side, the great fire shaman who was in seclusion was also shocked by this sudden change. He was frightened. The great fire shaman of the West Sea Shaman. He was originally at the critical moment of meditation. After the guidance of the Flood Witch, he had already faintly felt the direction of the road ahead. He was no longer as confused as before. He could almost see clearly and move forward steadily. When he was inexplicably excited, the great fire shaman came. The great fire shaman directly spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly driven out of the mysterious state. He directly began to curse. Fucking West Sea. I haven't been able to find a way for so many years. Now that I have finally glimpsed the door, you old bastard, you scare me out. I will remember this account, and I will definitely calculate with you. Finally, the artistic conception still existed. The great fire shaman anxiously replied to the great fire shaman of the West Sea. Get out. Then he went back to seclusion. The great fire shaman did not really pay attention to what the great fire shaman of the West Sea said from beginning to end. His mind was full of new insights, and his thoughts were to quickly grasp the inspiration. If he could not grasp this kind of flash of inspiration, he might not be able to have a second chance in his life. 3 great shamans and a demon ancestor suddenly stood outside. Every day felt like a year, and they sighed from time to time. They looked at each other and felt that each other's eyes were the same color as their own. They were all at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, we are in the same boat. What can we do? The great fire shaman of the West Seaside. The great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman also felt the same way. Now, he was not as happy as he was when he first came out. His head drooped, and a small braid on his scalp, which almost lost all his hair, fluttered in the wind. I really didn't expect. The people on both sides of the opposite side would become a nest of snakes and rats. The great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman murmured. The great fire shaman of the Zhu Mang said angrily, "Damn, can you learn how to use idioms? How many years have I told you this? If you don't know how to use it, don't use it blindly. Otherwise, shut your broken mouth." Lei Chantian rolled his eyes. "What is with you snakes and rats? You lost those rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, and you were depressed for a while. Even with your status, you won't even be depressed. Sighing is the end, but I..." When the demon ancestor said this, his voice was choked, and he almost burst into tears. Those two. I can't afford to offend either of them. A desolate feeling of having nothing left to live for suddenly filled his heart. There was nothing more desolate than this. In the future, my head would not be hot anymore. Zhua Xiaoduo was fixed in the air by an inexplicable force, like a mosquito trapped in resin. He had no room to struggle. He could only look at the countless burning body orders around him, rushing towards him as fast as lightning. Everyone had a resolute and heroic look on their faces. It's over. It's over. Zhuo was burning with anxiety. He activated all his primordial qi, genuine qi, and spiritual qi. He tried his best to struggle, but he was suppressed by the combined power of the earth-penetrating seal and the soul seal. He could not move at all. Just as someone was about to die from shock, Little White, Little Nine, and the sword of Empress Enviwa moved in unison. The vast and mighty aura that originated from innate spirit treasures erupted in an instant, cutting off the earth-penetrating seal's entrapment effect. Zhuo was finally able to break free. He wanted to escape into the Tower of Destruction immediately to avoid the earth-shattering explosion that was about to happen. Now that the battle was fierce and dangerous, it was a matter of life and death. Whether or not he exposed his trump card had become secondary. Everything was to save his own life. If he stayed outside, he would be turned into fireworks together with the burning body orders. Even if he managed to sneak into the Tower of Destruction in time, he would still have to bear the impact of the explosion. He might not be able to survive. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Just as the most extreme moment arrived, an extremely hot and indescribably terrifying power rushed up from the ground, once again locking Zhuo in place and pulling him down. This power came very suddenly. Following the appearance of this power, the self-detonation attacks of the group of esteemed immolation rich people also came crashing down. What made Zhuo extremely surprised was that although the scorching energy had shackled him tightly, it had also blocked the self-detonation of the esteemed immolation writ, which was enough to kill Zhuo 10 or 20 times over. It had blocked it so easily as if it was nothing at all. Oh, that's true. So Zhuo's heart that was still unwilling to die was instantly put down by half. He tried to stretch his legs, widen his eyes, and straighten his back. Unfortunately, he still couldn't move at all. Just as Zhuo didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, or should he be glad that he could survive such a dangerous situation, the Huahuang sword, which had worked together to break the binding of the earth-penetrating seal, let out a sore cry. Suddenly, its aura became violent. As if it had seen its enemy from its previous life, it once again burst out with an unprecedentedly intense sword aura, roaring and rushing toward the hot power. Unfortunately, the moment of contact, the hot power only paused for a very short moment. Then with a whoosh, it forcefully wrapped around the Huahuang sword and pulled it down. The Huahuang sword and Zhuo's aura were connected as if they were one. Of course, Zhuo was pulled down together with the Huahuang sword. Whoosh! He was like a stiff, salted fish. Fuck. Zhuo cried bitterly in his heart. He had always been willing to sacrifice his life, but at this moment, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. Brother, I didn't intend to live and die together with the Huahuang sword. It provoked you, so go and find it. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you involving me? I'm an undeserved disaster, an unexpected disaster. He fell all the way down, as if he was in a nightmare that after a long time, Zhuo only felt that his body had been passing through the vast volcanoes all the way. It was a subtle feeling that he couldn't reach the bottom. At this moment of despair, Zhuo's brain twitched. He didn't know why, but he unexpectedly remembered something Li Chenglong said during the Starry Mountain trial. Boss, if you encounter danger, go into the volcano's crater. At this moment, Zhuo only wanted to say, Swollen, your mouth is too accurate. I really came in, but I didn't come in voluntarily. I was dragged in. I was wiped out. That I really want to beat your crow's beak to death. Chapter 991. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuo finally felt his body come into contact with something solid. It seemed like he had bumped into something hard. Then, he felt as if his whole body was falling apart. His chest felt stuffy, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. Suddenly, He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The only vague thought in his mind was, sigh, I really can't escape this time. What a pity, I haven't consummated my marriage with Yin Cat yet. Then he lost all consciousness. The Huang's sword let out a clanging sound, as if it was a defeated soldier that had lost a battle. It stabbed into the ground beside Xiaoduo without any luster. Its glory was gone. Today, I am a dragon in the shallows, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs that sob, sob, sob. Why aren't you strong enough? Of course, Xiaoduo didn't know that there were 9 people who were gnashing their teeth and rubbing their palms to kill him, but they also fell down one after another after an unknown amount of time. So Xiaoduo slowly woke up. Cough, cough. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Xiaoduo opened his eyes with difficulty. The first thing he did when he regained consciousness was to connect to the Tower of Void Destruction. As long as he could connect, he could use the Divine Stone to heal himself. At least it could help him continue to live. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on here. The Tower of Void Destruction, which was connected to his soul, couldn't be connected, but the space ring on his hand could still be used. He quickly took out 2 healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth. Then he opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. This place can't be connected to the Tower of Void Destruction. It's a place of trouble. I can't stay here for long. So Xiaoduo rolled and got up. Then he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was dizzy and stunned. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless sea of fire. In all 4 directions, there was a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the entire space that was as big as a small world, only the place where he was standing was not invaded by the fire. So Xiaoduo frowned and tried to take 2 steps to the east, 3 steps, 5 steps. Following a loud explosion, a blue flame came burning over. Xiaoduo's flaming sun scripture was completely unable to resist it. He screamed out in fear and desperately raised his head back. He could only see black ash falling down before his eyes, his hair, eyebrows, and the fine hairs on his face, fluttering. They turned into ashes. What the hell? What kind of fire is this? How can he be so overbearing? Xiaoduo touched his face and found that there was a layer of blisters on his face. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to recover, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. This fire, he had only stepped out of the lightning pool slightly, but he had almost been burned to death. I'm cultivating a top-grade fire attribute cultivation method, but I still can't resist it at all. This fire, was its level so high? But in the next moment, looking at the endless sea of fire, was Xiaoduo, who was standing in a place of despair, did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a burning light. How is this a calamity? This is simply an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens, right? As long as I absorb all of this sea of fire, my flaming sun scripture will definitely evolve to a whole new level. Then, won't I be able to, ho, fly into the sky? Then, when I see Yin Cat, won't I be able to, ho, he. Xiaoduo looked at the sea of fire, his imagination running wild. His eyes were full of desire. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because the sea of fire was changing again, from all directions, from the horizon. Rows of flames, like the tip of a black and purple flame spear, formed bit by bit, pressing over from afar with a heavy aura. Looking further, it was clear that there were still rows of them forming. The progress seemed to be very slow, but there were no signs of it stopping. Looking at the densely packed black and purple spear tips that gradually filled the sky and gradually approached, Xiaoduo felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel that the lethality of each spear tip formed by the black and purple flames was many times stronger than the blue flames from before. With his small body, there was no way he could withstand it. With the appearance of the black and purple flames, the sea of fire on the ground shrank bit by bit, retreating and gathering together to form even more powerful flames. They flew into the sky and formed the black and purple flame spear tips. As the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, the sky, including the top of his head, began to fill with the purple flame spear tips, layer by layer. After a while, Xiaoduo inadvertently discovered that not far in front of him, there was an extremely vast space. Mountains stood tall, filled with colorful clouds. The mountains were steep, and each peak towered above the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There seemed to be someone murmuring, roaring, and cursing in the distance. It also seemed that the war drums on the horizon were constantly beating. Suddenly, countless people appeared in the distance. They were fighting fiercely in a way that was far beyond Zhou Xiaoduo's understanding. The power of each of their movements was enough to destroy the world. This kind of power made Zhou Xiaoduo feel cold all over. His legs trembled, and he was dumbfounded. One of the people who was covered in flames was the focus of this battle. He was constantly fighting left and right. He fought with people, dragons, phoenixes, Kirans, and a group of people. In any case, he was constantly fighting, destroying, killing, and slaughtering living creatures. He was like a blood-stained warmonger, infinitely awe-inspiring. He didn't know how many enemies he had fought. In the last battle, he was fighting with a person wearing a crown. That person took out a bell, covered him, and then suddenly struck. The sound of the bell instantly shook the mountains and rivers. The whole universe seemed to be boiling because of this sound. Then, a desperate roar came from under the giant bell. Dong Wang. Then, with a tragic cry, an immeasurable sea of fire and a boundless sea of fire emerged under the bell. After a while, all these scenes started from the beginning again, and then repeated until the last battle, when he was covered by the bell. With a shake, the sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared, and the cycle repeated. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to understand. This place seemed to be just a broken sea of consciousness. That was why the Tower of Destruction, which was connected to his spirit, was cut off. That was why he could continue to use the space ring, which was connected to his spirit through the blood contract. Originally, the cycle of the scenes should be exactly the same. There was no difference at all. However, after observing for a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo slowly realized that the seemingly repeating scene was actually different every time. But if he didn't observe it for a long time, or if he didn't observe it over and over again, it would be difficult to discover it. There were many people in the scenes who didn't appear before, but appeared later. Or there were many people who appeared before, but didn't appear again after that. The only possibility for this situation was that this broken sea of consciousness was very unstable and could collapse at any time. Moreover, the memory was a little chaotic. It was just that the original owner of this sea of consciousness was too strong. So before this sea of consciousness completely collapsed, it still had a power that was beyond estimation, beyond imagination, and beyond understanding. As for this level, it was far beyond what Zhou Xiaoduo could handle. So he simply focused all of his attention on the content of the images that were repeating over and over again. These scenes could be called ancient mysteries and the most precious information. Since he couldn't do anything else, he might as well take these as a reward. Maybe he could see a glimmer of hope from them. There was only one end of the scenes in the sea of consciousness, which was the fall of the giant bell and the appearance of the boundless sea of fire. There were many other scenes, and there were many more involving outstanding people. There was a giant with a longbow. When he drew the bow and shot, the whole world suddenly turned dark. There was also a person who drowned the sky wherever he went. There was also a person who casually waved his hand and made the sky densely covered with thunder and lightning. There was also a person who raised a mountain from the ground and changed the sea into mulberry fields with a stomp of his foot. Of course, the one who appeared the most was the owner of this space. That was the red-robed man. With a move of his mind, the raging flames would burn the world. He watched as the red-robed man fought and became stronger all the way. Then, finally, the great battle began. The sky was densely covered with divine beasts, dragons, phoenixes, and Kylan's sword. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. Later, it seemed that the person with the longbow was killed. For some reason, the red-robed man quarreled with the green-robed man who was originally on the same side. Then they fought fiercely and fiercely. Then both of them suffered great losses. The red-robed man rushed out alone angrily. Along the way, he killed countless demonic beasts, divine beasts, and holy beasts. There were also countless experts who looked like they were from the demon clan. Finally, he met the person who was wearing a royal robe and a crown. That was the Dongwon that the red-robed man spoke of. In the final battle, the two of them seemed to have only said a few words before they started to fight. The red-robed man was obviously not the opponent of the crown man. Moreover, he had lost a lot of energy in the previous battles. The disparity in strength between the two of them was even greater. In the end, it seemed that the crown man said something, and the red-robed man laughed out loud in disdain. Then, they started to fight again. However, a giant bell fell from the sky and ended the battle. The sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared for a moment. The whole world turned into endless darkness. Then, after a while, everything started again. Xiaoduo watched carefully as he walked quickly on the ground. As time went by, the sea of fire on the ground had condensed into purplish-black flame spears in the sky. They were densely arranged in the sky. There were at least hundreds of millions of them, and the number was still increasing. Xiaoduo ran quickly in the complicated terrain, trying to find a favorable terrain that he could use to hide himself. He was sure that the flame spears in the sky would fall sooner or later. As for the power of the flaming spears, even a single one of them was not something that he could bear, let alone such a huge number of them. Therefore, he had to find a place to hide. Survival was the most important thing. This had been engraved in Xiaoduo's mind for a long time. As time went by, Xiaoduo saw the scene again and again. He had a vague guess in his heart. He was more and more certain that this realm was a space of inheritance left behind by a powerful person after his death. What a great opportunity! Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. Chapter 992. Of course, Xiaoduo was still clear-headed. Of course, it was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't something that could be obtained easily, because this almighty being's almighty was a little too big. This kind of power was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond the knowledge of all the masters in this world. Also, he did not know the purpose of this space. Was he going to find a successor and pass down everything he had learned to the next generation like he had thought? Or was it to pass on some important information? He could not be sure, but one thing was for sure. As long as he could survive in this space, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. Just those scenes alone were already valuable information. It was an eye-opener for Xiaoduo, and he felt that it was extremely beneficial. Those were scenes from the primordial era. In the history of today's society, there were no longer any records of them, but the prerequisite was to survive. Based on the current situation, if the Almighty's goal was to find a successor, he would have to go through a test. It was not something that could be obtained by just anyone. The test set by such an almighty being could not be described simply as harsh. Most importantly, he was from the Astral Souls continent. He did not have the bloodline of the Wu people. Not only could he not hide this, but it could also be the source of the danger. Therefore, his life was still in great danger. But Xiaoduo's heart was filled with passion. As long as he could survive, the benefits would definitely be great. Just the power of the sea of fire was enough for him to improve his fiery sun technique by several levels. It could even transform to another level. Yes, he could also bring Xiao along to cultivate. He believed that it would be enough to supply him with more than enough. This was the purest power of the fire element that he had never seen before. If he had to compare it, the heart of the fiery sun was not even a little brother. It was just trash. I can make a fortune this time. It was a pity that Xiao was still in the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Unfortunately, he had cut off the connection with the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Now he only had one She didn't know when it had become pitch black, like a defeated soldier. Wah Huang's sword. Why else would I have looked down on you from the very beginning? Sigh. You really don't have the slightest bit of face that a divine artifact should have. Zhuo looked at the Huang sword with eyes full of disappointment. You're almost done for with just one touch. Tell me, what can I expect from you? What can I expect from you? Useless thing. The Huang sword drooped weakly. It really didn't have the strength to refute. Do you think I want to? When I flew out of the chaotic space, I was tricked by that bald donkey, and my soul was almost annihilated. Then, I slept for tens of thousands of years. So, my original soul has already withered to the extreme. It has only recently recovered a little bit. But now, I've bumped into an old enemy. My current strength isn't even 1/10,000th of my peak strength. What can I do? How can I beat him? As the master, if you don't become stronger and your cultivation is so shallow, how am I supposed to become stronger? You still have the face to say that I don't have face. You make it sound like you have a lot of face. Pooh, little dog Zhua, you're shameless. Zhuo ran all the way, like a fish that escaped the net. The terrain in front of him was extremely complicated. There were towering mountains, dense hills, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. If there was an ambush here, even if there were millions of troops, they could hide without leaving a trace. There are really places to hide, but this is not what I want. Zhuo looked at the flaming spears in the sky and sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the complicated terrain on the ground and guessed the frequency of the flaming spears falling. He felt that he had the highest chance of avoiding them, however, he didn't know the frequency of the flaming spears in the sky. If there were 10,000 of them, he would still die. Just as he was looking around and couldn't come to a conclusion, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. The next moment, a flaming spear was in front of him. Oh my God! Zhuo was scared out of his wits. So fast. How could it be so fast? Amidst his shock, he hastily dodged and tilted his head. The rapidly descending flame spear nearly brushed past the tip of his nose and pierced into the ground with a pu sound. Immediately after, it exploded with a loud bang. The might of the explosion was even greater than that of the self-destruction of the Lord of the Burning Body Order. Ouch! Zhuo screamed and was blown 40 to 50 meters away by the explosion. His body was char-black, and his bow was charred. He spat out a big mouthful of blood. I was wrong. I was wrong. I forgot that the flaming spear was formed by a huge amount of fire. It will explode. That explosion, just now, was much more powerful than all the self-explosion of the Immolation Order peak Immolation Order that I've encountered before. Zhuo suddenly felt that his life was getting more and more dangerous. He ran back and forth like he was flying, trying to find a place to hide. The flaming spears in the sky were getting closer and closer. They could fall at any time and cause terrible damage. If he wasn't in a hurry, he would be risking his life. Just as Zhuo was running around like a headless fly, he suddenly heard the sound of explosions on the other side. Zhuo was stunned. He instinctively jumped into the air and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that on the other side, the flaming spears had begun to form a considerable offensive. The flaming spears fell one after another and exploded continuously. It was like a modern rocket launcher. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. As far as the eye could see, there were 9 figures running desperately as if they had gone mad. They were quickly approaching Zhuo. Since the two sides were not too far apart, the speed of those people was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had approached Zhuo. As the two sides gradually approached each other, the flaming spears that covered the other side's attack seemed to be moving. One of the flaming spears even started to attack Zhuo. What the fuck? Zhuo was shocked and hurriedly dodged. In an instant, he was flustered and exasperated. His heart was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, he had already recognized the identities of those people. Hai Hanshan, Kami no Su, Sha Hun, Sha Yu Shaja, and what was his name again? Sha Diao? Tu Yin Xiao, Yin Ziki. And it seemed like the last one. He didn't know Zhuo, who had always been scheming against others, cursed loudly for the first time in his life. A bunch of bastards. This place is so vast. Can't you run in any direction? Why did you have to come for me? You're fucking framing me. So Xiaoduo shouted as he ran. Run in that direction. Everyone is too big of a target if we gather together. Those flaming guns are targeted at us. At this moment, it didn't matter if they were familiar with each other or if they were enemies. They had to think of a way to deal with the current situation first. Through the unforeseen event just now, it proved that those flaming guns were not only powerful, but also had specific attributes that were targeted. Hai Hanshan and the others looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes lit up and they shouted in unison, "Swa Xiaoduo." Their voices were full of surprise, as if they had discovered a new continent. Swa Xiaoduo turned a deaf ear to them and ran for his life. He wanted to leave this group of people as soon as possible. He couldn't help but feel strange. Why were these people so excited when they saw him? What was going on? Swa Xiaoduo, don't run. Hai Hanshan chased after him desperately and shouted, "Swa Xiaoduo, brothers, what? Don't run. We don't mean any harm. We just want to cooperate with you. Don't run. Don't run." Swa Xiaoduo ran even faster. Motherfucker, the situation is so dangerous now. If I get entangled with you guys, I will definitely be targeted by those flaming guns that were originally aimed at you guys. If any of you sneak a shot at me, I will definitely not be able to survive. Cooperation? I'll be damned if I believe you, you big toad. Seeing Swa Xiaoduo run even faster, Sha Hun, Sha Yu, and the others shouted together, "Swa Xiaoduo, stop. We really want to cooperate with you. Let's discuss it. We are very sincere. Don't run." Their voices were urgent and anxious. Why would I discuss it with you guys? That's sincere your grandma's leg. Swa Xiaodong didn't even look back. He raised his middle finger with one hand and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hai Hanshan's face was a little twisted. He doesn't trust us, Sai. Sha Hun sighed and said, "Nonsense. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. If it were you, would you dare to believe it?" However, as Swa Xiaoduo left, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the flaming guns in the sky were slowly disappearing. "It's all your fault." Hai Hanshan looked at Tu Yunxiao angrily. "Why did you shoot the sky for no reason?" Tu Yunxiao's face was full of Sparta. "I thought that since this is the place where Zhu Wu chose to inherit the legacy, the Wu people would definitely be given preferential treatment. It's understandable for me to give it a try. You're thinking too much. You almost got all of us killed." Everyone looked at him with disdain. What kind of peerless expert is Master Zhu Wu? How could he give you preferential treatment just because of Zhao's relationship? Besides, do you think you have a fire attribute bloodline? How could you be related to Master Zhu Rong? Tu Yunxiao was unhappy. That bastard Swa Xiaoduo ran so fast. Sha Yu gritted her teeth. "We really don't mean any harm now. We really want to cooperate." Sha Jiao said coldly, "Forget it. Do any of you dare to say that you believe it? Anyone with a brain only knows how to run. Do you think Swa Xiaoduo is brainless? Don't you guys have any brains?" This sentence was undoubtedly very effective. The 8 of them looked at him at the same time. They all felt that this guy's parents were right to give him this name. He was the weakest among all of them, yet he dared to mock so many people. He was truly an idiot who didn't know the meaning of death. Chapter 993. What do we do if we don't believe it? The only thing we can do now is to find Swa Xiaoduo and cooperate with him. This guy has 2 of our treasures. Only by gathering all our treasures and activating them at full power can we be safe in the holy land of Zhu Wu. We have to pass the safety test first before we can get the inheritance. Hai Hanshan sighed. But looking at the situation now, he won't even talk to us. How can we reach an agreement? Sha Jiao frowned and said, "It's a pity that there are no beauties here. Otherwise, we can use a honey trap or something." Sha Yu was a little angry. "Sha Jiao, what do you mean? Am I not a woman?" Sha Jiao asked doubtfully. "You?" He looked at Sha Yu from head to toe and said with an extremely disdainful expression, "Didn't you hear what I said? I'm talking about a honey trap. not a woman's trap. If you use the honey trap, the chances of Zhuoxiaoduo becoming impotent are higher. Sha Yu was so angry at Sha Jiao's words that her face turned blue. Am I that ugly? I'm so ugly that Zhuoxiaoduo will become impotent when he sees me. After 3 seconds, Sha Yu regained her breath and roared, Sha Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable in this life. She rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Suddenly, a tragic civil war began. Sha Yu was so angry that she didn't care about her own safety. Sha Jiao was also a martial arts fanatic. He didn't care about the difference between a man and a woman. Therefore, this battle was so tragic that it almost killed someone. The others who were present were sweating profusely, trying to stop the fight, not to mention the people involved. After persuading them, Sha Jiao felt wronged. What did I say wrong? Which one of my words wasn't the truth? Look at her face. Which part of her matches the word beautiful? Right now, we're here to talk about cooperation with Zhuoxiaoduo, not to deepen our feud with him. If we really let her go, we'll lose everything. What else can we do? Look at Zhuoxiaoduo's by face. What kind of hobbies can he have? Before he could finish his words, Sha Yu, who had been enraged for the second time, rushed up again. Another round of fierce battle ensued. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't have the heart to persuade him anymore. Hit him, hit him, hit him. It'd be better if his brain juice came out. If one of them was killed, there would be one less, and they would stop. Truth? Don't you know that in this society, the truth is the most hurtful? While the two of them were fighting, the other 7 people were discussing at the side. This is Zhu Wu's secret inheritance ground. This is an indisputable fact, and for us, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Hai Hunshan said, if we can get the inheritance from here, we'll be able to soar to the sky and even reach Zhu Wu's end realm in the future. But the biggest problem now is that we don't have enough treasures in our hands, which leads to a lack of soul oracle bloodline. We can't open the real secret area, and in terms of strength, we can't resist the fire spears in the sky. Now, our only hope is on Zhuoxiaoduo, but the problem is that this guy is stubborn, and we can't persuade him. Hai Hunshan's heart was full of melancholy. The current personnel allocation was lacking a lot of people. Among the 12 great families, only the Hai family, Sha family, Tu family, Shun family, and Yin family were in this secret area. Only these 5 families were left, which was less than half of the total. What's worse was that the Shun family's space-shaking gong had been snatched away by Zhuoxiaoduo, so their strength was even weaker. Originally, there was still the Lei family, but for some reason, the lightning cat's brain had gone haywire, and he actually fell in love with Zhuoxiaoduo while disguised as a woman. This really made them speechless to the point that their hair stood on end, and this result caused the lightning cat to shut himself up and go home. Of course, now it seemed that the unforeseen event that day had its benefits. Zhuoxiaoduo had cheated the lightning cat of the heavenly lightning mirror. This was bad news at that time, but in the current situation, it was actually good news. Because the lightning cat's strength was relatively limited, he couldn't use the heavenly lightning mirror for a long time. And after this period of contact, everyone had an unprecedented understanding of Zhuoxiaoduo's strength. If Zhuoxiaoduo used the heavenly lightning mirror, the effect would definitely be much stronger than the lightning cat's. Therefore, this matter made them speechless. The treasures we have now are the earth-penetrating seal and God-soul seal of the Tu family, Yanziki's yin-yang mirror, Shahun's soul-wounding arrow, and Shaja's gold soul sword. There are only 5 treasures. Even if the immortal binding lock in my hand can be used as a deadly spear, it can only be counted as 6 treasures. Sha Yu's soul wizard robe can also be counted as a treasure, but it can only be used for self-defense. So it can't be counted. So, at most, it's just half of the treasures. It's not enough. So we have to add the space-shaking gong and heavenly lightning mirror on Zhuoxiaoduo to be able to gain something in this secret land. This is necessary. Hai Hunshan sighed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone already knew the number of treasures they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed their hopes on Zhuo, an enemy who would never cooperate with them. They were all descendants of great shamans, so they were naturally knowledgeable. Moreover, they had heard of this kind of space of inheritance before. After entering, they had used their own blood essence to combine the treasures. At first, they were very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity that was close at hand. However, after the excitement, they felt melancholy. Not enough people had entered, and they didn't have enough treasures. They couldn't even get the recognition of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's remnant soul. The most important thing now is to hurry and find Zhuo. Both sides have to work together to break the deadlock. Yes, the most important thing now is to find Zhuo. We'll talk about other matters later. The 9 people were united in their thoughts at the first moment, including Sha Jiao, who was beaten into a pig's head, and Sha Yu, who was beaten up. But even if we find Zhuo, he still won't believe us. He'll still run away. Although we've only known him for a short while, we have some understanding of him. This person's cultivation is secondary. His life-saving Tao is powerful. His degree of cautiousness is beyond imagination. He won't take risks easily. Sha Jiao, who had a pig's face, said. Everyone frowned. Although Sha Jiao said it bluntly, the problem he mentioned was real. It was also a problem that everyone was worried about. The solution is thought of by people. Let's work together and think about how to stop Zhuo from running away. Sha Yu, who had beaten up Sha Jiao, was refreshed and high-spirited at the moment. She took the lead and suggested. Tu Yunxiao frowned and said, "This method is not easy to think of. If I were Zhuo, no matter what you say, I wouldn't believe you." Sha Han squinted and said, "Whatever we say now is for later. Let's find him first. Building trust has to be done bit by bit. The solution can be perfected while we're looking for him. I think we're not the only ones who are at a loss about the current situation. Zhuo is the same. After all, this is Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. We still have ways to deal with it and take advantage of it. Zhuo, as a human of the astral souls, is at a disadvantage in this situation. If he doesn't cooperate with us, he'll die. At that time, this guy will have no choice but to try any method. Isn't cooperating with us one of the methods? And it's the most effective one." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Sha Han said, "Of course, this method is the worst for Zhuo. He won't make this choice until the last moment. Therefore, if we can take the initiative, we should try our best to establish cooperation in this direction. Naturally, there will be opportunities and success for cooperation. In the final analysis, we don't want to die. We all want to live. In the face of life and death, everything has to be compromised." Sha Jiao said, "This sentence makes sense. Zhuo doesn't want to die, and we are all greedy and afraid of death. Naturally, we can cooperate." Everyone frowned. That was too light of a beating. You're the one who's greedy and afraid of death. However, this sentence made too much sense. They couldn't help but frown and nod thoughtfully. Zhuo dashed out like a wisp of smoke. His speed was so fast that he was just short of activating the heavenly Yuan escape technique. Originally, with his current cultivation and strength, he could kill Han Shan and the others alone. Zhuo was inclined to believe that these people couldn't use the power of the doppelganger. The reason was naturally the same as the Tower of Destruction. If he couldn't communicate with the Tower of Destruction, which was refined with his natal spirit, he couldn't use other related external forces. Therefore, Han Shan and the others were not a threat to Zhuo at all. However, Zhuo still chose to escape instead of killing them. The reason was also very simple. After all, this is the place of inheritance of the ancestors of the Wu people. There may be bloodline connection. If I kill these guys here, who knows what the consequences will be? Everything should be safe first. Acting rashly is not a good idea. Moreover, there's no way to escape in this strange place. Who knows? I might need their help in the future. If I act rashly and end their lives, it might be the same as ending my own life. It's not good. Zhuo was still very clear-headed. What's more, Zhuo found that the flaming spears in the sky were not just targeted, they were too targeted. He didn't know if all of them were chasing him, but at least 80 to 90% of them were chasing him. Wherever he went, the flaming spears in the sky would follow him. Wherever he went, the spears would be pointed. It was too accurate. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. And they became denser and denser. The danger of death was getting more and more intense. However, they were only targeting him like this. The real fatal attack didn't fall for a long time, so Xiaoduo felt that but was about to smoke. Could it be that they've already noticed that my astral souls are of the human race? But why haven't they attacked yet? Isn't it torturing to be so indecisive? I have nothing to do with your Umno Alliance or Soul Oracle. This is really strange. Chapter 994. Xiaoduo flew like a meteor and used his fastest speed to roughly cover the entire area. All the terrains and hiding spots were deeply imprinted in his mind. Fang Yinua's method of familiarizing himself with the terrain is quite useful. In this situation, the more familiar I am with the terrain, the more chance I have. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Although there are many flaming spears in the sky, they can't just pass on their skills through the air. Zhuo's attitude was very serious. Zhong also said that being familiar with the terrain and adapting to local conditions is the most basic requirement for a general. Zhuo was pleased with himself. I feel that I already have the most basic requirement to be a famous general. Today is the day of the new legend. The next moment, a row of flame spears descended from the sky. Zhuo boasted that he was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. He dodged as he pleased and quickly moved behind a seemingly thick mountain wall. He was calm and composed. Then, Zhuo cried. The mountain wall that he thought was sturdy was like an empty shell in front of the flaming spears. It would be better if there was no mountain wall at all. If there was no mountain wall at all, he could still focus on escaping. However, if he hid behind the walls that he thought he knew, he would only be stabbed and blown up. Amidst the continuous explosions, Zhuo's back, shoulders, thighs, and buttocks, he was blasted into a bloody mess. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He could only escape in a sorry state, more miserable than a headless fly. Damn, how can it be so unreliable? It's worse than tofu. Zhuo was full of resentment. Fang Yinua's experience and Li Chenglong's theory are completely useless. A few hours passed. Zhuo did not think about anything else. Because the large number of flaming spears above his head had gradually reached a height of a few hundred feet. They were almost within reach. How could he dodge? At this point, if they still couldn't get out, only death would be left. The entire sky was filled with flame spears, and the area covered by the flame spears was even larger than the ground. How was he supposed to dodge them? Just like at this time, Hai Hanshan and the others seemed to have found this place for fun. Their faces were as pale as paper. They followed Xiaoduo all the way, running for their lives. Each and every one of them was exhausted. Indeed, Zhuo's speed was too fast. He kept sprinting all the way without stopping. Hai Hanshan gasped for breath. Damn, you can really run. Didn't you hear us shouting? Your voice is hoarse from all the shouting, and your legs are broken from all the running. Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? They were really angry and hurt. This Xiaoduo was simply ignorant. He was stubborn and unreasonable. He did not have the slightest bit of trust between people. The 9 of them were full of resentment. They could not help but complain when they saw him. Seeing that the sky was about to attack, Xiaoduo knew that he was doomed. He simply sat on a big rock and hugged his knees. He tilted his head and said, "Bullshit, it's all bullshit. How can you run if you don't chase after me?" Even if he ran, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the flame spears. He wanted to see how this group of people chased after him. Why did they act like they had no ill intentions towards him when they caught up with him? What was even more strange was that with the arrival of these people, the endless flame spears in the sky suddenly stopped. Although they continued to increase, they did not seem to be pressing down any further. They seemed to be waiting for something. The 9 of them held their knees and gasped for breath. Wait a minute. Let's talk after we catch our breath. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, How can you call yourselves martial artists? Your lung capacity is too low. Look at how you're gasping. Don't you feel ashamed? The so-called direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, the descendants of the great Magi, is this all you've got? The 9 of them rolled their eyes one after another. If it were not for you, would we be gasping like this? Do you think we won't be like this? They felt that they had lost all their people in their lives today. After a while, Shahan finally felt more relaxed. He took the lead and said, Xiaoduo, it's true that we are on opposite sides and are enemies. However, in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we are enemies or allies. Survival is the first priority. What do you think? Xiaoduo said indifferently, I don't have as many thoughts as you. Just tell me what you want. Shahan said, There's one thing you have to believe. We are not under the burning order. We won't risk our lives for your life. So, even if other people can kill you with self-detonation, we won't. Brother Zwa, do you think I'm being honest enough? Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, That's true. You guys are just a bunch of cowards. You won't be able to kill me with self-detonation. Jiao couldn't help but refute angrily. Who's a coward? But we have to keep our lives, keep our useful bodies, and do more meaningful things, bigger things. Ha! Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said, All cowards and traitors say the same thing. If you don't dare to do it, you don't dare to do it. Why bother looking for excuses? I've underestimated you. Clang! Sha Jiao unsheathed his sword. Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. Sha Jiao, shut up. Hai Hanshan stepped forward and stopped Sha Jiao. Look at the situation now. Even if you're not afraid of death, we are. Why are you so agitated during the negotiation? What kind of bullshit is this? Are you trying to kill us all? Sha Jiao followed closely behind Hai Hanshan. He helped drag Sha Jiao away, then covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground. Kami no Su and Tu Yunxiao sat on Sha Jiao's body without saying a word. They didn't let him move or speak. I'm going to kill him. I'm not afraid of death. Sha Jiao roared crazily and struggled violently. There was only one thing in his mind, rush to Xiaoduo and kill himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prove that he wasn't afraid of death. However, he was held down by several people, and his mouth and nose were pressed into the sand. All he could do was whimper. Brother Zwa, don't lower yourself to his level. We're all sick of him. Shahan smiled amiably. He was as close as he could get. Xiaoduo's heart was alarmed. Xiaoduo didn't care about Sha Jiao. He always showed his emotions on his face. However, Xiaoduo had always been wary of people like Shahan, because Li Qinglong was this kind of trash and an expert at that. Xiaoduo was very experienced. Let's get to the point. Shahan narrowed his eyes. He chose the most straightforward way. Brother Zwa, as you can see, this is the Wu people's place of inheritance. We have a way to deal with it, but we don't have enough power to accept the inheritance. So far, we haven't seen any traces of the inheritance. Well, to be more precise, we haven't seen the location of the inheritance. This means that we don't meet the requirements, or we lack some requirements. To get this kind of inheritance, we have to go through a test of life and death. Now, the test of life and death has come. Shahan pointed at the flame spear above his head. Make it through and survive. Everyone here, including Brother Zwa, will be able to benefit from it. But if we don't survive, none of us will survive. Shahan said, I believe that Brother Zwa feels the same way. Xiaoduo nodded slowly. His eyes became sharper and more serious. Brother Zwa, it's reasonable that you don't trust us. You don't believe a word we say. Shahan narrowed his eyes. His words were very organized. Because we are enemies. No matter how cautious we are, it's reasonable. To be honest, it's normal for us to fight to the death when we meet. But in a place like this, Brother Zwa, you're a smart man. You shouldn't refuse to cooperate with us. Shahan said. Huh? Zhuo tilted his head and looked at Sha Han. I think I need to ask Brother Zhuo a question to prove my judgment. Sha Han smiled. Tell me. Let's see if your question can move me. Brother Zhuo, you're invincible in the same level. It's easy for you to kill people 2 levels higher. Although the few of us are arrogant and proud, we're still frogs at the bottom of a well compared to Brother Zhuo. We are ashamed of our inferiority. No matter how much we don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Sha Han said slowly. With Brother Zhuo's current strength, it's easy for you to kill the 9 of us. He raised his head and looked into Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. He smiled. But Brother Zhuo, why haven't you done anything to us? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, I feel that it's not good to kill people here. Sha Han clapped and smiled. That's right. After all, this is the Wu people's space of inheritance. Brother Zhuo has scruples. That's right. That's the most direct reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. Another reason is that if I kill you but can't get out, won't I be lonely? I can still play with you. Play. His words made the 9 geniuses of the Wizard Alliance blush. Their hearts were heavy and their eyes were burning with anger. However, they could only suppress their anger and were unable to do anything. Too cocky. They really wanted to beat him up. If they could beat him, even if there was only a small chance, they would fight him. Only by punching him until he looked like a pig and no longer resembled a human would he be able to vent his hatred. They all felt that it wouldn't be difficult to persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo to cooperate. The difficult thing was that they couldn't bear it. So, Brother Zhuo, after confirming the current situation, you don't want to continue to be enemies with us, right? Sha Han said, I believe that as long as it's not a last resort, you won't fight with us. If we can cooperate, why not? Chapter 995. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You can say that. As for the 9 of us, we are conceited geniuses. Each of us bears the responsibility of passing down the family's legacy. If the family's warriors and guards can self-detonate in order to kill the enemy, we will never do so on a whim. We will seize any opportunity and try our best to escape. This is not cowardice or fear of death, but each of us has our own mission and responsibility. San's soul spoke quickly, but his words were clear. So, Brother Zhuo, you don't have to worry about the first thing. We won't choose to die together with you. So, in this regard, you are safe. That's true. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. He had seen through this long ago. But this guy actually added, Actually, I'll be safe even if you guys self-destruct. The 9 of them were so angry that their noses became crooked. Sha Han took a few deep breaths before he started speaking again. Secondly, when we cooperate, if we do things like backstabbing and backstabbing. Sha Han coughed and said, This is the legacy space of our Alliance's ancestors. Compared to Brother Zhuo, our ancestors will only pay more attention to us. Our character is the first thing they will observe. If we really do something like that, it will be the same as giving up on ourselves and giving up on our qualifications. No matter if it is the human race, the Dao League, or the heroes of the Wu people, they will never pass on their legacy to scum who backstabs their comrades. I believe Brother Zhuo will not have any objections to this. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and slowly nodded again. That is true. He looked at Sha Han and felt that this guy was really smart. No wonder he was the same type of person as Li Chenglong. This seemed to be a clear sign that they would not ambush him. But in fact, it also eliminated the possibility of him backstabbing them. But his master, Zhuo, is someone you can control with just a few words. Therefore, Brother Zhuo, we can cooperate. We can cooperate sincerely. Sha Han said sincerely, I don't think Brother Zhuo will reject my proposal just because of a moment of anger. At the very least, we can work together and deal with the matter of this legacy space first. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. I need to know the real reason why you want to cooperate with me. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Sha Han and the others smiled bitterly. The reason is obvious. With our current strength, we are completely unable to deal with the destructive pressure coming from above US. We urgently need external help. So Xiaoduo had an idea. After all, this is the inheritance space of the Umno Alliance's ancestors. Even if they don't give preferential treatment to the direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, they won't go so far as to kill all of you. Besides, even if your strength is weak, you have the projection of your ancestors' divine thoughts in you. Isn't that power closer to the source of Zhu Wu's power? Shahun, Haihun Shan, and the others were speechless. They understood now. They seemed to understand even more now why this guy didn't do anything to them. I'm afraid that this is the real reason. This guy must be afraid that after drawing out the projection of his ancestors' divine thoughts, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Instead, he would be hurt. Ahem. Shahun, Haihun Shan, and the others looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds at that moment. Should they tell him or not? What if they told him that they couldn't use the projection of their ancestors' divine thoughts after entering this place? What if this guy suddenly went on a killing spree? Although he was smiling and smiling now, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly changed his attitude. This guy was a wolf who could throw away his pride and dress up as a woman in public. He even flirted with others. If it was an ordinary person, they would at least have some integrity. But when it came to integrity, For's was Xiaoduo. Anyway, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance did not have any hope at all. As for trust, all those with Xiaoduo didn't trust them. They themselves didn't have any trust in Xiaoduo at all. This guy could even dress up as a woman and trick people into hanging themselves. How could they trust him? That was the same as not having any expectations of playing the lute to a cow. But if they couldn't answer this question now, ahem, seeing this guy's expression turn ugly again, his eyes filled with distrust again, his previous amiable look instantly turned into a look of, "You guys want to harm me." Such an expression. It was really, forget it. Since everyone has the intention to cooperate sincerely, I might as well be frank. Ever since we entered this space of inheritance, our ancestors' divine thoughts can no longer be used. Furthermore, all treasures related to the soul can no longer be used. Haihun Shan made up his mind and told them the truth. In this situation, telling the truth was the best solution. Besides, if hiding this led to Xiaoduo not cooperating, everyone would still die. After all, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The only difference was whether they would be killed by Xiaoduo or by this realm's trial. Either way, they would still die. It was better to fight for a chance to live. I see. Xiaoduo nodded. He looked relieved, and his expression changed very quickly. Xiaoduo had already predicted that the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used. Now, he was just verifying his judgment and at the same time fighting for more rights to speak for himself. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the 9 people, they were full of disgust. Where did you learn this amazing face-changing technique? Why did it seem like you could switch between several faces at will? It was like changing in a second, without any warning at all. It was so natural. Xiaoduo pondered, his thoughts turning quickly. His own tower of annihilation couldn't be used, the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used, and all treasures related to the soul couldn't be used. But why could the space ring be used? Strictly speaking, the space ring should be under the category of soul power. He still couldn't understand this. Now, he might as well clarify this question. If that's the case, the space ring can't be used, right? Haihun Shan blurted out. The space ring can still be used. The Umno Alliance's space ring all carry the power of the soul. It can still be used in this realm. Shahun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiaoduo and suddenly frowned. Brother Zhua, since you said so, does it mean that your space ring can still be used? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression turned to one of shock. They all turned to look at Xiaoduo. Just now, when Xiaoduo dodged the flaming spear and took out medicine from the space ring after he was injured, everyone clearly saw it. But Xiaoduo didn't avoid it, so they didn't pay attention to it and didn't take it to heart. However, the moment Haihun Shan mentioned the soul ring, everyone immediately felt that something was amiss. That's right, Zhuo was a native of the Astral Souls continent. The attributes of the space ring on his hand naturally belonged to the Astral Souls continent. But how could it be used in the Sorcerer God space of inheritance? This was very strange. Zhuo snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Don't compare the trash in your hand with my baby. The space ring on my hand is a unique treasure I got from the Arcana realm. It's one of the most precious space rings in the world. Not to mention the Wu people, it can be used in the Shifter world, the Dao League, or whatever. What's so strange about that?" Hai Hunshan frowned. He looked at Sha Hun thoughtfully and tacitly stopped asking this question. Zhuo's words were reasonable and flawless. Especially now that they couldn't afford to offend him, there was no need to get tangled up in this minor issue. Moreover, no matter what the truth behind the interspatial ring was, it was worthless to them right now. What they needed now was cooperation, a sincere cooperation without any barriers. No matter how mysterious the origin of Brothers' space ring is, it has nothing to do with us. We said so much to clarify the current situation and express our sincerity. Now that we have shown our sincerity, it's up to Brothers to decide. Do you want to cooperate or not? Do you want to cooperate or not? Hai Hunshan showed a rare hint of urgency. He raised his head and looked at the flame spear that was less than 100 meters away from him. He said, "Brothers, if you don't make a decision now, it will be too late. I'm afraid we will all die here. Even if Brothers is stronger than us, you will only die a little later. Do you really want us to go first and wait for Brothers' arrival in the underworld?" Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, and the others were also sweating on their foreheads. The flame spear's lethality was extremely terrifying, regardless of the Wu people's bloodline. As long as it landed, everyone would be finished. Zhuo knew that the crisis in front of them was real and was getting stronger and closer. Looking at the flame spear that blotted out the sky, his heart almost stopped beating. He was more anxious than Hai Hunshan and the others. "I have never lost in fear of death. Can you be more afraid of death than me? What can you do when you go back? It doesn't matter to you whether you live or die. I don't believe that there are no other heirs in your family. Your heirs should thank you for making way for them. But I haven't consummated my marriage with Yin Cat. How can I die like this? But. The more anxious you are, the more opportunities one have. At this time, isn't it a good time to extort? Negotiate. What I need to know now is, why do you want to cooperate with me? If I don't know the reason, how can I cooperate with you? How can you talk about integrity?" Zhuo said. "Cammy, no," Su said angrily. "You want to know the reason, right? I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't steal my space, shaking gong, and Thundercat sky, Thunder Mirror, we wouldn't have all the treasures in our hands and couldn't gather the necessary amount. Why would we cooperate with you? The enemy who stole her treasures and seriously injured her was right in front of her. Moreover, the flame spear above her head was about to fall. Cammy no Su really couldn't control her temper. Her tendons were dragged a few meters by this guy. If she didn't have enough treasures to heal her injuries, Cammy no Su felt that she would die from the pain. At this moment, her brain was filled with anger. How could she hold it in? She said everything she wanted to say. So Zhuo squinted. "What you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" Cammy no Su said angrily. "Why didn't you steal my treasures? Why am I the one who stole your treasures?" Zhuo said eloquently. "Your words are worth thinking about." Chapter 996. Zhuo said earnestly, "Classmate Shen Wuxiu, you really shouldn't be angry about this. You shouldn't blame the heavens and accuse others. You should reflect on yourself and work hard to improve yourself. You should hope for the day when you can take revenge." Cammy no Su was speechless. Why did he give her a lesson for no reason? The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. So Zhuo asked with a face full of surprise. "Are you still a martial artist? Are you not a martial artist? Why would you ask such a ridiculous and weird question? Do you think that you can't do anything to me in this lifetime? That you will never be able to catch up with me? That's why you give up and want to take advantage of me with your mouth? You. Kami no Su was furious. This is clearly the logic of a robber. Zhou Xiaoduo spread his hands. No, 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 no. Every word I say is reasonable and realistic. Do you think that I am your relative? That I have to visit you during festivals? Treat you politely? Bro, we're mortal enemies. We are two hostile races. Your thinking is simply ridiculous. Saying that you are naive is the most beautiful way to put it. I should say that you are an idiot. Wouldn't that be an insult to idiots? I don't think even an idiot would say something like that, right? Isn't it right for me to snatch what you have? Kami no Su was stunned. She was speechless for a long time. So Xiaoduo was exasperated. You should reflect on yourselves. Shahan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Brothers' words are not pleasant to hear, but they are the truth. They are the most realistic words. Kami no Su was panting, but she quickly calmed down. Her agitated mood also calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Yes, you are right. I was wrong. It is right for you to snatch what I have. It is also right for me to snatch what I have. It's just that I am not strong enough. I should not complain. We are enemies, that's all. Brothers, Kami no Su nodded and said sincerely, I didn't see through you. For Kami no Su to be chosen as the representative of the main family, she was naturally shrewd. She was also a smart person. Just now, her anger had rushed to her head, and because of the many painful experiences she had gone through, she had not chosen her words carefully. At this moment, he calmed down in an instant, already adjusting himself. Just this kind of bearing was already worthy of the Umno Alliance's title of Outstanding Descendant. So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you see it now? If you can correct your mistakes, you are a good child. The veins on Kami no Su's temples throbbed, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, it didn't sound good. There was also mockery and sarcasm, but this was the reality. They were enemies, not your parents. There was no reason for them to spoil you. After another round of verbal advantage, Zhou Xiaoduo had a better idea of what was going on. It seemed that the other party urgently needed the two treasures in his hands. What I'm interested to know now is, how do you want to cooperate? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. As long as you contribute the Sky Shaking Gong and the Sky Thunder Mirror, then you can control them yourself. If you can't control them, we can also help. First, we have to get through this life and death crisis. Hai Hunshan said seriously, we promise that we will never embezzle. The treasures in your hands are yours. If we violate this promise, may the heavens and earth destroy us. So Xiaoduo looked at the flaming spear pressing down again. He felt that the air in the whole space was almost burning, and the whole ground was already starting to emit smoke. It was only because they were all high-level warriors that they could temporarily withstand it, but it was really just barely holding on. Besides, other than himself, the others probably couldn't hold on for much longer. The most obvious evidence was that their hair was all curled up. He said, Everyone has the same goal. We all want to live. Then let's cooperate. Although I still don't trust you, I am not afraid that you will embezzle my things. Hai Hunshan said anxiously, then, but there's still a problem that needs to be said first, and that is, after we get through this crisis, we can enter the arcane realm and obtain the inheritance. Then, how will the subsequent benefits of this opportunity be distributed? Who will take the majority? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Everyone was stunned. In front of them was a fierce battle. It was already a great thing to be able to survive, but this guy still had the mood to think about benefits and so on. He was really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer a loss. In the past, people used to say that he was greedy for money, but this guy was more greedy for money than life. This depends on each person's fate, Hai Hunshan said. Everyone nodded desperately. After entering, it would naturally depend on each person's fate. What else was there to say? So Xiaoduo snorted and said, That won't do. In the current situation, it won't work without me. So, I want to take the majority. On what basis? Sha Jiao was furious. On the basis that I am Zhou Xiaoduo. On the basis that if you don't agree, we will all die together. Duo was high-spirited. We martial artists of astral souls are never afraid of death. I, Duo, am even more unafraid of death. How many people in the world are as generous and heroic as I, Duo? Duo said, "Anyway, I want to take the majority. This spear is coming down." Shaj's eyes almost popped out. "I want to take the majority." "Absolutely not." Hanshan was furious. "Then we would rather die with you. We would rather die together." Everyone shouted together. "Only you, Duo, are not afraid of death? Who among us is afraid?" "Although we don't want to die, if you push us too far, then we will die together." Duo saw that he had pushed them too far and frowned. "Look at all of you. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Is this the attitude of cooperation? I was just joking. These guys, it seems like they're really not afraid of death, but I am really afraid." Duo rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? I won't take the majority." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves that this guy was indeed the most afraid of death. They had made the right bet. "But no matter what, I still want to take some advantage," Duo said indignantly. "Am I supposed to help for nothing? This is the Alliance's space of inheritance. My bloodline is different. Once I enter, the chances of me not getting anything is simply too high. Am I supposed to just watch you guys take the benefits? Am I supposed to get nothing?" Everyone was stunned. It was not that Duo did not have any concerns. In fact, they were huge. The difference in bloodline could easily get Duo out. There was a high possibility that this guy would not get anything. "What should we do? I'm not greedy. Just give me 30% of what each of you gets." Duo said. "Bullshit." Everyone was furious. "What's the difference between this and you taking the majority? If each of the 9 of us gets 30%, you will get 7%. The others will get 7% each. How can you say that? 20% each. It couldn't go any lower. I'd rather die." Duo was very emotional. He waved his arms to show his determination. 10% each? No more. Tu Yinxiao shouted angrily. After he shouted, he saw that the other 8 people were looking at him angrily. "Deal." Sure enough, Duo made a prompt decision and closed the deal immediately. Tu Yinxiao was dumbfounded. Sha Hun and Hai Hanshan looked at Tu Yinxiao speechlessly. "You're actually Sha Diao, aren't you? When did you change your soul?" In the current situation, Duo is more afraid of death than we are. If we delay any longer, he will agree to it himself. You're giving away 10% for nothing. And it's still 10% for everyone. What's the difference between this and taking the majority? Tu Yinxiao was dumbfounded and stammered, I. This. Duo said unhappily, 10% for everyone, 90% for all of you, and 90% for me. How can I take the majority? Isn't this too fair? Sha Jiao murmured, "Yes, everyone gets 90%. It's very fair." He scratched his head and vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Sha Han was so angry that foam appeared on his mouth. Does Duo really not get anything when he goes in? What if he gets something? This fucking. Everyone was speechless. A few of them who hadn't thought of this suddenly realized. They cursed at once. That's too sinister. That's too shameless. Duo himself had said that the astral souls might not get anything from a soul oracle legacy, but it was just a possibility. What if they did get it? Besides, if they couldn't get it, why would he appear here? The moment they thought of this, the 9 of them suddenly felt so depressed that they wanted to die. They had been fooled. They had been taken advantage of. Just now, Duo had led them on, and they hadn't thought of this at all. 10% for each of you. You've all agreed. This is the space of the sorcerer god, and your ancestors are watching you. You can't go back on your words, Duo said. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly. All right, it's a deal. Since Tu Yinxiao had agreed to it, it meant that everyone else had agreed to it as well. As members of the Alliance, they valued promises more than the heavens. They could only hope that Zhang Xian's bloodline would really be rejected in the space of the Soul Oracle legacy. Let's begin, Sha Han said. Wait a moment. So as Xiaoduo continued, also, if we were to cooperate, who would have the final say? Who will be the boss? There isn't a unified command here, so we have to decide on this beforehand, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the cooperation be a mess? What's the point of that? I'm already used to being the boss. The faces of the 9 of them warped even further. This fellow sure was ambitious. His words were clearly implying that he wanted to be the boss. However, there were 9 of them here. Even if you were to become the boss, it would only be in name. So what? Isn't it just a matter of minutes for us to make you a figurehead? Shahun said, Brothers, it's not that we don't agree to it, but your understanding of our fighting style and the usage of our treasures is limited. Isn't it difficult for you to command us? Xiaoduo replied matter-of-factly, What's so difficult about that? I'm in my own home, so I don't know anything about my brothers. However, I have an advisor with me, so I'll just be in charge of being the boss. The 9 of them were rendered speechless once more. To think that you're a figurehead in your own home as well. Just because you want to be the boss, you're reduced to a figurehead. Is this the so-called spiritual leader? To think that you're still so excited about it. If that's the case, wouldn't this matter be much easier to deal with? No problem, no problem. You'll be the boss then, all right? Hai Hunshan felt as if he was being roasted alive. He hurriedly said, Brothers, it's too late. So Xiaoduo frowned and tilted his head. What did you call me? Boss, The 9 of them shouted at the same time. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The densely packed flaming spears were only 50 meters away from the top of their heads. Everyone was so anxious that blisters appeared on their lips. So Xiaoduo cupped his hands and smiled. Hello, brothers. Hello, Zwa. The 9 of them shouted until their throats were hoarse. While he was greeting Boss Zwa, he could not wait to rush up and strangle this boss Zwa to death. They wanted to strangle him and ask, Why are you so calm? Why are you so calm? Zwa, can you hurry up? Hai Hunshan's hair caught on fire. He hurriedly tried to extinguish the fire, but there was still smoke rising up. It was a spectacle. Moreover, similar spectacles were also accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed on others, with more than enough to spare. Zwa, hurry up. Those who had treasures on them were already holding them in their hands. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their emotions were surging. Zwa Xiaoduo stood up and took out the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. He raised them in front of his eyes and said, How do I use these things? The urge to rush up and beat him to death burned in their hearts. They were eager to try, but they forced themselves to hold back. This was too infuriating. This was too infuriating. Can you drag it out a little longer? Can you? If you drag it out a little longer, you'll become a starting point platinum like your father. This should be. They hurriedly explained. I'll explain this sky-shaking gong. Kami no Su was the most miserable. She had lost the protection of her treasure and was about to faint. She had to teach Zwa Xiaoduo how to use the sky-shaking gong as fast as she could. Before she could finish, Zwa Xiaoduo threw the sky-shaking gong to her. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You can use it and return it to me when you're done. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Kami no Su was stunned. She held the sky-shaking gong in her hand and felt the aura of the treasure merge with her body. She felt much better in an instant. Although she knew he was an enemy, she still couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you for your trust, Kami no Su said solemnly. How do you use this sky thunder mirror? Just one sky-shaking gong isn't enough, is it? Zwa Xiaoduo ignored her and continued to ask. In less than 2 seconds, everyone clearly explained how to use the sky thunder mirror. Shahun couldn't wait and shouted loudly, So, I'm the military advisor. Everyone, please take your positions according to my instructions. Whoosh! Everyone straightened their bodies and waited for the battle. Boss Zwa, you're the strongest among us. Stay in the middle and look around. Those who don't have any treasures to protect them, please take care of them. When I give the order to attack, activate the Heavenly Thunder Mirror and release lightning at maximum power. Shahun spoke at an extremely fast speed, but his enunciation was still very clear. Even Shah Hun himself felt that this was the only day in his life when he was eloquent. If he kept speaking at this speed, he could guarantee that all the sharp-tongued people would retreat. Hai Hun Shan, here, according to the legendary Great Formation of Heavenly Beings, empty the positions of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and Huda Zhu Wu. The rest of you, take 9 positions with Zhua as the core. Okay, the 9 people responded in unison. As the incomplete formation was built, they all operated their cultivation methods at full strength. In an instant, an inexplicable aura was suddenly activated. Suddenly, it soared into the sky. At this moment, the biggest surprise that Shah Hun and the others felt happened all of a sudden. This huge surprise shocked the 9 people to the point that they went crazy on the spot. Chapter 997. As Shah Hun and the others pushed their cultivation to their limits, their auras surged to their limits. All kinds of complicated auras filled the area and surged into the sky. The formation was connected, and a 9-colored light gathered around Xiaoduo, who was at the center. Xiaoduo only felt that the aura on his body suddenly appeared to be in a natural state. The cultivation technique of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was actually circulating on its own, flowing against the current and flowing through his entire body. This was the unique aura of a flood that could destroy the world. It was as though the boundless sea had suddenly encountered a hurricane that surpassed the limits of the world. Huge waves surged violently, and when the waves reached their most intense, a terrifying power that could destroy the world was born. All of a sudden, the gates of hell appeared behind Xiaoduo, and it opened up in a flash. A boundless torrential flood surged out. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts let out mournful and ferocious shrieks, looking extremely ferocious. An innumerable amount of white bone soldiers came out in groups. It was as if there was no end to them, and there was no end to them. They charged into the sea of flames in the sky. The power of the flood that had appeared suddenly merged with the power of the others. There was no gap between them at all, and they merged together perfectly, forming a powerful torrent. Then, the power of the flood took over the dominant position. Mixed with the unique power of the 6 great shamans and the 9 descendants of the direct lineage, the power of the flood soared into the sky. The sudden surge of powerful aura actually forced the flame spear in the sky back by 10 meters. What kind of frightening might was this? It shook the heavens and shook the earth. As long as they continued to work hard, they would be able to clear this life and death soul oracle trial. But what was even more shocking was that Hai Hun Shan and the others were dumbfounded. The heck? The 9 of them were completely dumbfounded. Originally, there were only 5 clans here. How did it suddenly become 6? And the power of the flood that appeared at the end, that was clearly the power of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch. No, that was clearly even more pure than the aura of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch, more authentic, more powerful. This aura made everyone involuntarily think of the legendary the Flood Witch. Not only did the overwhelming aura not show any signs of weakening, it even seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gates of hell also seemed to be affected by the bloodline power of the primordial spirit, causing it to become clearer and clearer. Oh my God! Even San's soul, a wise and steady man, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this moment. There was no need to even mention the others. This kind of aura could only be emitted by a member of the Hong family, who couldn't be any more direct. Xia, Xia Yu, Xia Diao, Hai Hun Shan, Tu Yin Xiao, Tu Yin Yun, Kami no Su, Yin Ziki, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to circulate their energy. Their minds were completely blank, as though they were struck by lightning. Boomed! The towering waves surged up once more, and the flame spear array charged towards the sky. Then, Hai Hun Shan and the others were all in a daze. Then, the original supporting force instantly disappeared, the shackles of the flaming spear array were all gone, as if they had been provoked, and even more so, as if they had met their nemesis in their previous life. They took a slight step back, and then, with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, and the Milky Way pouring down, they brazenly fell. A blurry roar suddenly sounded in the air. It was a roar that seemed to come from the depths of one's soul. Gong gong. This roar was really blurry. It sounded more like a buzzing roar. Then, the flaming spear array in the sky fell down crazily, and the monstrous waves were suppressed in an instant. Zhuo, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt that he could be crushed at any time. He roared in exasperation. "What are you all doing? Staring at each other without doing anything? Damn it! How dare you say that you didn't cheat me?" At this moment, Zhuo really felt wronged, extremely wronged. He felt that he had been cheated. He had been so careful, but he was still cheated. He was so kind. How could those guys bear to do that? Where was the basic trust between people? These guys push him up, and then they retreated. Damn it. He was cheated so badly that he couldn't die in peace. He was heartbroken. When everyone woke up from their dream, the flame spear array was already above their heads. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits. "Array, rise." Shahan's voice changed. It was heart-wrenching. Quick! Everyone who woke up from their stupor tried their best to gather the power of Zhuo, who was in the middle, and rose up again. "Activate the treasure." Shahan's voice was hoarse. Zhuo was the fastest to react. He activated the heavenly thunder mirror in his hand, poured all his strength into it, and shot it out directly. Instantly, countless lightning bolts shot out from the heavenly thunder mirror, and its power was unparalleled. Then, the earth-penetrating seal and the divine spirit seal of the two family emitted a bright light. Yin Ziqi's yin-yang mirror, Shahan's soul-piercing arrow, Shaja's golden soul sword, and Hai Hunshin's immortal binding lock were all activated. They converged into a dazzling light, which was mixed with the unique attributes of the Wu people's techniques and divine spirit power. It collided with the flame spear array in the sky. The flame spear array in the sky seemed to have sensed the unprecedented power of this attack. After a collision, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The flame spear array immediately retreated a few hundred feet, and the scorching heat was also retracted. The source of this explosion was, of course, what Xiao was doing. Everyone's ultimate strength soared into the sky, and it actually broke the powerful and invincible flame spear array into countless pieces. At this moment, the explosive power that had broken out of the encirclement had caused the sky to clear up. Although this was partly due to the fact that the flame spear had sensed the aura of the sorcerer tribe's treasure and bloodline cultivation method, it did not directly attack. However, the power of this attack that Zhuo had activated had reached a terrifying level. At least, Hai Hunshan and the others knew what was going on. If they only combined their strength, even if they had enough treasures, they would only feel a little better. It was impossible for them to counterattack the flame spear array or even destroy a lot of flame spears. This was something that had already been tested before. If that wasn't the case, why would he need to beg Zhuo for help? It's done. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed in amazement in their hearts, but at the same time, they were overjoyed. The heavy stone in their hearts was finally lifted. The land of Zhu Wu, the soul of Zhu Rong, the flame sea overturning the sky, the palace of inheritance. This was a legend that had been passed down in the Wu people for many years. Today, they finally met it. According to legend, back then, Dong Wang felt that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's soul was too strong and didn't accept the inheritance. Therefore, he purposely let go of Zhu Rong's remnant soul and allowed it to be passed down to future generations that, of course, this was just a legend. The Wu people of the monster race were also enemies. Whether or not Dong Wang of the monster race was really so kind as to let Zhu Rong's remnant soul pass down his inheritance was a matter of opinion. But now, after coming to this place, they felt that this legend was actually true. At least, this was the real land of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance. An ultimate attack filled with the power of the Soul Oracle and the Wu people should be enough. Hai Hanshan looked at the flame spear array above his head and couldn't help but wonder. But why aren't the flame spears in the sky retreating? The attack just now should be enough to prove that we are qualified to receive the inheritance, right? Everyone was surprised by the current situation. That's right. Just now, they clearly felt the recognition of Lord Zhu Wu's remnant soul, and the danger had already passed. But why were the flame spears still hanging in the sky? The danger wasn't completely over yet. This didn't seem right. Everyone turned their heads in confusion and looked to the other side. They saw Zhuo Xiaoduo looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone looked over suspiciously and saw that the tip of the flame spears in the sky had all gathered neatly and were all pointing in the same direction. In that direction was the tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's nose. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was being pointed at by thousands and billions of flame spears, instantly became cross-eyed. What? What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. You tricked me? You must have tricked me. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that he had been tricked. He was inexplicably indignant and sorrowful as he lashed out. Fuck, so this was the reason. I was kind and painstakingly helped you get through the danger, and then nothing happened to you. Instead, all the attacks were directed at me, because I have the bloodline of the human race? Because I don't have the bloodline of the Wu people? So that's why. How vicious. How despicable. How shameless. So Xiaoduo was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sha Han and the others with extreme hatred. He was so angry that he wanted to eat their flesh and skin, grind their bones, and scatter their ashes. He was absolutely irreconcilable. Little did he know that Hai Hanshan and the others were also completely dumbfounded. We really don't know what's going on. According to what we know, as long as we pass the test, everything will be fine. The flaming spear in the sky should fall down and turn into a sea of fire again. Then, the inheritance palace would appear, and those who meet the requirements would be able to enter and inherit Zhu Wu Zhurong's legacy. Nitrogen. Why did Zhuo Xiaoduo have such a problem? Don't look at us, and don't look at us like that. We really don't know anything. The 10 people present were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss. Zhuo Xiaoduo also realized that this group of people didn't know anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to disguise themselves so well. Especially that Xiaodiao. It was even more impossible for him to be so sincere. Otherwise, his acting skills would be too good. Moreover, all 9 of them were so good. It was a gathering of award-winning actors and actresses. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered rapidly. Soon, a human face appeared. It was the face of the red-robed man. Yes, it was the face of the supreme of all flames and flames, Zhu Wu Zhurong. The eyes on this face were full of uncertainty and doubt. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo for a while, and then disappeared immediately. Then, the endless flaming spears swooped down towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were aimed at Zhuo Xiaoduo himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 998. Shockwaves rolled, destroying the heavens and earth. It seemed like it would not give up until it turns Zhuo Xiaoduo into minced meat. Hai Hanshan and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Their hearts were swollen from fear. However, when the energy came down, it suddenly sent Hai Hanshan and the others flying with a bang. It was clear that it was not going to deal with them. It was going to deal with the most handsome one in the middle. With a bang, the 9 of them were sent flying in 9 different directions. Boom, boom, that the flaming spears in the sky were only aimed at Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were densely packed and crazily bombarding him. Furthermore, for some reason, they actually restricted Zhuo Xiaoduo's space to dodge. He wanted to dodge, but he was directly confined by the space. Throughout the whole process, he could only meet force with force. He was passively attacked, blasted, and beaten up, so Xiaoduo roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Today I'll be screwed by you guys. The cat spirit sword was the first to attack the flaming spears. Kami no Su shouted from afar. So, although there's no hope for you today, I, Kami no Su, swear on my life and soul that this has nothing to do with us. This is not our plan. He didn't know if Xiaoduo heard him or not, but he could see that this guy was already fighting with the flaming gun without any fear of death. He was wholeheartedly focused on dealing with a dangerous situation. The flaming spears were powerful. Xiaoduo roared in anger and staggered left and right. However, he was also desperately attacking with his sword. Although he was giving it his all, he was still suppressed to an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Hai Hanshan and the others turned their heads and looked at Kami no Su. Did I hear wrongly? Kami no Su was still calling for Zhuo at a time like this? What kind of mentality was this? The cooperation was over, and the crisis was over. Shouldn't she treat him like a piece of toilet paper and throw him away after using him? Could it be that this kind of person was still worth lingering over? Could it be that this fellow was so satisfied with being tortured by that fellow that he couldn't bear to do so? Kami no Su panted and looked at everyone's gazes. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange? Could it be that you've forgotten your own promise?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a promise. In this inheritance space, they would always respect Xiaoduo as their boss. You only call me Zhuo once? Can we afford to lose face in front of our ancestors? That's right. We can't, and we shouldn't betray you at this time, Shahan said. That was an oath in front of ancestor sorcerer. Kami no Su said, "It doesn't matter if I can't or if I shouldn't. In any case, I can't afford to lose face like this." He took a deep breath and stuffed a healing pill in his mouth. He said, "The oath is still ringing in my ears. I'm going. We Wu people, since ancient times, honor our promises. We promised Xiaoduo that we would respect him as our boss in this inheritance space. Now, we haven't left yet. You're going to save him?" Sha Yu frowned. "Yes." Kami no Su said, "My words are like the wind. I have no regrets, even if I die 9 times. Right now, we're still in the inheritance space. He's my boss now. There's no reason for me to watch my boss risk his life and do nothing. Moreover, this is after he saved us first. After we leave, no matter what our stance is, how we fight to the death, how we act, these are all matters after we leave. But in here, he's my boss. I've acknowledged him." Kami no Su said indifferently, "No matter how unwilling I was when I acknowledged him. But I acknowledged him. I acknowledge him as my boss, and he did indeed help me through life and death. Then I naturally have to go save him. I'll risk everything and do everything I can to help him. If I save him, I'll have no regrets even if I die." "You're really going to die?" Sha Yu said angrily as she looked at the crazy lightning of the flame spear. Kami no Su is right. This time, the one who agreed was actually Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, "Kami no Su, you're a man. Let's go together. I've already made the oath, so we should follow it. No matter how much of a bastard this guy is, how annoying he is, and how much I want to kill him, in this inheritance space, he's my boss. I'm going to." Hai Hanshan, Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, and the others laughed out loud almost at the same time. Even if we die here today, we can't let the sorcerer tribe's tens of thousands of years of pride be lost on us. Wu Xiu is right. Even if we die, we can't let our ancestors lose face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tu Yin Xiao had already charged ahead. Even if we die in the hands as with Xiaoduo on the battlefield in the future, we can't lose face today. Sha Yu smiled bitterly, but there was still pride in her smile. As expected of the brothers of the Wu people, you're a man of your words, and you have no regrets even if you die 9 times. Let's go together. The 9 descendants of the witch tribe laughed out loud in unison. With their treasures in hand, they charged forward and charged into the vast sea of fire. "Zwa, we didn't let you down," Kami no Su shouted, After we get out, let's fight to the death. Since I called Yuzwa, let's live and die together. Zhuo was in a critical moment, but it wasn't a moment of life and death. This was because he keenly sensed that although these flaming spears still looked terrifying and had the power to easily kill him, in terms of actual lethality, they were much weaker than before. They no longer looked like they were going to directly kill him and leave him some leeway. It was more like stretching himself to the limit, squeezing himself as much as he could, and testing his limits? Or what? Zhuo tried his best to resist the urge to take out his final trump card, the 99 Cat Hammer. He only circulated the 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammers mantra and used the monstrous power he created before to resist with all his might. He wasn't stupid, since this power could merge with the power of the other Umno Alliance disciples. It was naturally the best way to deal with the current situation. After all, this was the Wu people's space of inheritance. The Flaming Sun Sutra couldn't be exposed now, and the Flaming Sun Sutra would definitely not be recognized. Since the offensive had already turned into a controllable range, it was best not to use his final trump card, the 99 Kitty Hammer. The previous changes, whether it was the space ring that shouldn't have been able to be opened or the sudden appearance of the flood, were already very eye-catching. If he rashly used the 99 Cat Hammer again, it would definitely be noticed by those brats. It was better to keep this trump card. If he woke up when he found out, how would he hit them in the future? They were still enemies in their bones. He wouldn't use it unless his life was at stake. He didn't dare to use the cat's spirit sword in his hand, the Wahuang sword. The Wahuang sword seemed to have a grudge against the owner of this space. If he used it, he would probably be in trouble. So Xiaoduo pushed all the power in his body to the limit. At this moment, the qi in his dantian was like a raging wave, going against the momentum and counterattacking the flaming spear array in the sky. The cat spirit sword's tip was pointed at the rainstorm sword technique. Every move, every style, every sword strike, every attack accurately struck the tip of the flaming spear. In the continuous exchange, Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the consciousness in the sky was constantly growing uncertain, doubtful, and hesitant. It was a special feeling of, is this brat down there? Why is he so strange? Luckily, it's just a remnant of my soul, so my cognition is limited. If it was just a little bit clearer. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today, and would have died who knows where. Zhuo mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. While he was thinking, the flaming spear in the sky had fallen again. In a roar, Zhuo screamed again and again. The power of this wave of attack was actually much stronger than the last time. It was an extreme posture of wanting to squeeze Zhuo to the limit until he was smashed to pieces. Moreover, as the power of the huge waves driven by Xiaoduo became stronger and stronger, the flaming spear in the sky faintly showed a subtle feeling that it was forcibly suppressing the fire, but was about to be unable to suppress it. The attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the offensive was getting more and more explosive. So Xiaoduo tried his best to parry, but the cat's spirit sword, which had reached the level of a spirit weapon, let out a burst of mournful cries. The sword light gradually scattered, and it was no longer a threat. As time went on, Xiaoduo felt more and more pressure. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to use his hammer. He didn't have any hope for Hai Hunshan and the others. He was already in a dead end, and the other party, who had escaped, was lucky if they didn't attack him. Why would they come in to help? After all, they were on opposing sides after all. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. We didn't let you down. After we get out, let's fight to the death again. Since I called Yuzwa, let's live and die together. With a violent roar, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance stepped into the raging flames again and entered the battle aggressively. Shahan shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." Xiaoduo was still hesitating. The previous Du Tian God killing formation had been formed in seconds. Then it was the same power of the cultivation methods of their respective clans. It was the same people. It was the same treasures. They showed their power again, and the power was no less than before. There was an additional momentum of advancing courageously. Zhuo subconsciously cooperated. The monstrous flood gathered all the power of his side and rushed to the sky, shaking the flaming spear formation again. Boom! This time, the power of the attack was actually several times greater than the previous one, because this time they were really working together and they really didn't hold back. Moreover, their hearts were bright and they were fighting with a clear mind. It was full of generosity and fierceness. The 10 of them didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and they cooperated seamlessly. In the sky, the flaming spear formation was suddenly stopped by the attack. A blurry thought suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it seemed that someone was murmuring in the sky and asking in a low and melancholic voice. It seemed to be asking himself, and it seemed to be asking the heavens, and it also seemed to be asking everyone. Could it be that I was wrong? Was it wrong or not? Back then, was it me or you who was wrong? Wrong. Sigh. I was wrong after all. Chapter 999. Duel reverberated in the air. That indescribable emotion was also affecting everyone's state of mind. Everyone could clearly feel that indescribable regret and endless melancholy. Xiaoduo's crisis was instantly resolved. The power of the Oracle Soul had lifted up this space. At this moment, Xiaoduo's heart was filled with intense surprise. It could even be said that he was stunned. He turned his head and frowned. "Where did you guys come in?" Shajiao's face was filled with displeasure. "Although we were forced by the situation, we promised that we would respect you as the boss here. Were we lying? Now that you're in danger, we naturally have to fight side by side and help you. At the very least, when we're in here, you're the boss and we're your subordinates. How can we stand by and do nothing when the boss is in trouble?" These words were said with great reluctance. Hai-Hun Shan activated the immortal binding lock with all his strength and said lightly, "Boss Swa, you don't have to be grateful. Once we get out of here, it will be the end of our promise. We will still be enemies of life and death, supporting each other hand in hand, but it will only be limited to this space." Tu Yinyan smiled. "After we get out, if we have the chance to kill you, we won't show any mercy. We'll definitely eliminate you at the first opportunity. An enemy is an enemy. But no matter how special the conditions are, an alliance of friends and brothers is still an alliance. The promise of the Umno Alliance is always valid. Before the special conditions are met, we can't go back on our words." Shahun, Shaja, Tu Yunxiao, and the others laughed in unison. "Zwa, today we'll fight to the death. Our friendship is life and death. Ha, you're the astral souls, and we're the Wu people. We don't have any brotherhood with you, only a promise." Xiaoduo laughed loudly. "You guys are indeed good men. I underestimated you guys before." The 10 of them once again joined hands to resist the flaming spear array. In the air, the face appeared again. It looked down with a complicated expression. Then, as if it had put down all its worries, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone could clearly feel that an obsession had quietly dissipated. It was a kind of obsession that had lasted for countless years. Perhaps it was because of this obsession that this wisp of remnant soul had survived until now. But for some reason, after seeing the current situation below, it suddenly disappeared. Yes, a faint voice sighed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Haha, brothers. I'm sorry I'm here." The consciousness quietly dissipated. Then, the flame spears in the air rose higher and higher and began to scatter in all directions. The crisis had been completely overcome. Seeing that the situation, the 10 of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief. "Of you. Of course, I don't feel grateful. Of course of a view of mine. Of you. Who cares?" Kamino Su threw the space-shaking gong over. "I don't need you to feel grateful. I don't need your help. When we leave this place, I'll take this space-shaking gong back with my own hands. Huh? So Xiaoduo laughed. However, his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he thought of many things and understood many things. He finally understood why in the legends, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls higher-ups were able to develop feelings for each other. They were able to trust each other. They were able to fight to the death. They were able to send their descendants to the other party for protection and training. They were able to have a drink with each other before the decisive battle between the two armies. In the legends, when the 12 great shamans met with the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Heavenly King throne, and the others, most of the time, they were chatting happily. When they got together, they talked about everything. They could even discuss the flaws of martial arts and research the path of martial arts together. This was not without reason. This was indeed a group of lovable enemies. He also realized that this group of Umno Alliance's juniors, at least in terms of human nature, were already capable of doing things that others could not. With a promise, they could easily abandon life and death and move forward courageously. To be fair, if he were in their shoes, Xiaoduo would not dare to say that he would be able to keep his promise. However, this not dare to say already made Xiaoduo feel a little ashamed. Although the actions of the other party had already been seen by countless people as fools in today's society, however, Xiaoduo knew that since ancient times, the ones who were able to do magnificent things and leave behind immortal legends were fools like this. Smart people would not be able to create an eternal legend. At this moment, he looked at the 10 people in front of him with new eyes. He thought of the lone bamboo mountain, the overwhelming number of soldiers who rushed towards his Umno Alliance and self-destructed like locusts. The number of people who were burned without hesitation was shocking. At this moment, Xiaoduo was in a daze again. He thought of these things and understood these things. However, at the same time, he also thought of the boundless cemetery of heroes behind the Sun Moon Pass. He could not help but sigh in disappointment. He said in a low voice, "In front of great benefits, friends are tested. In a battle of life and death, brothers are tested. In the sword and sword, there is a different kind of hero's love." He solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of you can be considered heroes. Thank you for the compliment." Hai Hunshin's bulbous nose twitched. He laughed very heartily. He flicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with black smoke. He said, "Although I am ugly, I have never belittled myself, and I will not deny that I am a person." So Xiaoduo could not help but be surprised when he heard this. He blurted out, "Hai Hunshan, how can you be so ugly?" This matter was really puzzling. Logically speaking, the Hai family had been passed down for so many years. With such a great power, it was impossible for them to marry an ugly girl. Generations of excellent genes had been passed down. No matter what, it was impossible for them to produce Hai Hunshan's appearance. Apart from Hai Hunshan, the other 8 disciples of the Umno Alliance were all outstanding. Even Sha Yu could not be considered a peerless beauty, but she was still very beautiful and extraordinary. Hai Hunshan smiled faintly. The reason is not for outsiders to know. Kami no Su chuckled and said, "I know about this. If Zhua is interested." Hai Hunshan was furious. "Don't say it." Zhua Xiaoduo was suddenly overflowing with interest. If Kami no Su continued, he would not be interested. However, Hai Hunshan's interruption made Zhua Xiaoduo's gossipy heart burn like a flaming gun in the sky. Tell me quickly. Tell your boss." "Boss, I am very interested." Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed addicted to being a boss. So Xiaoduo looked at the flaming gun in the sky, slowly descending. The sea of fire in the distance gradually formed again. Vaguely, a huge palace was slowly taking shape. However, it was still illusory. There was still some time before it was fully formed. During this period of time, since he had nothing to do, he might as well listen to more gossip. It was an entertainment program. I love to listen to the unhappy things of others. Tell me quickly. Let's have fun together, Swishauduo said excitedly. The 9 people looked at each other. This guy's gloating attribute was definitely maxed out. Hai Hunshin's face darkened. His threatening eyes swept across the faces of the other 8 people. His eyes clearly said 2 words, "Who dares?" Everyone shrunk their necks under his menacing gaze. Swishauduo frowned. Suddenly, he strode forward and grabbed Hai Hunshan by the neck. With a bang, he pressed him to the ground and sat on his head. He exerted force. Puff! Hai Hunshin's head was directly sat on the ground. He couldn't even make a sound. "Say it," Swishauduo said with a smile. Hai Hunshan has acquiesced. As he said, he grabbed Hai Hunshin's right hand and made a peace sign. Then Swishauduo shouted, "Yeah." Then he said, "You see, right? Hai Hunshan is so happy." Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know whether Hai Hunshan was happy or not, but they saw that he was very happy. It is said that when Hai Hunshan was young, he went out to gain experience and accidentally encountered a great demon at the bottom of the sea. That great demon was at the critical moment of nirvana and becoming a saint. Hai Hunshan was disturbed by it. Cough, that was a sky-swallowing toad. A sky-swallowing toad that was almost at the saint level. Then, the big demon flew into a rage. He directly covered Chu Yang with the toad clothes he had just taken off. He was deceived for half a month. Even the ancestor of the West Sea went there in person, but the big demon didn't buy it. He only left a sentence, saying, "If you want to digest my 7 treasures toad clothes, you have to wait." A long time. At that time, the ancestor of the West Sea asked, "When?" The toad demon said, "If you want to remove the Saint Toad clothes, you have to wait until the heaven falls." Swishauduo finally couldn't help but twitch his mouth and laugh. He said, "The old toad said something about nirvana and becoming a saint. Maybe it's true since he doesn't give face to senior magi. But since ancient times, although the righteous path has been through a lot, the evil can't suppress the righteous path." In the end, it's inevitable that the righteous path will grow and the evil will vanish. It's a law of the ancient times. Then, where did the saying about the heaven falling from the heaven come from? Relying on the unorthodox path may be able to gain prestige for a while. But whether it's the ancient records, the history books, or even the unofficial history chapters and novels, there's no such thing as the evil path achieving the righteous path, right? Swishauduo snorted. Is this story made up? The heaven falling from the heaven is simply a joke. So, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Sha Hun said seriously. Although Chan Sheng isn't good at attacking, his cultivation base is high. Especially his divination skill, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even the Flood Witch of our tribe is amazed by him. Although this senior is a demon, he has never seen any blood in his life. He has always been kind and aloof from worldly affairs. Otherwise, how can he live in the territory of our Umno alliance? Swishauduo said disapprovingly, "Since he's so kind, why did he make things difficult for Hai Hunshan and act rashly?" Chapter 1000. Regarding this, Zhu's knowledge of the saint is too shallow, so it's inevitable that he would have such doubts. Sha Hun sighed. Chan Sheng stood aloof from worldly affairs all his life, and never got involved in any karma. Even since the ancient times, during the legendary war between the dragons and the phoenixes, this saint already existed, but he never opened his mouth and never cared about any worldly affairs in his life. He only focused on cultivation. Usually, even if the undersea demons fought fiercely in his palace, and even if ordinary loaches crawled into his cave abode, or even under his stomach, he never cared about them. When Brother Hai went to the dojo, it was the delicate moment when Chan Sheng was only half a step away from ascending to the heavens. It was also the last moment when Chan Sheng was taking off his toad clothes. It was said that Chan Sheng's cultivation was different from the Wu people's. He could never transform, but once he took off his toad clothes, he immediately became a saint. Toads are creatures. It's hard to cultivate, hard to understand, and hard to live in the world. That's why there's a saying that their lifespan is less than 30 years. In other words, it's hard for toads to live more than 30 years. But Chansheng somehow broke this limit, and ever since he transformed into a toad, he never made a sound. He lived in the world and never got involved in worldly affairs, nor did he get involved in the karma of the mortal world. He didn't move when mountains collapsed in front of him, and he didn't open his eyes when people died. He waited his whole life quietly for the arrival of the last stage, the last moment. It's said that the old man already has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It seems that he knew what he should do and how to live in the world from the moment he was born. His goal has always been very clear, and that is to become a saint. Ever since he transformed into a toad, he didn't even eat a mosquito. He didn't even get involved in the karma of a mosquito. The only opening in my life is the time I barged into the sea spirit mountain. But it happened at the most critical moment, which made it difficult for him to complete his cultivation. He's still stuck in the West Sea. No, you're still trying to trick me. Even if you're speaking nonsense in a serious manner, how can you trick me? So Xiaoduo suddenly interrupted. Sha Han was stunned and said in surprise, So, everything I said is true. How did it become a bluff? So Xiaoduo laughed strangely and said, You still don't want to admit it? You said that Chansheng had never spoken in his entire life, that he had never moved, that his cultivation was extraordinary, that he had lived for millions of years, and that he had a kind heart, and so on. Even if what you said was reasonable, you still said that Chansheng was proficient in the art of divination and was unparalleled in the world. Isn't this illogical? He has never spoken in his entire life. So how did he manifest the Tao of divination and become unrivaled in the world? Who did he calculate for? And who was the one who spread it to him? It was hard for me to imagine how a person who had never opened his mouth in his entire life would be able to point people in the right direction. Isn't such contradictory fallacies nonsense? Sha Han was stunned again. He paused and said, So, what you said was reasonable, but who said that he couldn't communicate with the outside world if he didn't speak or move in his entire life? Chansheng has been staying in the West Sea for countless years. Although it's a big mystery of the Umno Alliance, it's not a top secret. In fact, many disciples of the aristocratic families have to go to the West Sea when they travel outside, hoping to have a relationship with Chansheng and get some good luck. It's just that few people can get what they want. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoduo's interest was greatly increased. He immediately changed his expression and said, There is such a miraculous thing? Tell me in detail. Sha Han smiled and didn't put on airs. He said in a deep voice, The legend of Chansheng in the West Sea has a long history. It has always been a place of great luck for the aristocratic families of the Umno Alliance. Senior Chansheng has always been silent and only communicated with the outside world through his mind. Many disciples of the aristocratic families went to see him in the hope that they could be noticed by Senior Chansheng so that he could divine their fate. However, there were very few who got what they wanted because Senior Chansheng would only divine their fate and point them in the right direction for 3 kinds of people. The first kind is those with great fate. The second kind is those with great fortune. And the third kind is those with great luck. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoduo was greatly shocked. This Chansheng was actually in the same line of work as him. Moreover, this person's level was many levels higher than his. When he read people's faces, there were also a lot of customers. But how could he compare to this person's high class and high class? Just this point alone was worth him pondering and learning again. He thought in his heart, this Chansheng, from a tadpole to a toad, and then he didn't move for his whole life. However, he knows the method of cultivation and knows how to avoid karma. His goal is very clear, and he points directly to the path of the divine path. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he is the incarnation of some powerful person after his death? Or could it be that some powerful being had reincarnated in this life? Otherwise, how could it be possible? So Xiaoduo thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He only planned to go to the West Sea of the Umno Alliance if there was a chance that, however, his cultivation was too low now, He would be courting death if he went there. He had to wait for an opportunity. Shah Hun paused for a while and said, "The ancestor of the flood of my clan once met Chan Sheng and admired him very much. He even said that Chan Sheng's way of divination was even better than his qi observation technique. It was very mysterious, and he even pointed out that the reason why Chan Sheng only gave divination guidance to those 3 types of people was because those 3 types of people wouldn't bring about bad consequences. Even if there were bad consequences, there would be more good. In other words, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would have great fortune in the future, and this is also the truth. For countless years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future, and it was also the case. Over the years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future. That time in the Sea Spirit Mountain, he was really unlucky. Earlier, even if Senior Toad, Saint did not give him any guidance, at most, he would just ignore him. Later, Senior Toad, Saint would have completed his task and would have been overjoyed. Perhaps he would have even given him some benefits. But when he arrived, Senior Toad, Saint had restrained all of his Yuan power, which was rare in his life. Senior Toad, Saint could not activate his mind to communicate with the outside world. Inadvertently, he broke the silent technique. A lifetime of work was destroyed in a moment. If Senior Chan Sheng still didn't react, then that would be the strangest thing in the world. This was also the follow-up of the toad cloak covering the body. It is said that after Hai Hun Shan was released, he had to remove the toad cloak and cover Chan Sheng's body again. And Chan Sheng had to remove the toad cloak again before he could transcend. Can anyone guess who Chan Sheng was? So, from then on, Hai Hun Shan became like Shah Hun sighed heavily. As ugly as a toad? Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes widened as he continued this sentence. On the ground, Hai Hun Shan, who was being sat on by Zhuoxiaoduo, slammed his hands on the ground angrily. Can you not continue with the last half of your sentence? Why is your bad sense of humor so heavy? Yes, Shah Hun said. Actually, Brother Hai was still very handsome before. Compared to you, Zhua, he was only slightly inferior. He was a proper by face. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that he has been a toad for too long. I have forgotten what he looked like. Everyone said together, that's true. It seems that I have also forgotten what he looked like. But there's no mistaking his face. Hai Hun Shan was speechless. So Xiaoduo moved his butt away. Hai Hun Shan had regained his freedom. However, after being hit by this series of words, he buried his head in the ground and did not want to pull it out at all. The flaming spears in the sky once again rained down in rows. However, they no longer had a terrifying lethality. The huge palace of heritage had also begun to take shape. During this process, Xiaoduo unexpectedly discovered that he could connect to the Tower of Annihilation. Obviously, the prohibition spell on the divine soul had been lifted. Xiaoduo's heart immediately relaxed by half. Yes, in this space that he did not understand at all, he had one more trump card. Hai Hun Shan sat up with his face covered in dirt. However, he kept his head down and became a taciturn gourd. Before this, he had also been wearing this face. However, he was talking and laughing with a calm expression. After the reason was explained, he felt that his face was too embarrassing that the 10 of them sat in a circle. After the life-or-death battle, just now, everyone instinctively felt closer to each other. Even if there was still hostility in their bones, in this secret space, it seemed that the hatred outside was not so important. So, you're not going to just sit here and do nothing. We can't just wait. Shaja said, how about we have a sword competition? As he said that, he took out the gold soul sword. So Xiaoduo was not interested. I don't want to fight with you. I'm afraid that if I use a little more strength, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. You can't be put back together. Puff. The others all snorted in unison. Shaja's cold face turned into an eggplant. So Xiaoduo sighed. Originally, I could have killed you happily. However, you made such a scene. It's not fun to kill you. Even if I want to kill you, I'll have to go out first. I still have a good conscience. Forget it. Let's just drink and chat while we wait. Hai Shan said, I have good wine here. Sha Han explained on the side. Since Hai Shan became ugly, he became very interested in wine. He also did a lot of research. He once collected some bones of high-level tiger demons for a period of time and soaked them in wine. It's said that the effect is very good. Hai Shan was furious. What do you mean by after becoming ugly? Can't you shut your mouth? Although he was scolding, he took out the tiger bone wine. When the tiger bone wine was taken out, the others also took out all kinds of dishes. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies. They were all delicious. Even a stingy person like Xiaoduo took out 10 chive pancakes and generously gave one to each person. I'm telling you, this is made by my mother. It's very delicious. You should feel honored. Do you understand? The 9 juniors of the UMNO Alliance immediately twitched the corners of their mouths. We took out heavenly treasures to eat, and you only took out 10 chive pancakes. They're not even chives from spiritual plants. They're just ordinary chives. You actually want to pretend and brag. This is too much. Obviously, it was for Zhou Xiaoduo to hear. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhou, Kami no Su said seriously. After you enter, if there are signs of bloodline rejection, it's better for you to come out as soon as possible. The witch ancestor's inheritance has always been very important to the bloodline. Even if you don't get anything, you'll still have your life intact. Even if you don't get anything, 10% of each of us will be yours. There's no need to take risks. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded again. Take care. Everyone cupped their hands and immediately stood up, striding toward the entrance of the palace. Everywhere they looked was a sea of fire. Only the path they were walking on seemed to have a suitable temperature. It even felt like a willow wind was blowing on their faces. In front of the palace, the 2 doors were suddenly wide open. Inside, a long corridor could be vaguely seen. Even further away, everything was fiery red. I'll go first. Hai Shan laughed heartily as he strode forward and entered the palace. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Hai Shan walked through the door and walked into the long corridor. Then, he disappeared. It was strange and inexplicable. However, Sha Han and the others didn't feel offended at all. They entered one after another and disappeared one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully observed the traces of people entering. These people were probably arranged according to age. The oldest one entered first, then the second one. The order seemed strange, but in fact, it was not messy at all. In the end, Sha Diao, who was last in line, also went in. At the entrance, only Zhou Xiaoduo was left. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully observed the palace. He faintly felt that there would be trouble if he went in. However, he was unwilling to not go in. Thinking left and right, he was in a dilemma. Finally, he braced himself and walked a few steps forward. Just as he reached the entrance of the palace and was about to poke his head out to see if there were any clues that he could follow, suddenly, a large fiery red hand stretched out from nowhere and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo. With a whoosh, it pulled him in. Spare me, Zhou Xiaoduo screamed. This big hand didn't appear when it was the first 9 people, but when it was his turn, it actually dragged him in such a rude manner. He was afraid that it had ulterior motives and was up to no good. Bang. Zhou Xiaoduo was like a dead pig thrown in the middle of the palace. Zhou Xiaoduo got up with a grunt. He raised his head and saw that there was a cloud of red smoke that was taking shape. A face appeared faintly, and then a body appeared. A tall and sturdy figure, wearing a red robe, sat on the main seat of the palace, looking down at Zhou Xiaoduo with a complicated look in his eyes. This was the soul of the inheritance that was left in the palace thousands of years ago. It knew nothing about the tests and battles outside. Only when people entered the space of inheritance would this remnant soul be activated. This kid in front of him was very strange. His bloodline was clearly not of the Wu people, but his cultivation method had traces of the Gong Gong clan. However, the natal cultivation method that he was using was completely different from the water element. It was a fire element cultivation method that was of the same origin as his own. This kid actually cultivated both fire and water and was compatible with two elements that were difficult to reconcile. What's more, the fire element cultivation method seemed to be not much weaker than his own fire energy. But after observing for a while, he found that there were even stranger elements in this kid's body. There was also the flow of yin and yang, but it could balance yin and yang on its own. In other words, this kid's body was of the same origin as fire and water. Yin and yang coexisted, and the five elements rotated, self-sufficient. Although Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was only a remnant soul that couldn't even leave the inheritance palace, he was still knowledgeable. But he couldn't understand how this kid, whose cultivation was as weak as a piece of paper, could have such a strange cultivation method. Human race? You're really human. That figure's eyes were fixed on Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo's divine soul felt like it had entered a nightmare. He felt like he was being sucked into that pair of eyes. His divine soul rippled, unable to control itself. A mountain-like pressure forcefully invaded his soul, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. He could see everything clearly. How could a human learn the cultivation method of the Gong Gong clan? Are you a descendant of the Gong Gong clan? So Xiaoduo nodded instinctively. I don't know the details. I just learned. What Gong Gong clan? The figure sighed softly and said in disappointment, Back then, my brother Xiao Bai fought a great battle, but it caused the decline of the shaman tribe to begin. It went out of control, and they were defeated one by one. Could it be that after so many years, the two brothers will have a common successor? He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo up and down with a complicated expression for a long while, and finally sighed. He didn't say anything, and didn't do anything for a long time. Suddenly, his mind was shaken again. Let's leave it to fate. How much you can get depends on your ability. He let out a long sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt dizzy, and then fainted. Kid, you're just a shallow ant. You don't deserve to see me die. Right after Zhou Xiaoduo fainted, the figure began to dissipate bit by bit. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed into appearance within the hall. This person wore a yellow robe, a crown on his head, a tall figure, and an extraordinary appearance. However, his entire body naturally flowed with an extraordinary aura of might that could reign supreme in the world and reign supreme in the starry sky, causing him to stand out from the crowd. He just stood there, but he made people feel that he was the only ruler of this starry sky for thousands of years. The yellow-robed man looked at the figure that was about to disappear and said, Zhu Rong, are you leaving already? The figure paused and smiled bitterly. Dong Wang, I knew that your divine consciousness was here as well. The so-called leaving behind my legacy was ultimately just empty words. How could you let it go completely? After all, we are enemies. Brother Zhu Rong, you think too much. The yellow-robed man, who was Dong Wang's mind, said, But back then, after you and I fought, when you were defeated and died, I decided to let your remnant soul pass on the inheritance. Suddenly, I had a whim, and I felt something. It seemed to be a little bit of karma at that time. That's why a strand of my mind followed. It really has nothing to do with Brother Zhu Rong's inheritance. Dong Wang smiled warmly. How can people like you and I not know that at our level, if we have a whim, it's not a small matter? There must be karma. Zhu Rong's remnant soul laughed mockingly and said, Then, can you see the karma of His Majesty Dong Huang's whim? Maybe it's on this kid. Dong Wang turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo and said, This kid, even though his cultivation is as thin as paper, he's not ordinary. Chapter 1002. Zhu Rong's remnant soul sneered. Don't tell me you're interested in the demon odor on him? Unfortunately, I'm afraid His Majesty Dong Wang will be disappointed. It's just the demon odor left by the Hua Huang sword. It has nothing to do with him. The demon odor on him is very strong. He's definitely not from the Wu people or the demon clan. He's just a pure human being. Dong Huang's deep eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He smiled faintly and said, maybe. Zhu Rong's remnant soul said, why did you choose to jump out now? Are you really not trying to stop me from inheriting? Dong Huang said faintly, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay with me for a while? Anyway, you can't influence anyone now. Why don't you stay for a while and verify my sudden inspiration back then? What's the cause and effect? Test? Cause and effect? Zhu Rong looked at him suspiciously. Dong Huang smiled and said, Zhu Rong, you're about to die. As for me, I will also leave after a while. Old friend, we only have an hour left to spend together. Are you really not willing to accompany me? Zhu Rong smiled coldly. Fine, I'll stay with you and see what your so-called sudden inspiration is. What's the cause and effect? So Xiaoduo woke up slowly. Before he opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It's so good to be alive. Well, since I'm alive, does that mean I've passed the test? Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he rejoiced that he had narrowly escaped death. That was too scary just now. My soul felt like it was being completely taken over and controlled by someone. The feeling of not being in my hands was too scary. That's not right. This is strange. Didn't they say that the shamans don't cultivate their souls? Why is the Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's spirit so powerful? It's like playing with my grandson, even if my cultivation is a little weak. Well, it's not a little weak, it's much weaker. He stood up and looked at the grand hall. All he could see was emptiness and emptiness. He used his spirit to check, but still found nothing. Seems like he's really gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo increased the power of his divine sense and searched around the hall again, but he still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and unleash all of his divine sense to search the hall to the limit. Still nothing. Instantly, he was 80% relieved. Long, Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine sense connected to the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong stuck its head out and looked around. Boss, come out and look for the good stuff. Xiaolong was very excited. He wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation and entered the hall to search for the good stuff. At this time, the Huahuang sword unexpectedly started to vibrate in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. What do you mean? Are you going to look for the treasure too? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Clang, clang. The Huahuang sword buzzed. So Xiaoduo let go of the Huahuang sword, and it flew away. This is so unexpected. The Huahuang sword took the initiative to look for the treasure, and Xiaolong didn't send any warning signs. It seems like this place is completely safe. So what Xiaoduo thought. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Senior Zhu Rong, this junior thanks you for your inheritance. In the future, when I go out, I will definitely praise Senior's great name. I hope that one day, I will be able to use Senior's divine power to shock the world and create another legend. Immediately, he knelt on the ground sincerely and kowtowed to the top of the hall. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. His actions were solemn. However, there was only an echo in the hall. Other than that, there was no other response. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, swear on my own integrity, I will definitely not disappoint Senior Zhu Rong's intention to pass down the legacy, and I will not let you down. Still, there was no response. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not give up and continued to talk about how loyal he was, how he would never forget to repay a debt of gratitude, how a gentleman's promise was greater than 1,000 caddies, and so on. In short, he talked about how he was open and above board, how he knew how to repay a debt of gratitude, and how he would never forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. He almost cut open his heart to show his sincerity that after tossing and turning for a long time, there was still no response. During this period, Xiaolong came to report several times. This was just an empty palace, and there was no divine soul power. The Huahuang sword went here and there without any hindrance. At this point, Zhuo Xiaoduo was finally completely relieved. Xiao. Xiao answered and came out. The 3-legged golden crow stood majestically on top of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Mom, good girl. Duo waved his hand. Go out and play by yourself. See if you can find something good. Okay. Swoosh. Xiao flew away. The moment Xiao flew out and stood on her 3 legs, in a certain space, the ancestral wizard Jerome, whose power had shaken both the ancient and modern times, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had dominated the world, opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyeballs bulged out. Xiao was as fast as lightning. It flew straight out of the palace and plunged into the sea of fire outside, chirping happily. Chirp, chirp, are you two going out? Duo asked Bai and Jiao. Bai and Jiao turned over without much interest. They floated in the sea of vitality with their bellies up. Obviously, they had no interest in the things here. At the end of the day, it was just that their attributes were not compatible. Xiao was a fire spirit, and she complemented the environment here. She was like a fish in water. On the other hand, Little White and Little Jiao were still of the wood attribute. Naturally, they were not interested in the fire tribute items of the Juron Grand Magus. They did not even want to take a second look at them. Duo naturally wouldn't force them. He had more important things to do. He began to look for good things slowly and bit by bit. Duo was no longer in a hurry. At this moment, he wasn't the only one looking for good things here. Xiaolong was also scouting. His scouting was definitely much more detailed than his. Xiaolong could clearly see where there were good things and where there weren't. Duo didn't find anything after walking around the palace. He looked around and immediately fixed his eyes on the throne in the middle of the palace. He quickly walked forward and reached out his hand. An ordinary-looking jade stone was embedded at the side. It was removed, revealing a space inside. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. It was emitting a red light. It was covered by a thin layer of energy shield, and it was filled with pure fire element energy that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. If this fire element crystal was compared to the heart of the scorching sun, the former would be the ancestor, while the latter would only be the grandson of the ancestor. In other words, there was no seniority between the two. The difference was too big. There was no comparison at all. However, the heart of the scorching sun was the most valuable fire element treasures Duo had ever seen. He could only take it out for comparison. This is good stuff. It's the best treasure to help me practice the flaming sun scripture. I just don't know how long it will take for me to be qualified to use it for practice. Duo was very self-aware at this moment. He knew that this thing was good, but its power was too strong. It was far beyond what he could handle. If he suddenly used it, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. Duo collected a total of 36 fire element crystals like this on the throne. Then he waved his hand. He wanted to collect the entire throne. However, there was a flash, and he collected nothing. It seems like these aren't real. They're all just images formed by energy. In other words, only the things that are left behind are real. The rest, including this hall, are just a state of extremely condensed fire energy. This kind of operation, this kind of ability to control fire, it's not just amazing. It's beyond my understanding, as expected of the Lord of all flames. Duo sat on the throne and studied tirelessly, carefully looking for any possibility of a gap. If it was an ordinary person, he would have given up long ago. How could there be any gaps in an energy-formed throne? What was the point of studying it? It was just a waste of time. However, Duo was different. This was because Xiaolong had already investigated and confirmed that there was something in the throne. Only by finding a way to open it could one open it. Otherwise, there would only be a ball of nothingness. It would be like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. In fact, Xiaolong had already told Duo that the thing inside was a book. When he heard the word book, Duo's eyes lit up. Book. He knew very well that the most precious thing in this kind of land of inheritance was never the resources. The fire dragon stone, the heart of fire, the mystery of the stars. They were all auxiliary resources, consumables. Even if it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it was just an external object. The only thing that was truly valuable was the words. Ancient books or jade slips of inheritance. These were the most precious things, because these were often the cultivation methods or the life experiences of the owner of this place. This was the true meaning of a good item, especially for this kind of legendary almighty being. Even if he could get a word from him, it would be a great opportunity. Once he had an epiphany, he would reach the sky in one step. But how could he open it? He circled the throne back and forth, but after observing for a long time, he still couldn't find any gaps. Originally, anything in this hall could be considered a rare treasure in the world. This was especially true for Zhuo, who cultivated a fire-type cultivation method. However, compared to the thing in this throne, everything else was just a minor detail. He studied it carefully, unwilling to let go of any opportunity in a mysterious space. Zhu Rong's remnant soul was full of shock as he watched the scenes unfold in the hall. His eyes grew bigger and bigger. What the fuck? What the fuck? Zhu Rong's mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. On the other side, Dong Huang's soul with the crown on his head still maintained a graceful smile, but it was obviously very difficult. Shock flashed across his eyes from time to time. This is your sudden inspiration? It's really strange. Zhu Rong's face was full of disbelief. What's going on? You should know more than me, right? This kid, is he Pangu's incarnation? Chapter 1003. Dong Huang sighed. A little whim from countless years ago actually led to such a discovery. It's really unexpected. That dragon is definitely not ordinary. It's very likely similar to the legendary Pangu creator dragon. Only that kind of dragon has. Zhurong took a deep breath and said, yes, only the creator dragons have the supernatural ability to adjust and absorb the providence of the world. The purity of the providence flowing in the air is really eye-opening. That's right. And that little firebird, it's clearly a three-legged golden crow. And it's still alive? Zhu Rong suddenly became furious. Isn't that a backup plan set up by the demon race thousands of years ago? Is this what you mean by a sudden impulse and karma? You still don't want to admit it. That three-legged golden crow is clearly the purest demon emperor bloodline. Dong Huang, it's beneath your dignity to deny it like this. Zhu Rong said angrily, You actually have the ability to set up the line thousands of years later. You showed up this time to show off, or to protect this three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Zhu Rong's face turned horrified. Dong Huang sighed helplessly. It's really not. Dong Huang smiled bitterly. Zhu Rong really thinks too highly of me. If it was us who set it up, that would be great. He sighed. It's really not. If I had known that there was such a karma, I would have come in person. What can a mere wisp of divine consciousness do? Dong Huang was also very helpless. If it really had such ability, why would it be directly scattered and exiled? Is this one of the 10 princes? Zhu Rong was a little confused. Dong Huang was also a little confused. This, I don't understand. Is it not? Zhu Rong was shocked. Maybe. It really isn't. Dong Huang was really uncertain. Although Dong Huang had not interacted much with the 10 Golden Crow Princes, he could still recognize them. However, the one in front of him was indeed a little unfamiliar. Moreover, looking at the level of its spirit, it seemed to be much more agile than the other newborn ones. However, he clearly had the pure bloodline of a demon emperor. But why did he call the kid below his mother? What the hell? Even though Dong Huang was a peerless almighty, he was still a little confused about the twists and turns in this matter. Isn't he one of the 10 princes? They could only be that. Emperor Jun gave birth to 11 golden crows? This is just an illegitimate child. Zhu Rong's remnant soul was puzzled. Dong Huang's face darkened. Zhu Rong, don't spout nonsense. But how do you explain that? I don't understand at all. Don't say that Zhu Rong doesn't know what's going on. Even I don't understand what's going on. Dong Huang's face was also full of confusion. If his real body was here, he would naturally be able to divine and deduce the heavenly secrets. However, he was only a wisp of divine consciousness now and could not deduce the heavenly secrets at all. Naturally, he could not find out the origin of this three-legged golden crow or its background. But why would this golden crow call that kid mother? Could it be that the kid is good-looking and caught the Demon Emperor's eye? Has the Demon Emperor's taste changed to this? Zhu Rong mumbled to himself. Dong Huang's face was as black as charcoal. Shut up, Zhu Rong immediately said in confusion. No, even if the Demon Emperor's taste has changed, that kid is still a male. No matter what, he can't give birth. Even if he can give birth, he can't be called mother. Even if he can really give birth, he can't give birth to a crow. It can't be a three-legged crow either. Dong Huang glanced sideways and frowned unhappily. You keep calling him a crow. Who are you scolding? I forgot that you were also. Zhu Rong was a little embarrassed. I finally understand. This kid must be a person with great fortune. Otherwise, how could he gather so many opportunities? Zhu Rong's remnant soul murmured. I gave my inheritance to him. It's not a disgrace to me. He has the Creator's Providence Dragon, the three-legged golden crow, a direct descendant of the demon clan, the sword of Empress Hua, and the inheritance of my clan's Gong. If he also has the inheritance of my fire, he won't harm the Wu people no matter what. Dong Huang said indifferently, I don't believe that you didn't notice the yin and yang energy flowing in his body. Of course I did. However, the yin and yang energy flowing in his body and becoming one with him is not a manifestation of his cultivation method. There must be something else. There must be something else. Dong Huang frowned and thought for a while. Then he said, It's a pity that I can't predict the future. It's hard to find out the truth. However, I can be sure that since ancient times, very few people have such great providence. He is indeed a person with great providence. Zhu Rong's remnant soul asked, How does he compare to you guys back then? Dong Huang was silent for a long time. Then he said, This kid, if we calculate based on his age, he should be in his early 20s now. After saying this, he didn't say anything else. However, Zhu Rong already understood. 20 years old, since ancient times, which powerful person could gather all the innate providence at the age of 20? There were too many treasures of heaven and earth in the world, too many resources, and too many fortuitous encounters that could help one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, allowing one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, innate providence was hard to find, and the most important thing, Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor obviously didn't have such achievements when they were at this age. When he was at this age, his combat strength might be higher than this kid's, but in terms of providence, he was as far away as heaven and earth. This kid had already gathered the providence of the heavenly Tao, Yin and Yang, the human clan, the Wu people, and the demon clan. Moreover, it was the kind of pure providence that went against the innate providence. This was simply a heaven-defying monster. Dong Huang was silent for a while. Then he said, If he still has an innate spiritual treasure, I really don't know how to judge him. That's true. Only people at their level knew that if he had all these and had an innate spiritual treasure recognize him as its master, he would be treated as a saint. Since ancient times, how many saints had there been? If he even has an innate spiritual treasure now, then he can only be the son of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Rong ancestral mega sighed. Surprisingly, a trace of jealousy could be sensed from his voice. He was a little envious and jealous. Innate spiritual treasure. I've seen it many times in my life, but it was always used by others to beat me. I've never had one myself. It's not so easy to have an innate spiritual treasure. It's very difficult to have an innate spiritual treasure recognize him as its master. This kid's cultivation is not enough, so he can't do it. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, Dong Huang said leisurely. That's true. But if the three-legged golden crow recognizes him as its master, It's not much different from an innate spiritual treasure. The more Dongwang thought about it, the more strange he felt. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow couldn't be wandering outside like this, right? This was the pure bloodline of the demon emperor. Although the couple didn't know yet that Zhuwu Zhu Rong felt that his remnant soul was becoming more and more unstable. He chuckled and said with infinite optimism, "I don't have time to see it. I'm going to die. Dongwang, this is how it will be in this life." His eyes were a little misty. When he thought of the time when he was with his brothers, a dignified face seemed to appear in front of him, criticizing him. "Can you not be impulsive? Am I still me if I'm not impulsive?" Zhu Rong's expression was a little strange and ashamed. "Back then, brothers, do you still hate me? Do you still remember me? I am leaving. Let's wait a little longer." Dongwang smiled warmly. "Back then, I was seized by a whim. First, I predicted that strange things would happen to your inheritance in the future. Second, I wanted to send you on a journey and send you to reincarnation. You've endured for so many years, and I'm afraid your remnant soul is unable to pass through reincarnation. I've been your enemy for a lifetime, but I'm glad to have an enemy like you. I'll send you back and hope that there will be a day when we can fight again in the future." Reincarnation. Zhu Rong muttered to himself. "Do I have to do it again?" He looked at Zhuo in the hall, and also looked at the three-legged golden crows that were crazily pecking at the food outside. Then, he turned to look at Dongwang's expression. Suddenly, Zhu Rong laughed. Zhu Rong, only live in this life and do not ask for an afterlife." As he spoke, suddenly, with a bang, his remnant soul exploded and turned into specks of starlight. It seemed that he would no longer exist in the world, and there would be no trace of him in the future. Dongwang sighed slowly. "Even if you don't want to accept my favor, you don't have to make trouble for me like this. Old opponent, I really hope you can have an afterlife. I look forward to the day when we can fight again in the future. You really haven't changed your temper for thousands of years." Before he finished speaking, Dongwang's divine sense also burned up. It suddenly showed a boundless power, gathering all the specks of starlight left by Zhu Rong's remnant soul. Then, he turned to look at Xiaoduo and smiled bitterly. "You old bastard, you deliberately split your own soul to prevent me from sending this message back, right? At this moment, I have to turn my divine sense into heavenly fire to gather your remnant soul and reincarnate. Then, I can only return a little bit of my true spirit, but I can't bring back any more information. Zhu Rong, you don't look like a person who is so calculative. Who said that the Wu people are the most simple and not scheming?" Dongwang sighed softly as purple flames rose all over his body. Fine. People in the future have their own destinies. Old friend, I'll send you on your way." Then he turned into a dense flame, mixed with Zhu Rong's remnant soul, and flew into the sky, swaggering away. What a pity. I wanted to follow this kid, but I didn't have the chance in the end. This Zhu Rong, I really don't know if he's such a rash person, or if he's become so scheming after so many years. From the beginning to the end, Xiaoduo didn't know that he was being peeped at by two old men. At this moment, he only felt regret. It was such a good opportunity, but why didn't Bai and Gio come out to take a look? God knows how many good things they missed. He continued to fiddle around on the throne, tirelessly. "I don't believe that I can't open it." It was probably because Xiaoduo had explored the entire throne for a long time. Suddenly, Xiaoduo's palm moved. It seemed like he had inexplicably pressed some mechanism. Whoosh! The throne instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, but a book made of unknown material and a jade slip fell out with a bang. Chapter 1004. Ioyo. Don't break it. Xiaoduo picked it up with a pained heart. Picking up the book, he saw that there was no title on the cover page. There was only a ball of fire that looked like it was burning. But for some reason, he couldn't open a single page of the book. Xiaoduo tried again and again. He was cautious at the beginning, but in the end, he used all his strength. But it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He didn't gain anything. So Xiaoduo knew that his cultivation was low, so this result wasn't surprising. But he had already obtained the mysterious book, but he couldn't do anything about it. Wasn't this too disappointing? Suddenly, he had an idea. He immediately activated the power of the Flaming Sun scripture. The ball of fire on the cover page suddenly changed and shone brightly. As the power of the Flaming Sun scripture continued to pour in, the ball of fire became brighter and brighter. In the end, it gradually became like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. And at this moment, the first page of the book finally opened. What is fire? I am fire. I am not a controller of fire, nor am I a user of fire. It is because I'm fire myself. Cultivators must remember this. This was the preface. But with just these few words, Xiaoduo suddenly felt enlightened. I am fire, and fire is me. Not bad, not bad. This is the true essence of cultivating fire elemental skills. No wonder he is the #1 fire elemental master in history. No wonder he is the king of all flames in the legends. Xiaoduo was full of admiration as he continued to read. Elemental fire arts. Unsurprisingly, this was a skill. It was the supreme fire elemental skill that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong cultivated. As Xiaoduo read, he compared it with his own Flaming Sun scripture. He found that there were many similarities. But as he continued to read, he found that there were too many areas that were much more profound than the Flaming Sun scripture. Of course, this was reasonable. Uncle Nan Shui, Nan Zhengxian had given him the Flaming Sun scripture. It was one of the best fire attribute scriptures in the world, and could be called the best fire attribute scripture in the world. This was absolutely irrefutable. But when compared to the lifetime inheritance of the fire god Zhu Rong, the lord of all fires and flames, there was still a huge gap. But no matter what, the Flaming Sun divine art had provided Xiaoduo with the most stable foundation of a fire attribute cultivation technique. It allowed him to understand this inheritance technique and seamlessly inherit Zhu Rong's primordial fire determination technique. It's so good, it's so well written. Sigh, at least it's better than mine. After roughly flipping through it, Xiaoduo stored it in his space ring as if he had found a treasure. His current cultivation was still shallow. Being able to understand it was one thing, but to actually practice it was another matter. This kind of super secret manual had to be studied repeatedly before he could really practice it. Even if the essence of the attributes was the same and could be seamlessly linked, changing cultivation methods still required a process. And now is obviously not the time. After reading the secret manual, Xiaoduo planned to use his divine sense to open the jade slip again. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He didn't need to look at it to know that it must contain Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's lifetime of cultivation comprehension. With his current divine sense, how could he withstand the infusion of the insights of an expert like Zhu Wu? So Xiaoduo, who had always been the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, would never take such an unnecessary risk. Especially in his current situation, Xiaoduo was very afraid that if he was careless, even if he didn't die, the inheritance palace would disappear at the right time. Wouldn't he become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's better to wait until I go back and find someone with a high cultivation to protect me. Only then can I comprehend in peace. With this protector, and this protector having the ability to wake me up at any time, I'll be safe. Now that I'm in the enemy's camp, there's no need to take risks. This thing can't be tried casually. Xiaoduo's mind was still very clear. He knew what to do and what not to do. Immediately, he put away the jade slip. Then, he began to carefully search the entire palace. With Xiao Long leading the way, Xiaoduo really searched like a locust swarm passing through. He didn't miss anything at all. As mentioned before, most of the palace was made up of illusory energy. The real things that could be hidden in it were naturally the good things that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong had collected in his lifetime. Xiaoduo found a box, then another box. Later, When he opened an inconspicuous space ring, his eyes widened. Damn! It was filled to the brim with the heart of the scorching sun. No, this should be something of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun. Each and every one of them was shining with a dark red light. It felt as if the whole world was going to explode. When Xiaoduo saw this, he was so excited that his body trembled. There were more than a few thousand inside. There were at least tens of thousands of them. If the heart of the scorching sun was a pure fire attribute geocentric astral soul's jade, then these in front of him were pure fire attribute hearts of stars. The entire space ring was half filled with these things. Further inside, there was a layer of seal. That meant that there were definitely other good things inside, but he didn't know what they were. Although the heart of the scorching sun and the new fire attribute heart of the scorching sun were of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun, it was still too high. It was far beyond what Xiaoduo could use at the moment. However, these fire attribute hearts of the stars could be replaced with the Tower of Annihilation as a new heat source. Xiaoduo was originally worried that the heart of the scorching sun from before had dried up and there was no better replacement. Now, pillows were delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. Moreover, there were many pillows delivered to him at the same time. How timely! Xiaoduo quickly searched the entire palace. However, the process was more like wherever Xiaoduo went, the place collapsed. After taking out the things inside, it would naturally collapse without the support of fixed energy. As Xiaoduo took out more and more treasures, the palace collapsed faster. However, the energy that collapsed was not wasted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and joined the sea of fire in the distance. The flames grew higher and higher, and a figure slowly rose from the flames. It was an indomitable giant. As the flames grew higher and the temperature became hotter, the flame giant also became bigger and bigger. If anyone who knew about Zhu Wu Zhurong saw this, they would definitely be in disbelief. Because the legendary Zhu Wu Zhurong had a fiery temperament and would explode at the slightest provocation. As long as there was a slight offense, he would fight with the heavens and earth. He would even fight with other Zhu Wu without exception. He would never admit defeat in his life. He had been domineering all his life. His face was always full of anger. However, at this moment, the divine image of Zhu Rong that rose from the sea of fire looked indifferent. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, a hint of longing, a hint of guilt and nostalgia. However, there was more relief. It was relief that he could leave with peace of mind. Then, the flame giant slowly rose into the air. When it reached a height of several hundred zhang, its feet were still on the ground, and it didn't actually lift itself up. This was the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magus saying goodbye to this world for the last time. No one would have thought that Zhu Wu Zhurong, who was rumored to be neutral like fire, fighting with the heavens and earth, and causing trouble crazily all his life, would use such an extreme relief. It was as if he had been enlightened. There was no hatred, no anger, no complaints, no unwillingness. It was just indifference and relief. He left just like that, taking his leave. On the other side, Zhao's black figure was still flashing freely in the flames, its little sharp beak bit by bit, sucking the essence of the innate true fire into its mouth. Its eating speed was so fast that it was like a fleeting shadow. From afar, one could even see thousands of three-legged golden crows flying wantonly in the sea of fire. Zhao was very excited and cherished it. It was determined not to let go of any essence of the fire element. Even if he couldn't digest it himself, he had to store it all in his own space. This was Zhu Wu's innate true fire, the purest innate fire element. If it missed this chance, it would not have another chance. Although Zhao was confused and did not know what it was, he knew that it was good stuff and could not let go of it. As for the good stuff in the palace, Zhao did not care about it. Yes, his mother was inside. Naturally, his mother would pack up all the good things inside and take them away. After that, she would even share the profits with him. My mother received it. Can you give me some? The essence of the innate, true fire outside had started to burn, but it was impossible to take it all away. It would be a waste if it did not take more. Xiao naturally did not know what kind of opportunity it had encountered. Even when the demon clan ruled the heavenly court and dominated the world, the 10 golden crow princes of the demon clan only mastered the power of the sun's innate true fire. None of them could touch Zhu Wu's innate true fire, let alone cultivate it. At that time, the war between the demon clan and the demon clan was earth-shattering. How could Zhu Wu reveal his cultivation method, an innate true fire, to the princes of the demon clan, who were his mortal enemies? Therefore, what Xiao was in contact with now was a great opportunity that even Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai did not have. Moreover, this fortune would cease to exist along with the departure of Grand Shaman Jerome. Xiao felt that as it ate, even the feathers on its body became brighter and brighter, shining more and more. The originally pitch-black feather was now like a bright moon disk, sparkling and translucent, like a divine object. Xiao ate crazily with its little sharp beak. Gradually, it felt that its neck could not take it anymore. It had eaten too many times. It did not know how much it had eaten and how much it had stored. In any case, his innate storage space was about to be filled up. Even Xiao herself felt that it was inconceivable. This is how I usually eat. I'm a crow, and I eat my food bit by bit. What kind of natural ability is this? Today, my neck could not take it anymore because of eating. I have lived for a long time. Would he get cervical spondylosis after eating just one meal? If I really get cervical spondylosis from eating too much, I will definitely become a legend. The first 3-legged golden crow who got cervical spondylosis from eating too much. Chapter 1005. Xiao felt a little conflicted. My neck feels really uncomfortable, but this energy is too good, too pure, and too delicious. Even if I get cervical spondylosis from eating this, I am willing to do it. Pain and happiness. No worries, no worries. I will gladly endure this hardship. Xiao continued to fly with all her might and continued to crazily eat on the other side. The Huahuang sword quietly floated in the air amidst the flames. It was like a whale sucking in the sea of flames, sucking in the boundless fire energy into its body wherever it passed. The flames that were originally extremely bright and blazing would gradually dim. But once the flames in a certain area dimmed slightly, the Huahuang sword would immediately change its location. It floated in the air, and every time it moved, it would cover a certain area. At first, it was only a few zhang in radius, but as it absorbed the energy, it gradually recovered, and the area it could cover while floating in the air gradually expanded to several li. The boundless sea of flames was like a flood that had found a place to pour, rushing into the Huahuang sword's body. The Huahuang sword was different from Xiao. Xiao was absorbing the essence of the innate true fire, which was the essence of the fire element. On the other hand, the Huahuang sword was not able to quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire because its body was much weaker. Previously, it had inexplicably merged with Zhu Rong's power, so it could not quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire. On the other hand, the scattered sea of flames was easier to absorb. The current situation of obtaining great benefits made the Huahuang sword feel unprecedentedly happy. It was in high spirits and felt that it was quickly recovering. If this kind of fire can continue burning like this for a year, I will be able to replenish all my energy here, and I will be in perfect condition. I will be able to recover the heavenly power that I had when I accompanied the Empress to mend the sky. At that time, even if I meet Boss Zhong, I will dare to threaten him. If you hit me again, I will fight back. If I face Boss Sword, I can also happily say, I'm about to catch up to you, ho-ho. Don't hit me now. You can hit me again in the future. It will be more satisfying. What Xiao Duo was looting inside, while Xiao and the Huahuang sword were looting outside. All three parties were trying their best to keep the loot on their bodies. All three parties knew that if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Moreover, this opportunity wouldn't last for long. These three fellows, one greedy one after the other, crazily plundering. Naturally, Hai Hun Shan and the others also entered the palace. In fact, the palace that Hai Hun Shan and the others entered was exactly the same as the one that Zhuo Xiaoduo entered. Hai Hun Shan was the first to enter, and he also found a lot of good things. Hai Hun Shan was more careful, and from the moment he entered, he started to touch the first place he saw. This space couldn't exist for too long, so he had to be quick. Hai Hun Shan's mind was very clear. He was not confused at all. In a few minutes, Hai Hun Shan felt that he had struck gold. He had already collected more than a dozen treasures that could only be found in legends outside. Then, there were more than 20. More than 30. Hai Hun Shan became more and more excited and more proud of himself. Struck gold. This time, he really struck gold big time. The others were about the same. Sha Hun and the others were basically in the same state of excitement. The only one who was different from the others was Sha Hun. After Sha Hun entered, the moment he opened his eyes, he rushed straight to the throne. The places that he had just entered must have been searched by those fellows who had entered first. I have to start from the depths to reap the rewards. Although it seemed like it was divided into 10 palaces and everyone could enter, and after entering, one person would occupy the entire palace. However, in reality, there was still only one legacy palace. The total number of good things would not change. Only with the passage of time, the treasures would gradually decrease until they were completely taken away. The process in between, if described in clearer terms, would be, starting from Hai Hun Shan, who entered first, he entered at 15 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, at this time, Hai Hun Shan had a complete palace, and nothing inside had been touched. But when Hai Hun Shan started to collect the things inside, for example, if the time of the second entry was 15:01:20, then in this 1 minute and 20 seconds, the test item that was taken away by Sea Spirit Mountain would no longer exist in this palace and would not be produced out of thin air. As for the rest, if you took one of them, when I found this place again, it would already be gone. Although it looked like the same palace, in reality, it was already different. Therefore, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance and Xiaoduo all had something to gain. But in essence, it was equivalent to these 10 people tearing down the Legacy Palace at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was the last to enter, so theoretically, he should have obtained the least things. However, due to the special design of the throne, many people tried to decipher the secrets of the throne and wasted a lot of time. There were originally 4 books and jade slips inside, but now there were 2 sets. Zhuo Xiaoduo inexplicably triggered the mechanism and obtained the books and jade slips. Hai Hun Shan and Sha Hun, who were in the other palaces, also opened the other side of the armrest. The final result was that Sha Hun obtained a book and Hai Hun Shan obtained a jade slip. When the 2 of them turned around to look for the other side of the armrest, naturally there was nothing left. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already taken it. Similar situations happened to the others, but the rest of them could only open the mechanism of the armrest. But after opening the mechanism, it was already empty. The 10 people continued to search for treasures, but at the same time, they accelerated the process of tearing down the palace, and at the same time, released the energy that formed the palace. As more and more energy was released, it also meant that more and more treasures were taken away. The lifetime collection of the first generation Zhu Wu was divided among the 10 people. When they reached the back of the palace, the speed of the palace's collapse became faster and faster. None of the 10 people were willing to be left behind, and everyone began to work hard. Sha Jiao and Sha Yu, who were left behind, were anxious as they watched the palace collapse in front of them. All the good things were taken away. It was too backward. We can't waste any more time in the same place. Let's go straight to the front. Sha Jiao thought in his heart, and then suddenly rushed forward. On the other side, Xiaoyu also had the same idea. They were indeed siblings. Although they had obtained enough things, who would complain about having more of such dreamy treasures? Even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, they would definitely not complain about having more. But when the two of them rushed to the front, they found that the palace had already started to slowly collapse from top to bottom. Then, the entire palace slowly collapsed just like that. There's still the foundation. Xiaoyu lowered her head and dived down, but the foundation had already started to turn into fire energy and started to dissipate. Who is this? Why is he so fucking professional? How can he collect it so quickly? In such a short period of time, the foundation has been taken away? Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold it in and started to curse. As the noble daughter of the 12 great clans, Xiaoyu rarely got angry. The aristocratic temperament that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had already been deeply ingrained in the descendants of the great magi. But now, she really couldn't hold it in anymore and kept on cursing. It was really too infuriating. Who is this? To be able to do such a professional job of smashing and robbing the foundation. If you're so capable, why don't you just go to heaven? Why are you fighting with us laymen? Could be Hai Hun Shan, or that darn Sha Hun, or was it the treacherous Tu Yunduan? Anyway, it couldn't be Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a human. It was already good enough that he wasn't immediately crushed into smithereens after entering Zhu Wu's space. No matter what, it couldn't be done to this extent, right? This was a consensus. Everyone knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had the bloodline of the humankind after all, and the Zhu Rong ancestral magus had always paid attention to the purity of the bloodline. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space of inheritance. No matter what, it couldn't be taken away by the human race. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't beaten to death, it was impossible for him to obtain too much from this space of inheritance. The foundation collapsed very quickly. At the same time, the rest of the palace began to crumble as well. Soon, everything collapsed, including the palace above. Boom! Just as the foundation turned into flames, the 9 disciples of the great shaman clan in different timelines and spaces cursed at the same time. Who? That darn person. This is too fucking professional. At least leave some behind. It's too clean. In front, there seems to be an intact part of the wall that collapsed. It should be. What the hell? Who did this? Everything under my feet has been emptied. Who the hell is this? The 9 of them were flustered and exasperated to the extreme. This was because everyone had agreed not to be the first to move the foundation. They all knew that there were good things. However, digging the foundation was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the palace. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they wanted to move, they had to collect what was above first. If they destroyed the foundation first, the part of the palace wall above would collapse and disappear. That would be troublesome. By the time everyone finished collecting what was above, they would already be at the other end of the palace. At that time, everyone would turn back and start collecting the foundation together. In this way, everyone would have a harvest. Anyway, the foundation was here. It couldn't run away. However, what they didn't expect was that when they were more than half done, someone actually started to attack the foundation. Aren't you afraid of being smashed to death, you bastard? Tu Yunxiao cursed loudly. He was mad. Just now, he had seen a treasure and had reached out to grab it. However, all of a sudden, he had grabbed nothing but air. This was too infuriating. Since it had been seen, it must have been there when he saw it. Then, in this 1/100th of a second, who could be so fast? It was fine if this kind of thing happened once or twice. However, Tu Yunxiao had encountered it more than 90 times. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1006. After being disappointed so many times, Tu Yunxiao felt like his liver was about to explode from anger. This is simply inhumane. What a fucking unlucky bastard. It's either Hai Hun Shan or Sha Han. Why get out? I won't forgive these two bastards. Just as the 9 of them were cursing, Xiao Duo walked out of the palace. Well, there was no palace anymore. He had come out from the foundation. Who else could do such a wicked thing other than him? So was Xiao Duo. Who else could it be but me? When it comes to looting treasures, who can compare to me? So was Xiao Duo. It's a pity that not all of it is mine. I only took a large part of it. It's a pity. So Xiao Duo deeply felt that it was a fly in the ointment. These disciples of the Umno Alliance are too greedy. Don't they know that greed is the source of all disasters? This is outrageous. How dare they steal my things? Although I didn't get a lot, at least I got something. So Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. If I got a little more, I could have filled the space ring. Why didn't I get more? If the Flood Witch heard this, she would beat him to death. Ever since I got that life ring, I've never filled it to the brim, not even 1/10 of it. You've already filled it to the brim now. What else do you want? It's a space ring full of treasures, not demon beast meat. And you even got Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space ring. What else do you want? What else do you want? After going out, Xiao Duo instinctively adjusted his expression. The expression on his face changed from complacency and excitement to depression, disappointment, and indescribable blankness. It was an indescribable blankness that was full of sorrow but had nowhere to speak. Just by looking at this expression, one could tell that this kid must have come back empty-handed in the space of inheritance. He might have even been beaten up. Otherwise, why would he have such a lifelike expression of despair and regret? He looked at the sea of fire with a melancholy expression. His eyes were red, and he squeezed his eyes from time to time. He looked like he was about to cry, but couldn't. Or maybe he was trying hard to hold back his emotions. I'm very sad, but I want face. I can't cry. I can't lose face. Not long after, the entire palace turned into energy and dissipated, completely dispersing into the surrounding sea of flames. The 9 descendants of the Umno Alliance also walked out one by one. Coincidentally, as if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone's mood was not very good, and they all had an expression of not getting anything. Hai Hanshan frowned as soon as he appeared. His face was filled with disappointment, and unwillingness. In short, he looked very upset. Sha Han also narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. From time to time, he would turn his head back with a disappointed expression. Kami no Su's face was filled with unwillingness. Sha Yu's face was filled with disappointment, unwillingness, and sadness. Shaja's face was filled with self-blame and regret. Tu Yinxiao sighed and pulled at his hair. His face was filled with regret, which was unbearable to look at. Yin Ziki turned his head back 3 times with every step. The unwillingness on his face was practically overflowing. Only Sha Jiao looked happy and high-spirited. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Just by looking, one could tell that even if the previous 8 people did not gain nothing, they had gained very little. Only Sha Jiao alone was the big winner of this battle. He had gained a grand slam. The ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law eventually. The 10 of them gathered outside, and in the sea of fire in the distance, that indomitable giant was slowly rising. Out of the 10 people here, 9 of them had melancholy expressions on their faces, and one of them was as happy as if he had just married a new wife. So Xiao Duo looked at the 9 people of the Wu people with a disappointed and sad expression. His voice was a little hoarse. You guys, gained a lot in Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, right? Gain a lot. Gain a lot? Ha ha ha. Congratulations, congratulations. Hai Hanshan sighed sadly. He was so conflicted that his intestines were about to be knotted. He rolled his tongue and habitually smacked it on his nose. He said, Indeed, it's a little disappointing. This is completely different from what I imagined. Gain, Sai. Sha Han, you gain a lot, right? Sha Han shook his head and sighed, a bitter smile on his face. As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. There are many smart people in this world, and there are even more clever people. I didn't think I would be like this. I was tempted by wealth and hoped for a fluke. Sigh, but if I say now that I really didn't gain much, Would anyone still believe me? Tu Yin said, I also didn't expect that the great Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance would have so few treasures. Tu Yin also said, yeah, it's really disappointing. Sha Yu said, can you guys stop complaining? Compared to you guys, I'm probably the one who gained the least. I didn't even get anything. Shaja said, haha, I don't even know what to say when I get out. It's too embarrassing. I only had one super big opportunity in my life. I entered Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, but I only gained so little. What can I do with it? Kaminosu hesitated for a moment, but still sighed. I really want to say that my gains are barely satisfactory. But the truth is not satisfactory. It's so embarrassing. Sigh. Yin Ziki said, I was just a little bit away from being bald. Sha Jiao looked at each of them, his face full of shock, doubt, and disbelief. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and glared. What do you all mean? You didn't gain anything? How is this possible? I clearly saw so many treasures, so many fantastic items. If it wasn't Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, where else could there be such treasures? Where else could there be such treasures? You guys aren't lying through your teeth, are you? The more Sha Jiao thought about it, the more he felt that these people were not telling the truth. He suddenly became indignant. You can't be so shameless. The 8 of them turned their heads in unison and looked at Sha Jiao's face with burning eyes. All kinds of emotions flashed in their eyes. Sha Jiao, could it be that you're gain a lot? That can't be, right? Think about it carefully. Sha Jiao glared and said, in such a good place, there are treasures everywhere. Of course I gain a lot. Why? You guys didn't gain much? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw so many good things, but when I went over, they were already gone. You guys must have taken them away. You guys are lying. Even if not all of you are lying, there must be someone who isn't telling the truth. That's right. The 8 of them stared at Sha Jiao in unison. For a moment, they all had the urge to rush over and strangle him alive in their hearts. This bastard, isn't he Sha Jiao? How did he suddenly become smart? Should this be called great wisdom appears to be stupidity, or great stupidity appears to be wisdom? After sighing with emotion, they all felt inexplicably dejected. He is Sha Jiao. He is really Sha Jiao. No matter if it is great wisdom appears to be stupidity or great stupidity appears to be wisdom, he is still Sha Jiao. If you try to reason with Sha Jiao, you will only be looking for trouble. You won't be torturing others. You will only be torturing yourself. For a moment, the 8 of them stopped talking to Sha Jiao. They couldn't speak anymore. If they did, they would only be shaken off more by this guy. Hai Hanshan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a heavy face and said, Zhua, I didn't expect that in our Umno Alliance's space of inheritance, you would still be the biggest winner. Zhua, I'm speaking sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Sha Hun said, yes, Zhu is indeed Zhua. In fact, my generation is comparable to a fake. Everyone praised him with all their might. Their flattery was like the overflowing yellow river. It was unstoppable, rolling in and reverberating in the air for a long time. Zhua is wise and powerful. Zhua must have gained a lot. Zhua must have returned with a full load. We are really ashamed of our inferiority. We are far inferior. Zhua Xiaoduo listened to everyone's praises. He looked like he was about to cry. His expression became more and more emotional. He shook his head and said gloomily, don't say any more. Don't say any more. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. It really is the Hall of Inheritance. The bloodline requirement is really too unfair. What's wrong with you? How is it unfair? What's wrong? The moment I entered, I fell asleep. What else do you want? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of disappointment and his eyes were red. I've been sleeping like this until now. When I woke up, the palace was collapsing. If I wasn't alert, I would have been swallowed by the sea of fire. This is simply too fucking bad. Zhou Xiaoduo was indescribably angry. He said hatefully, if I had known this would happen, why would I have gone through so much trouble to go in, just so that I can sleep in it? I'm helping the enemy. I'm helping the enemy. How can I face Father Xing Hun again? Everyone looked at each other. Zhuo's expression was too real. There was no falsehood in it at all. It was completely from the bottom of his heart. There was no acting at all. If this was still considered acting, then it could only be said that this guy's acting skills were too good. All the major awards, movies, television dramas, stage plays, they all owed him the Best Actor or 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 Best Actor awards. You really didn't get anything? Sha Jiao was stunned, looking at Zhuo's face, which was so depressed that he was about to explode with rage and was about to cry. He couldn't help but comfort him sympathetically. Actually, we already guessed that Zhuo wouldn't be able to get anything, because it was written in the ancient records that the bloodline rejection was the first choice in the land of inheritance. Even if someone coincidentally entered the land of inheritance, it would be difficult for him to get anything. For example, Zhuo only slept for a while and didn't suffer any backlash. He was already very lucky. So, Zhuo, we already expected that you would return empty-handed. Zhuo's eyes widened. You mean, you already knew? Then why didn't you say so at the beginning? Everyone looked embarrassed. Was Zhuo behind his back? He looked at Sha Jiao with his knife-like eyes. Chapter 1007. Why don't I find a chance to finish him off with a knife? Sha Jiao was really Sha Jiao. Sha Jiao had gone too far, so Xiaoduo said with grief and indignation. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have gone in. I didn't want to suffer this humiliation and disappointment for no reason. Everyone was getting more and more embarrassed. They really wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Sha Jiao said, Zhuo, how can you be so stupid? You contributed the most to us being able to open Zhu Wu's inheritance. Before everything is set in stone, they won't let go of you, the best tool. In fact, using your power to open the land of inheritance while you can't get anything from the land of inheritance is in the best interest of our Umno alliance. So Xiaoduo said sadly, Really? Sha Jiao nodded. Of course. Speaking of gains, I feel that I have gained a lot and am very satisfied. But compared to them, they must have gained more than me. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense at all. Each of them should have gained much more than me. Sha Han and the others looked straight at Sha Jiao. When did this guy become so wise all of a sudden? Every word was on point. But what was he trying to do by saying that? Couldn't he just keep it in his stomach and not say it out loud? Otherwise, they would just beat him to death after they went out. Hai Hanshan and the others looked at Sha Han, Sha Zhe, and Sha Yu speechlessly. Their eyes had the same thought. Is this the Sha family? He's really too wise. Your Sha family actually has such a wise person and a pig teammate. The future is just around the corner. This was no longer the second time. He understood everything, but he didn't understand who was inside and who was outside, who was on his side and who was his enemy. So Xiaoduo admitted that he was helping the enemy, but that was at most unintentional and passive. But Sha Jiao was blatantly speaking in favor of the enemy. Why are you all acting so weird? Why do you keep winking at me? Sha Jiao was very puzzled. Instead of thinking about those crooked ideas, let's hurry up and show the harvest. We promised Boss Wu before that everyone would give him 1/10 of the harvest. Words are like the wind. It's too late to regret. He said with a heavy accent, I know you don't want to give it to me, but I want you to give it to me. There's no use winking at me. A promise means a promise. Everyone, slap. Sha Yu gave herself a hard slap. I was wrong. Why did I wink at him? Such an idiot. The way he looked at him was simply that it's my fault. It's all my fault. I was blinded by my own lard. How could a bastard like him understand winks that not only did he not understand, but he also wanted to strip him clean? Zhuo's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He said, It's my bad luck that I didn't gain anything. It's fate. However, I'm very comforted that you're willing to give me 10% of your gains. I didn't help you in vain. You didn't call me boss in vain. I believe that as the direct descendant of the Wizard Alliance, you won't go back on your words in addition to the great gains you've made. For a moment, Everyone was silent. They all looked at Hai-Han and Sha-Han. The two of you, who were known as the most scheming, had to come up with an idea. So Xiao continued, "We've been through life and death together. No matter what our original positions were, we've been through life and death together. Although it's inevitable that we'll be enemies in the future, in this space, we're still brothers. As the boss, I don't want to take too much and cause more karma. I'll just take a little as a token." Then he looked at Xiao and said, "Xiao, you can do it first. I trust you. You said that you gained the least, so you must have gained the least. You probably didn't gain much. Just give us a token later." Xiao spoke quickly and clearly before Sha-Han and Hai-Han. Hai-Han's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "Xiao." Xiao laughed excitedly. "Zwa, you look down on me too much. I said that my gains were not as good as theirs. That's true, but the number of treasures in Zuwu's treasure house is not small. Open your eyes wide and take a good look." Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out his space ring proudly. With a swipe of his hand, he poured out the contents of his space ring. Poured out. The corners of the other 8 people's mouths twitched instantly. Their faces were full of cramps. Their faces were extremely twisted and ferocious. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of mysterious light and treasure aura. Endless spiritual aura rose densely. It was colorful and magnificent, like pearls bouncing on the ground. There were hundreds of treasures competing with each other. Obviously, Xiao was right. His gains are really good. The other 8 people looked at Xiao's face like dead fish, and then looked at the treasures on the ground. This guy, actually, really took them all out that we really don't understand. What are you showing off for? You're right. Compared to everyone else's gains, you're indeed the one with the least gains. You're very wise. You've already made the judgment. Too smart. At this moment, the 8 people all had an illusion. Was this guy pretending to be a fool? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He knew that he had the least gains and was jealous of others' gains. Then he would drag everyone down with him. But after all, it was just a thought, because this result would cause everyone to suffer heavy losses, even more than Xiao, but it would benefit Xiao. In the end, it would harm the overall interests of the Alliance. If Xiao really had such foresight, he would have taken this step sooner or later. Therefore, Xiao was still Xiao, and only Xiao. Xiao's face was full of pride. Obviously, he was very proud of his gains. He said, "I only found these. Innate fire essence. I found a total of 250. There's also Master Zhu Wu's notes on the cultivation of the Wu people. And there are 30 frigid ice essence, 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls, 6 gold essence pearls, 6 wood essence pearls, and 6 wood essence pearls. Only I didn't find the wood essence pearls. It's a pity that I can't gather all 5 elements." Xiao said, "According to the agreement, I'll give Zhuo 1/10 of the gains. I won't give you the notes. So, I'll use 1 earth essence soul, 1 wind essence pearl, and 1 gold essence pearl each. I'll replace them. Frigid ice essence souls, 3 for Zhuo. 25 innate fire essence pearls." Xiao counted seriously. He pushed all the gains to one side and finally formed a small pile. 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls, and 6 gold essence pearls. These were less than 10, so he gave 1 to Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted to make up for the missing parts of the notes. Xiao honestly finished the distribution and said, "So, what do you think?" "I, Xiao, am a straightforward person, but I'll definitely do what I promised you." Xiao took a deep breath and praised, "Xiao, you're really good, a real man. You're a man of your word. This really shows me the elegance of the seniors of the Alliance. You're a man of your word. You could be considered a hero. I, Xiao, will remember this friendship." Xiao rarely approved of someone from the bottom of his heart, but Xiao did it. Although what he did, in Xiao's eyes, was stupid and unwise to support the enemy. If it were him, he would never do it. But this sincerity this boldness of keeping a promise, was enough to move Zhuo. Because of this, Zhuo made up his mind. If he met this guy in the future, he would know his limits. Sha Jiao's face lit up. He said, keeping a promise is the moral integrity of the ancestors of the Wu people. Even if we, the descendants of the Wu people, are unworthy, we can't disgrace our ancestors. He said righteously, I'll give you as much as I deserve. Sha Jiao, won't do things like embezzling, stuffing my own pockets, and destroying the integrity of others. I believe that my brothers won't do it either. So Xiaoduo fiercely nodded his head. That's right. The descendants of the sorcerer tribe are trustworthy. They are honest and trustworthy. They definitely won't do such shady business. On the other side, Haihun Shan, Sha Hun, and the others couldn't wait to grab Sha Jiao, skin him alive, and beat him to death. You're awesome. You talk about integrity. If we don't do it, we're not good people, right? But think about it carefully. Now that they've left Zhu Wu Zhurong's palace of inheritance, Zhuo Xiaoduo is no longer Zhuo. He's an enemy. You fucking know what's wrong with giving him less. If he gives Zhuo Xiaoduo less, will Sha Jiao die? Will he? She actually dared to make fun of us again and again. Everyone knew in their hearts that Sha Jiao wasn't mocking them at all. Those words were indeed what he thought in his heart, and then they came out of his mouth. Since that's what he thought, then that's what he said. But in a situation where everyone had the intention to keep the information to themselves, every word and sentence of those words became the most vicious and sharp mockery. Everyone's expressions didn't look too good, but Sha Jiao didn't care about that. After he quickly assigned himself, he even considerately pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo's pile towards Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. He said considerately, Zhuo, you don't have to be embarrassed. This is what you deserve. You helped us open Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, so this is what you deserve. Not to mention, we've already promised you beforehand. Sha Jiao said naively, I'm not afraid of offending you, Zhuo. Actually, I didn't want to give it to you. But since I've already promised you, there's no turning back. I know that you must feel embarrassed now, and feel ashamed to accept it like this. But you've indeed contributed a lot, so it's reasonable for you to receive something in return. Haihun Shan and the others rolled their eyes in unison. Embarrassed. He, Zhuo Xiaoduo, will be embarrassed. Chapter 1008. How could a scumbag like Zhuo Xiaoduo feel embarrassed when he received your gift? The word embarrassed had probably never existed in his dictionary since he was in elementary school. Thank you, Brother Sha Jiao, for your kindness. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with emotion. I have to say, even if we are on different sides, I still want to be friends with you. In modern society, there are too many deceitful things. Honest people, like Sha Jiao, who keep their promises are too rare. He sighed. Modern society has developed to the present day. Everyone is calculative and blinded by greed. The teachings of our ancestors and the fine traditions have long been lost. Today, to be able to meet someone as honest and trustworthy as Brother Sha Jiao again, I feel that I am not alone in my path. I feel very happy. So Xiaoduo gave him a thumbs up. Good job. Sha Jiao. Sha Jiao's face lit up. It's nothing. We, the disciples of the Umno Alliance, are all such good men. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly with a face full of agreement. Of course, of course. Sha Jiao put away his things with a face full of pride. He looked up at Haihun Shan and the others who were dumbfounded and asked curiously, Why are you all looking at me like that? Hurry up, I'm done. It's your turn now. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Hurry up, it's been so long. Now that we've left Zhu Wu's land of heritage, the troops chasing after Zhuo will be here soon. Why are you all dawdling? Why are you all looking at you like that? Hee, we want to eat you alive, bite by bite. Sha Jiao, this name of yours is really fucking correct. Every word of Zhuo Xiaoduo's was a bait, leading him to say what he wanted to hear. And Sha Jiao cooperated very well, not missing a single word. He really trapped all of us in there. In fact, even if we wanted to stall for time until people came, we couldn't show off any more treasures. Now, Because of you, if we don't take them out, we'll feel sorry for our ancestors and the Wu people. He was speechless. Sha Hun and Hai Hun Shan looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. A fool and a woman had dragged the two great think tanks into the ditch, unable to climb out. This was probably the case now. Hai Hun Shan sighed. This time, there was no need for him to pretend. He was frowning from the bottom of his heart. From the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but take a step forward and say, "My harvest is indeed slightly more than Sha Diao's." Sha Diao said in surprise, "You've got more than me. Why did you have that expression on your face just now?" "Really, Hai Hun Shan, it's not good to be too greedy. Shouldn't you thank the heavens and your ancestors for getting these?" Hai Hun Shan said fiercely, "Yes, that's right. So, I'm thanking your 8 generations of ancestors now." Sha Jiao scratched his head and murmured, "Why does it sound like you're scolding me?" Hai Hun Shan ignored him and took out the treasures one by one. Soon, there was a big pile on the ground. After the distribution, Zui Xiaoduo got 47 connate fire essences, 15 frigid ice water essences, 2 earth elemental souls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, and 2 wood elemental spiritual pearls from Hai Hun Shan. Sha Diao didn't get any of these. There was another pile. Then it was Sha Hun's turn. Sha Hun was also very happy. His harvest was slightly less than Hai Hun Shan's, but the share he gave was about the same. Then it was Cami No Su. She also looked at Sha Jiao with a drooping face. She took out her share and gave Zui Xiaoduo a share. Then it was Tu Yin Xiao, Tu Yin Yun, Sha Yu, Sha Jia, and Yin Zikid in the end. The share they gave Zui Xiaoduo was a little more than everyone else's. Among the 9 people, except for Sand Eagle, who still looked comfortable and relaxed, the other 8 people all looked as if they had eaten shit. It was needless to say how ugly their expressions were. Thank you, everyone. I didn't expect all of you to be so honest and keep your promises. You are indeed the sons of the Wu people. Your words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. Zui Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. This guy didn't seem to have any conscience at all. At the beginning, we agreed that you would give me 1/10 of your harvest, but we didn't say how much I would give you, right? The reason why I pretended that I didn't get anything was for your sake. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable and fall sick. Hai Hun Shan coughed and sighed. Of course. Since we agreed in advance, we won't go back on our words. We Wu people may not be as cunning as you. We humans and the Tao League. But when it comes to honesty, we are number 1 in the world. Of course. So Xiaoduo beamed with delight. Over there, the enormous body of Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi, which was entirely composed of fire power, had already reached thousands of zhongs high. With an inexhaustible sense of relief and reluctance, he rose into the sky, seeming to have no attachment at all. Just as his feet left the ground, a voice rang out from behind him. Within a radius of several thousand miles, all the people of the Umno Alliance who saw this scene, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, all knelt down sincerely with tears in their eyes. "Farewell, Master Zhu Wu. Farewell, Master Zhu Wu." The huge body finally started to move toward the sky. Shi Hai, Wu Du, and Zhu Meng, the 3 senior magi, all knelt in the clouds, their eyes full of passion. "Farewell, Master Zhu Rong." Behind them, Lei Chantian also bowed slightly, his face full of respect. "Farewell, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong." No one could be disrespectful to this senior Zhu Wu, who had once wreaked havoc in the past and present and left behind countless legends. The huge figure rose gradually without looking back, getting further and further away from the ground. The heat of the flaming valley, as Zhu Rong's figure left, started to spread outwards. The fire energy that was originally condensed and gathered in a certain area was about to go out of control. That the sea of fire rose endlessly. The 10 people who were still in the central area were sitting quietly, waiting for the moment to go out. Hai Hun Shan and the others did not speak. Their gazes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Zhuo Xiaoduo, their hearts full of complicated feelings. After they went out, they would immediately go back to cultivate in seclusion, hibernate, and break through again. However, although Zhuo Xiaoduo had gained a lot and gained a lot of benefits, it was inevitable that he would fall into the most concentrated encirclement again. There was no need to guess. Anyone could guess this result. After waiting for such a long time, it was estimated that the number of people who had the burning order outside would be at least 10,000. Even more were the number of high-level warriors from the Umno Alliance who were waiting for Zhuo Xiaoduo outside. Even if there were not hundreds of thousands, there would be at least hundreds of thousands. There were also millions of soldiers who had completely sealed off the path back to the astral souls. If Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to go back alive, it was simply impossible. Yes, he was strong and tyrannical, invincible among those of the same level, and could even kill those of higher level. But so what? As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo showed up, no one would dare to fight him head-on. Everyone who saw him would self-destruct at the first moment. If there was a comparison, it could be said that on the path back to the astral souls, Zhuo Xiaoduo would have to go through at least tens of thousands of atomic bombs before he could go back. You, Zhuo Xiaoduo, are only at the god-reigning level after all. Can you withstand it? That was absolutely impossible. No matter how talented you were, how could you survive in the face of such a sea of people who were indiscriminately self-destructing all over the world? Zhuo, take care of yourself on the way back. Hai Hanshan was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, Actually, I sincerely hope that you can go back safely. Yes, Zhuo, I've always felt that you shouldn't die from self-destruction like this. Sha Hun sighed and said, If there's a day when we meet again and become enemies, an enemy like you should be beheaded on the battlefield with real swords and spears. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, What a nice sentence you said. Thank you. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. But as they laughed and laughed, their laughter turned into sighs. Just now, they gave all the things to Zhuo Xiaoduo without hesitation because they lamented that Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't live for long. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was about the same age as them, or even much younger than them, and who was about to enter the death gate again, everyone's feelings were complicated. Why did a genius like you come to the Umno Alliance? Such a purely suicidal behavior didn't seem like something Zhuo Xiaoduo would do. Everyone sighed and tacitly stopped talking about this matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, There is still some time before this realm reconnects with the outside world. Since you call me boss, I will read your faces as a souvenir. He felt that it had been a long time since he had gained luck points. Although he still had enough luck points on hand, who would complain about having too many luck points? After getting so many treasures from these guys, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give them some benefits. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have a lot of conscience, he still had some. When the 9 of them heard this, their spirits were lifted and they were full of interest. I've heard about the story of Master Zhuo's divination of astral souls. Hai Hanshan said, Since Zhuo is so interested, we naturally want to see it. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and nodded. Then, he focused his power on his eyes and looked at Hai Hanshan's face. Then let's start with you. Hai Hanshan subconsciously slapped the tip of his nose with his tongue. He was a little nervous. It was mainly because he had seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's reputation as a fortune teller many times in the information. He knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo was really skilled in this aspect. Now that it was about to happen, how could he not be nervous? Your physiognomy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned and said, Your physiognomy. Forget it. Let's start with Sha Hun. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival today. I will continue to write. Later, when my wife drives over, I will go back to my hometown for the festival. Chapter 1009. Hai Hanshan was stunned. What? What's wrong with my face? This isn't your true face. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. You don't even know your face. Your entire body is not how you should be. My physiognomy focuses on the person's face. How do you expect me to look? This Chan Sheng's saint robe is completely isolated from the mysteries of heaven on your body. Hai Hunshan smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. With this Chan Sheng's saint robe on your body, very few people can see through your fate. This is actually a good thing. Furthermore, this Chan Sheng's saint robe also has the intention of protecting you. So Xiao Duo sighed softly and said, Hai Hunshan, are you sure you have really offended that senior Chan Sheng? His so-called punishment for you is actually a form of love, and a very special kind of love. Hai Hunshan's eyes flickered and said, I have indeed disturbed his cultivation, but he is magnanimous and has his own judgment. I understand. As what Xiao Duo said, he must have left you some other words, right? Hai Hunshan said, yes. He left some words. What? Hai Hunshan was silent for a long time and said, Chan Sheng said at that time, the toad robe will protect you, and you won't turn back unless you meet the Kuan Peng. If you don't see a dragon or a phoenix in this life, you can stop fighting until you reach the heavens. So Xiao Duo coughed and thought, this Chan Sheng's words are even more confusing than my judgment. This ability to deliberately mystify things is worth learning. Gao Zhang. The first two sentences were understandable, but the last two sentences were simply shrouded in fog and had no beginning or end. So Xiao Duo coughed and said, Senior Chan Sheng's judgment of Brother Hai is indeed full of goodwill. Not only would it ensure the success of half of one's life, it would also point out the way to protect one's life in times of danger. Brother Hai only needed to remember that when he reached a certain height, if he encountered a strong enemy that he could not match, he must not act rashly. He must know how to turn back and escape. Naturally, he would be able to escape. Also, there is a great opportunity in life. If you can encounter it, you can ensure that you have no worries for the rest of your life. But if you can't, when you reach a certain height, you will reach the end of your life. You can either live in seclusion for the rest of your life, or, so Xiao Duo said, but that should be a long time in the future. At least for the time being, you don't have to worry. Hai Hunshan smiled and said, I feel the same way. It is vague and out of reach. It makes one unable to make sense of it. I might as well not think too much about it. If you did not mention it today, Zwa. So Xiao Duo laughed and said, when you really encounter it, you will naturally be enlightened. Right now, everything is just speculation. It is hard to come to a conclusion. That's true. That's true. Hai Hunshan skipped over. Next was Sha Han. Zwa Xiao Duo looked at Sha Han, Kami no Su, Tu Yun Xiao, and the rest. Finally, he looked at Sha Diao. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The luck, fate, and future development of these 9 people were not weak in any aspect. Moreover, there were no signs of them dying prematurely. The only one with a slightly worse fate was Tu Yunyan. There were faint signs that she would die prematurely. As for the others, each and every one of them had the potential to soar into the sky. This is too good, isn't it? So Xiao Duo was really puzzled by this result. If Sha Han and the rest fate were a little stronger, they would almost be able to catch up with Li Chenglong and Long Yusheng. Were the descendants of the Umno alliance all so awesome? If Sha Han and the rest were all people with great luck, then were the other descendants of the Umno alliance the same? How many people were there with great luck like them? They were just a small group of them, right? However, as was Xiao Duo still said what he could. First, he talked about the past. Then, he looked forward to the future and gave a few words of advice. But just this alone was enough to make the 8 people cry out in surprise. Too accurate. I was indeed. You can even predict that I made a big mistake when I was 8 years old. That's amazing. You can also predict that I lost my yang when I was 15 years old. This. Shaja's face was red, but he still exclaimed, I only liked one person. Cough. Shayu's face was red. But so many years have passed. That person was just a guard. How could it be? This is not too accurate. It's like peering into the past, predicting the present, and seeing the future. That's right, that's really too amazing. After hearing this, the 8 people were all shocked by Zhuo Xiao Duo. They were unable to control themselves. Sha Han squinted, but there was also uncontrollable shock and admiration in his eyes. He said, "So, I'm very curious. How can a person like you, who can see through fate, put yourself in such a situation? Is it because a doctor can't treat himself, and a fortune teller can't see his own fate?" This inadvertent sentence touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's sore spot. He almost cried out loud. He sighed deeply and said, "Do you think I want to? I was set up. What happened? Tell us quickly. Let's all be happy." The person who set me up was my father's old enemy. He was very powerful. He was the one who sent me to the Umno Alliance. I'm so angry." Zhuo Xiaoduo was so melancholy that his intestines were in a knot. "You can't imagine the situation when he threw me here. How could such a thing happen? That person's means are really despicable, but also really powerful." Everyone was already shocked when they heard this. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that this matter was very strange. What kind of enemy would do such a thing? If they had some kind of deep-seated hatred for Zhuo Xiaoduo's father, wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Losing a beloved son was already the most painful thing in life. Why did they have to throw him to the Wu people's headquarters? People like Haihan Shan and Sha Hun couldn't help but think deeper. Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength wasn't that great compared to the high-level combatants, but his father's enemy was able to bring Zhuo Xiaoduo to the Umno Alliance's territory without anyone noticing. This was a very powerful move, and they didn't know if that enemy was still in the Umno Alliance's territory. If they left after throwing Zhuo Xiaoduo, then things would be fine. But if they were watching from the sidelines, then this person's strength would be unimaginable. It had to be known that at this moment, there weren't only the people in the Burning Order, many of the Umno Alliance's itinerant cultivators, a large army, and many Flying Heavens Dao integration stage, or even higher experts. Although they couldn't attack Zhuo Xiaoduo, they could constantly remind everyone of Zhuo Xiaoduo's current location. And with so many high-level combatants, they couldn't find that person. That person's strength must be terrifying. If they thought about it from this, then wouldn't Zhuo Xiaoduo's father's strength also be very terrifying? Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's background information showed that his parents were ordinary people, and he only had an elder sister with an extraordinary cultivation level. Judging from today's situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's background was probably not simple either. In the end, no matter who killed Zhuo Xiaoduo, they would have made an extremely difficult and unfathomable enemy for no reason. This series of analysis was extremely terrifying. They didn't understand it, but it was still very intriguing. After thinking about it for a while, they couldn't help but shudder and sigh. That's more or less what happened. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo recounted the events with a melancholy expression. He was extremely speechless. This place. To be honest, in my original plan, I didn't plan to come here even if I was a Flying Heavens cultivator, let alone a Flying Heavens cultivator. I had to be at least a Dao integration stage cultivator before I could come here. Who would have thought that I would be thrown here when I was only a Flying Heavens cultivator? This is basically a trap. The 9 of them all broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. Only a Dao integration stage cultivator would dare to come here. Your cautiousness, or rather, your love for your life, is probably unparalleled in the entire 3 continents. I really hope you can return safely. Sha Hun and the others said this sincerely. Haihan Shan said, "Zhuo, what do you think the future of our continent will be like?" Sha Hun and the others all turned to look at Haihan Shan and pricked up their ears. The future of the continent? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbstruck. What do you mean? I mean, the safety of the continent. Haihan Shan took a deep breath. In your opinion, how many years will it take for the demons to return? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment before replying. I really can't tell right now. My cultivation is far from that stage. This really wasn't an excuse. Zhuo Xiaoduo's manifestation divine ability hadn't improved at all. At the very most, he could only see 3 months of good fortune. Once he saw someone with a higher cultivation base, the benefits would be limited and the consequences would be severe. In the end, it was all because he was too weak. Haihan Shan sighed and said, "In my opinion, that day isn't far away." Sha Hun nodded silently. Speaking of this matter, everyone's faces were gloomy and their hearts were heavy. Now, the three continents seem to be fighting each other, and the war is getting more and more intense. But in fact, the higher-ups of all three sides are consciously training their troops. Chapter 10:10. As they chatted, Zhu Rong's remnant soul finally disappeared completely. The ground shook slightly for a moment. Then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the ground beneath their feet. It seemed that countless torrents were surging at an unknown depth underground. The Red Sun Mountain Range, the holy land for fire elementalists, will probably cease to exist from now on. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed heavily. The surrounding flames suddenly burst into flames. At this moment, the intensity of the fire had reached its peak. Swoosh! Hua Huang's sword and Xiao flew back. Everyone's eyes widened. This is... Before they could say anything, 10 beams of light had already descended from the sky and covered 10 people. This was the end of Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. There was no time for them to ask any questions. Originally, they did not understand Hua Huang's sword and Xiao and wanted to ask, but it was already too late. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with the melancholy of their impending separation. This melancholy was very special. In the end, they had to return to being enemies. They could not live under the same sky and would not rest until one of them was dead. However, this situation had really come to an end. Their brotherly relationship had come to an abrupt end. Zwa, take care. Take care, Zwa. We will go back into seclusion after we leave. We won't cause you any more trouble. Take care of yourself and return to the astral souls safely. See you again. Everyone cupped their hands. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't show any mercy. Because we won't show any mercy either. Take care. A long rainbow-like light flashed. So Xiao Duo felt his body suddenly rise from the ground. He only had time to say one last parting sentence. I won't show any mercy to you either. He only had time to say this sentence before he was pulled up from the ground by a huge gravitational force. The following sentence, I hope we don't meet on the battlefield, was choked in his throat. Of course, no one else could hear it. 10 beams of light soared into the sky. The 10 of them were separated into 10 different directions. They were shot out like rockets, and no one knew where they ended up. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's final protection for his successor. He did not want anyone to find out where his successor had gone. Outside, countless Umno Alliance warriors were kneeling on the ground, gazing at the direction where Zhu Wu Zhu Rong had disappeared with great reverence. Even the 3 senior magi were doing the same, with their faces covered in tears. This was Zhu Wu's charm. This was the charm of a true expert. During this period of time, Zhu Rong's display of power and might is where we are heading. Although we didn't obtain anything, we were able to see the true path ahead of us, the strength that we should possess. Seeing the 10 beams of light soar into the sky, the 3 grand shamans and ancestor devil flew up together. Zhuo was within the 10 beams of light. But which one of them was him? Lei Changtian saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Naturally, he was secretly delighted. However, just as he relaxed a little, he immediately became anxious again. In this beam of light controlled by Zhu Wu himself, even he had no way of detecting his grandson's life force. In other words, he had no idea which one was Zhuo, and he had no way of tracking him. This time, he had really lost contact with them. If he chased after any one of them, wouldn't he only have a 1/10 chance? Lei Changtian's whole body turned cold. This random teleportation, where did it send my grandson to? The 10 beams of light flashed in the sky and disappeared without a trace. It would be fine if they were teleported to somewhere close to the Sun-Moon Pass, but if they were directly teleported to the back of the Umno Alliance's mainland, A legend of a legend of a generation, had finally come to an end today. There was no trace of him left behind. An indescribable sense of sorrow filled the entire sky. It filled the hearts of everyone in the Umno Alliance's mainland. Many ordinary people and warriors in faraway places didn't know the reason or what had happened. However, they felt an indescribable sadness in their hearts. They wanted to cry for some reason. Inexplicably, tears flowed down their faces. The ancestor god who had fought for the Wu people his entire life. Today, even the remnant of his soul after the battle would completely leave. From now on, he would no longer protect this place. He left in a relaxed and resolute manner. I, Zhu Rong, will only fight in this life. I won't ask for an afterlife. A vigorous life was enough. At the peak of the Umno Alliance's flood palace, a figure flashed. The flood witch, who was in seclusion, appeared at the peak of the mountain. She stood there with a solemn expression. Facing the other side of the mountain, she bowed slightly. Lord, take care. From here, she couldn't even see the thick smoke that covered thousands of miles. She couldn't even see the clouds. However, the flood witch knew what had happened. She knew that Zhu Wu, who she had always respected, had left. There was no trace of him left in this world. Although Flood Magus had been cultivating himself with the cultivation method of Gong Gong Ancestor Magus, the fighting method he used was the fighting method of Zhu Rong Ancestor Magus. In particular, the invincible Thousand-Soul Nightmare Hammer was an extreme move derived from the fighting style of Zhu Rong Ancestor Sorcery. The flood, which stood on the peak of the mountain. She sensed the indescribable aura between heaven and earth. She sensed Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's earth-shattering departure. She had an indescribable feeling that kept attacking her soul. She felt that the sea of fortune she created was suddenly overflowing at this moment for some reason. It even surged crazily. It overflowed and kept rushing in. In an instant, the flood witch felt that she was about to explode. However, a little light suddenly rushed in her mind. She looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Then, she saw clouds rushing over from all directions like a gust of wind and lightning. One breath. It was just a single breath, but all of the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 kilometers was sucked dry in one breath. The flood witch straightened her body. Her messy hair fluttered in the wind. Golden light flashed in her eyes. She put her hands behind her back. Suddenly, she raised one hand and said softly, "Slash." A muffled voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It sounded like a response. Slash. The voice of this single word seemed to have resounded from ancient times until now, and it had never stopped. All the Daos in the world and all the souls in the past and present shouted at the same time. It was deafening. Suddenly, the sky dimmed for a moment. A strong sense of expectation filled the sky above the mountains and rivers of the Umno Alliance. The flood witch straightened her body and revealed a faint smile on her face. From her body, a figure suddenly flashed out and stood in front of the flood witch. It was actually another the flood witch. She also had messy hair and a burly figure. She was wearing a green linen robe. Naturally, she revealed a domineering aura that looked down on everything and looked down on the past and present. The two flood witches looked at each other. The flood witch's face was full of warmth and joy. It's been a long time. The flood witch who suddenly appeared responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. The flood witch nodded faintly. Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I'm looking forward to seeing your great power. The flood witch who suddenly appeared waited cheerfully. The flood witch stood in the middle of the strong wind high in the sky. Her clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Suddenly, she took another breath and shouted in a deep voice again, "Kill." This time, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to shout out the words. Fight! Heaven and earth rumbled again. Endless wind, clouds, and thunder gathered above her head and slowly rotated. A huge disk seemed to appear in the sky. It was completely composed of thunder and lightning. It rotated slowly in the air, faster and faster. In a flash, two more figures flashed out of the Flood Witch's body, like the Flood Witch who suddenly appeared. They also laughed loudly and were full of joy. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would finally succeed today and be able to stand in this world. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Flood. The three of them cupped their hands together and congratulated the great Flood Witch with sincere words. Congratulations to the three of you. Congratulations to the three of you. The Flood Witch's original body also smiled. Her face became more and more rosy, and the aura on her body became more and more peerless. At this moment, even the heavens and earth would take a detour when they saw her and temporarily avoid her. He stood with his hands behind his back and said softly with some emotion, "Thank you, Heavenly Tao. From today onwards, the Wu people finally have the power to fight. We have a trace of power to compete with the demon race. Although it's not much, it's still there. The heavens didn't abandon me. The heavens didn't abandon the Wu people. Thank you." The Flood Witch cupped her hands towards the sky and bowed sincerely. "Thank you." In the sky, muffled thunder sounded, as if it was responding. "Please help me again." The Flood Witch cupped her hands. "My hammer has yet to appear for the three of you." Chapter 10:11. In the sky, the huge disk formed by the lightning bolts spun violently, making muffled thunder sounds as if it was saying something. The Flood Witch laughed loudly. Suddenly, she raised her hand and threw the 2,000-soul nightmare hammers, which were famous in the 3 continents and had never been defeated, into the sky and into the disk. She yelled, "Wu people, Chan Tian, give me a hand." The 1,000-soul hammers appear in this world. She sank her chi into her dantian and sensed the power of providence that was still rushing toward her. Then, she yelled in a deep voice, "Hammers!" Then a muffled boom sounded. The disk in the sky crackled violently, and a 300-meter thick lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and covered the Flood Witch's entire body. Then, 2 phantoms of the 1,000-soul nightmare hammers appeared. Then, 2 more phantoms appeared, and 2 more phantoms appeared. Huh! The Flood Witch's original body couldn't help but widen her eyes. Even though she was in the most magical moment of the connection between heaven and man, the Flood Witch was still shocked. This is not right. I have my original hammers, and now I have 3 more incarnations. 6 more hammers will be enough, including my original 1,000-soul nightmare hammers. I have 8,000-soul nightmare hammers in total. What a simple number. But now, how come there are 4 phantoms of hammers? Including my original hammers, there are 5 of them. There is an extra pair. Heavens, did you make a mistake? The 1,000-soul nightmare hammers were still spinning in the middle of the lightning pool, and the phantoms of the 8 hammers were being forged in the lightning pool and gradually taking shape. Just as the Flood Witch's face was filled with confusion and confusion, the last 2 shadows of the sledgehammers that were not part of the plan also took shape. However, unlike the other 6 sledgehammers, they didn't stay in the same place. Instead, they got out of the lightning pillar and turned into flowing light in the sky. They sped into the sky and flew away. The Flood Witch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the fuck? These extra hammers aren't under my control? Where are you going? The shadows of the 2 sledgehammers really disappeared in a flash. Not only was the Flood Witch confused, but her 3 doppelgangers were also confused and in disbelief. This was simply inconceivable. Fellow Taoist, you can actually make a mistake in the process of severing the corpse? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Taoist Brother Flood's true self is actually illiterate? There are 4 of us, 4 pairs of sledgehammers, 1 pair for each of us. 8 sledgehammers are perfectly balanced. Why? Did you have to create a 5th pair, and then let the 5th pair fly away? What kind of explanation was that? What was going on? What's more, the pair that flew away, who exactly were they prepared for? The first doppelganger of the flood, which had already opened its hand and stretched out its arm, ready to welcome the arrival of its life companion weapon. But the two hammers didn't even pay attention to it, and directly flew away. This doppelganger of the flood, who had stretched out his two arms, suddenly froze on the spot, not knowing what to do next. What happened to the boss? My sledgehammers. Why did they fly away? When the four doppelgangers of the flood, which were all confused and in disbelief, the shadows of the other three pairs of sledgehammers almost got rid of the thunder and lightning one after another, rotating violently in the sky. Then they fell down, and when they fell into the hands of the three doppelgangers, they had already become real. Three pairs of murderous weapons, which were almost the size of a water tank, appeared all of a sudden. It was inevitable that many things would happen in the world. The thunder and lightning in the sky continued to roar, until the original body of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer finally fell down, like a feather, and fell into the hands of the Flood Witch. The huge thunder disk in the sky started to slow down from its violent rotation, as if it had used up all its energy and started to recuperate. The Flood Witch couldn't bear it anymore. She frowned and looked at the sky, saying, "I only have 3 doppelgangers. What's the reason for the first pair of hammers? Why do they fly away?" Hearing this question, the lightning disk's rotation immediately paused. Then, the Flood Witch seemed to have heard something. She frowned and said, "How is this possible?" But the thunder disk had completely stopped rotating and turned into a dark cloud that covered tens of millions of miles. With a muffled sound of thunder, the entire Umno Alliance, from the south to the north, from the east to the west, started to rain heavily at the same time. In some of the colder regions, huge snowflakes floated down like woolen blankets. All the people of the Umno Alliance, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, felt clear-headed and clear at this moment, as if they had understood something. They felt that the road ahead was bright and clear, and there was no obstacle in their way. Those who had injuries, whether it was obvious or hidden, were all healed unknowingly. Those who had illnesses also felt a lot lighter. Many warriors even felt that their bottlenecks had loosened at this moment. Some even broke through directly and advanced to the next level, but they were still in a daze. There were also many geniuses who had suppressed the agitation of their real essence many times. They originally could not suppress their real essence anymore, but now they found that their dantian, which seemed to be full and could not be compressed anymore, had a capacity again. At least they could suppress their real essence once more, or even twice more. Many high-level cultivators who had reached the end of their lives and had signed the burning order actually felt that their lives had been extended at this moment. Maybe they could fight for a bit more, and with the increase in their lifespan, they could go one step further if the entire Umno Alliance suddenly fell into a state of thunderous cheers at this moment. It shook the entire Umno Alliance for tens of millions of miles. The Flood Witch stood on top of the mountain and suddenly laughed bitterly. Is it that little guy who came? The Umno Alliance changed overnight, and the root of it was actually him, the one with great luck? Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch stared at the heavy rain. The entire Umno Alliance was filled with vitality because of this. Above the clouds, something seemed to flash past. The Flood Witch suddenly stood up and shouted, "Since you passed by me, why didn't you leave some gifts for me?" When he landed again, there was a huge water ball in his hand. The water ball was as big as 4 or 5 basketballs. It was extremely clear, shining in his hand. Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring. When the Umno Alliance's land was filled with vitality, the Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring, as an innate spirit object, instinctively came to collect some vitality to promote its own evolution. However, the Flood Witch discovered it as soon as it came. Although it tried to escape, the Flood Witch still took away nearly 1,000 pounds of it. This was not a simple case of stealing a chicken without giving up the rice. It was an extremely huge amount. Before this, All the ninth heaven spirits spring in the three continents for millions of years added up together was not enough for this amount. However, the flood which at this moment intercepted it with a stretch of her hand. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the past. It turns out that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, even an innate spirit object like the ninth heaven spirit spring could be obtained so easily. Before this, I was still too weak. It was a sin to not have enough strength. The flood which put away the ninth heaven spirit spring and then laughed loudly. Today the flood, finally have a glimpse of the great Tao. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. The three doppelgangers of the flood, which congratulated at the same time. One of them said, Deity, I'm afraid that our three doppelgangers are not part of the three corpses. May I ask, how did you split us? Why are we like your replicas? It's really different from the legend of cutting the three corpses to prove the Tao. The flood which laughed loudly. Of course it's different. I'm not cutting the three corpses to prove the Tao. He raised his head and laughed. I, the flood, have a clear conscience in all my life. There is no good or evil in me. I only have a heart for battle, a soul for slaughter. I only have one great Tao, and that is fighting. Only fighting. Fighting for a lifetime. Fearless. The three flood clapped their hands and laughed at the same time. Well said, well said. You won my heart. In that case, my name will be Hongzhan, said the flood water, who was the first to be materialized by the doppelganger. The second doppelganger said, Okay, then my name is Hong Sha. Well, the Sha in kill is a bit too fierce. Let's call me Hong Sha. In that case, my name is Hongzhan. The three of them laughed loudly. From now on, I'll work with all of you to protect the Wu people with all my blood. The flood which bowed solemnly. From now on, life and death will only depend on fighting. Everyone, I, the flood, thank you in advance. I'm just being polite. That's how it should be. The three of them laughed. The flood which looked up to the sky and roared. The three of them also laughed. Their figures flashed and returned to the body of the flood, becoming one again. Traceless and traceless. After all, the doppelganger had just been created. It still needed a long time to get used to it. Then it could be said that they could cultivate and do their own things. The flood which stood on top of the mountain and looked into the distance. She murmured, Zwa, you have to be faster. Then she turned her head and looked in the direction where the two hammers flew. She frowned and whispered, Why is that little guy here? He wanted to go and take a look, but after thinking about it, he held back. I'm not going. I'll take responsibility for my own life. Kid, don't die. When the Umno Alliance changed, the Tao League and the Astral Souls also sensed it clearly. Because of the heavy rain, the Umno Alliance's army retreated, which was rare. Everyone in the Umno Alliance felt the infusion of life energy. At this time, none of the Umno Alliance's commanders urged their soldiers to fight with their lives. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they waste it? The Tao League and the Astral Souls that bordered each other also had different weather changes. Originally, the Tao League's territory was sunny, but now it was cloudless. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring, opened the bottle cap, and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Wait for me. Wait for me. Oldswa, good luck. Out in the secret chamber. The endless smoke, the countless merging. Originally, there were still countless figures moving about, but for some reason, the process suddenly sped up. Almost all of them had disappeared, and now it was finally coming to an end. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding didn't choose to keep their appearances before they transformed. Instead, they kept their appearances when they transformed into the mortal world. This was necessary, because the two of them were worried that their son and daughter would feel unfamiliar after seeing them. Therefore, they abandoned their past appearances. No matter how beautiful they were, no matter how peerless they They couldn't compare to the familiar image of their parents in their children's eyes. The two of them sat peacefully, not stagnant in the world. Around them, there were still wisps of fog circling, spiraling, and merging into their bodies. That was the aura of their souls, making the final integration. At this most critical moment, the two of them both felt the vibration of the heavenly Tao's soul. The two of them instinctively opened their eyes, feeling the aftershocks of the great Tao. The flood has broken through. Zhuo Changlu took a light breath. He has embarked on the final path. The flood which is worthy of being a hero of a generation. In this life, he should be invincible in this world. Wu Yuting also sighed and said with some admiration, after embarking on the path of the great Tao, he is actually willing to share this kind of fluctuation of the heavenly Tao with his opponent. Just this magnanimity alone makes me ashamed of my inferiority. Indeed, the flood which is a rare opponent, a rare enemy, is what Changlu said matter-of-factly. But don't forget, he has another identity. He is our relative. You should do this. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. Hurry up, let's finish the last bit of integration and get out quickly. Our son and daughter must be waiting anxiously. The agreed time should be almost over. That's what Changlu wanted to say. It's already over. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, okay, after the integration, I will also give the flood shock. It's only right to reciprocate. You are still half a step away. Wu Yuting ruthlessly exposed her husband's pretentiousness. Originally, you were neck and neck, but the flood took another step and is still ahead of you. But just now, for some reason, endless power of providence suddenly surged in. It's enough to make up for it. Zhuo Changlu was complacent. Besides, originally, there was a lot of difference. Now that I'm only half a step away, it's also an achievement. Well, half a step ahead of me, one step ahead of you. Wu Yuting closed her eyes. Just you wait. Wait. I will wait. I have a son, a daughter, a son-in-law, and a daughter-in-law. Am I afraid of you? Zhuo Changlu snorted and closed his eyes. But in the end, he still felt a little guilty. He secretly opened a crack and took a few more glances before closing his eyes and peacefully going into seclusion. Thinking of his son and daughter, Zhuo Changlu subconsciously revealed a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he beat that kid. He didn't know if he wanted to beat him up even more now. Nian Nian is probably crying when she misses us now. Her eyes are red. That girl just loves to cry. No matter how high her cultivation is, it's useless. She will probably be like this for the rest of her life. Sigh. I should hurry up and finish my seclusion and send a message to the two of them that we're just sitting here and can't move. We're also anxious. At about the same time, Li Chenglong was also frantically looking for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Originally, it was still the holidays, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance should have been confirmed a few days or even more later. But unfortunately, something happened. As expected, something happened on Xiang Chong's side. Well, to be more precise, something happened to Zhang Xuejuan's Zhan family. After the Chinese New Year, as the new son-in-law who was already engaged, Xiang Chong naturally had to make a trip to Zhang Xuejuan's house. Li Chenglong had always kept Zhuo Xiaoduo's words in mind. He knew that Zhang Xuejuan could be in trouble at any time, so he shamelessly brought Xiang Bing and followed his brother-in-law to his in-law's house. After going to Zhan family, they were naturally treated well. After staying like this for a few days, they returned to Qianlong together. Nothing happened, so Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back, Li Chenglong received a call from Yi Changqing, asking him to immediately go and check on Meng Zhongjun and the others who had gone out to train. There was no news from them until now, and they didn't even return home for the Chinese New Year. When Li Chenglong saw that they were about to arrive at Fenghai City, he finally put his heart that had been hanging in the air for a few days back into his stomach. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xuejuan and Xiang Chong, he brought Xiang Bing and went to the training ground where Meng Zhongjun and the others were at. However, not long after Li Chenglong left, Zhang Xuejuan received a call from home, saying that there was great news and asking her to return quickly. The meaning was that there was great news about the bloodline of the Zhang family. Zhang Xuejuan naturally didn't say anything and immediately returned. Xiangcheng naturally followed his sweetheart. The so-called great news was related to a celestial fate. Back then, the ancestors of the Zhang family had formed a connection and received a stick of incense left behind by a celestial. It had been enshrined in the Zhang family's ancestral hall since then. The celestial who gave the incense had said that if the incense burned spontaneously, it would be an opportunity. At this time, all the descendants of the Zhang family had to join in the incense and pray. Then, they would use the power of their bloodline to inject a jade pendant that was left behind together. At this moment, whoever the jade pendant lit up in their hands would be bound by the celestial fate. At that time, a great opportunity would naturally befall them. Not long after Li Chenglong and the others left, a strange fragrance that had been silent in the Zhang family for a long time suddenly rose. It was really strange, and the fragrance spread far and wide. At first, everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the strange fragrance and didn't think about the incense in the ancestral hall. After all, this matter had happened too long ago. In fact, most of the Zhang family members didn't even know about this past. When they found the source of the strange fragrance, the elders of the Zhang family who knew about it became excited. Then, they naturally gathered all the descendants of the Zhang family who were not at home and hurried back home. This involved an extraordinary celestial fate. How small could it be? Zhang Xuejuan, who had just left, naturally received this news. As the number one genius in the family, she was naturally summoned back immediately. Chapter 10:13. Don't worry. Zhang Xuejuan smiled. Look at me. What kind of a mortal would fancy me? Xiangcheng only felt that the crisis in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Looking at Zhang Xuejuan in front of him, he felt as if he was in a dream or in a misty cloud. That kind of misty, illusory, and unreal. It seemed that at any time, she would be blown away by the wind and turn into a cloud. But this woman was clearly his fiancée, the person he loved deeply. Xiangcheng forced a smile and said, but it was said that you don't have to do anything except practice. There may be many opportunities, but they may not be opportunities. Don't worry, don't worry. How could such a big raindrop fall on my head? Zhang Xuejuan smiled. She kissed Xiangcheng lightly on his face and comforted him. When this is over, we will immediately return to Fenghai. It won't take long, at most half an hour. I'll be back in no time. She said as if she was comforting a child. Don't worry. Be obedient and wait for me here. At this point, what else could Xiangcheng do? He could only agree. Okay, then you must be careful. If you find anything wrong, come back quickly. Okay. Zhang Xuejuan felt Xiangcheng's concern for her. She couldn't help but smile gently. She only felt that her heart was infinitely warm and comfortable. She turned around and strode away. His unusually tall and fit body was still as masculine and valiant as ever, full of vigor and vigor. Xiangcheng only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. Seeing Zhang Xuejuan leave, he finally couldn't help but follow her. You go back. Zhang Xuejuan turned around. No. Xiangcheng shook his head. Go back. Be obedient. Zhang Xuejuan's face was a little red. You do your thing. I won't disturb you. I'll just watch from the side. Xiangcheng was very determined. Zhang Xuejuan bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with shyness, tenderness, and gentleness. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he wanted nothing more. As a woman, with such a husband, what more could she ask for? This life was enough. When we return to Fenghai, let's pick a date to get married, Zhang Xuejuan said, biting her lips. Ah, Xiangcheng was overjoyed. Are you serious? Idiot. Zhang Xuejuan rolled his eyes and turned away. Is what you said true? Xiangcheng shouted from behind, his face full of joy. Zhang Xuejuan did not answer. You can't go back on your word. Xiang Chong's face was full of smiles as he walked. Humph. A gentleman keeps his word. Xiang Chong shouted. We'll get married when we get back. You said it. Shut up. Lower your voice. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. He was unhappy. Many of the Zhang family members heard and could not help but roar with laughter. Oh! Everyone cheered. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. She lowered her head and rushed forward. Xiang Chong grinned and smiled happily. He followed behind and looked into the ancestral hall. He felt that today had suddenly become so beautiful. The surrounding Zhang family members also looked at him kindly. Occasionally, two people would come over to tease him, and Xiang Chong would reply with a chuckle. Everyone seemed to be very happy. In the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Zhang family kept coming forward to test it. Drop after drop of Zhang family blood essence dripped on the jade pendant. However, the jade pendant did not have any reaction. A group of men tried one by one, but no one had any reaction. The Zhang family went from their initial ecstasy to extreme disappointment. Could it be that this immortal fate was not fated with the Zhang family? Women, even if they could, they would still belong to another family. And this was also the reason why Zhang Xuejuan, the number one genius of the Zhang family, was placed at the back. Because the men had to be tested first. Zhang Xuejuan also understood this point. After all, she was going to get married. Once she got married, she would belong to another family. With her talent and the resources that the family had invested in her all these years, it was already very generous of them to not let her stay at home. All the men had failed. The Zhang family members were extremely disappointed. But things had already reached this stage. How could they stop? Hence, they arranged for the Zhang family women to continue testing. However, no one could make the jade pendant change, until Zhang Xuejuan cut her middle finger and dripped her blood on the jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a bright red light. The red light was very gentle. Even Zhang Xuejuan herself was stunned for a moment. It's done. There's a reaction. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. Then, they cheered in unison. It would be best if there was a man with a mortal fate. But as long as there was someone in the Zhang family who could trigger a mortal fate, it was still a great opportunity. It's Xuejuan. Xuejuan has immortal fate. That's great. That's great. Ha! It's finally done. It's immortal fate indeed. God bless the Zhang family. The inside was in an uproar. Everyone in the Zhang family was dancing with joy. Xiang Chong was standing at the outermost entrance. He was an impatient person to begin with, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but squeeze in, wanted to take a look. Only Zhang Xuejuan, who was directly involved, faintly felt that something was wrong, because she found that in the red light that suddenly appeared, the jade pendant seemed to have a touch of faint black qi, rising along with the red light. It was just that it was covered by the red light. Those who were not close would not be able to see it. This black aura vaguely made one's heart palpitate, and Zhang Xuejuan, who was closest to him, faintly felt that this was very wrong. If it was really a mortal fate, why would there be such an uncomfortable black aura? Just when Zhang Xuejuan vaguely felt that something was wrong and wanted to do something, she was stunned to find that the jade pendant had already stuck to her hand. The light seemed to be getting brighter and brighter, but the blood in her body was also continuously flowing into the jade pendant. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. The red light became brighter and brighter. It dyed half the sky red. The cheers grew louder and louder. As the red light became brighter, the black aura also increased. Gradually, it formed a vague door. Inexplicable music seemed to come from the heavens, making people feel relaxed and happy when they heard it. This is immortal music. This is immortal music. The Zhang family members were all trembling with excitement. Xiang Chong squeezed in desperately. Let me see, let me see. He had already seen Zhang Xuejuan in the red light. She was like a fairy. For some reason, Xiang Chong felt that she was very far away. It was as if Zhang Xuejuan was standing in this red light and was separated from him by two different worlds. It was unreachable. He squeezed forward with all his might. He widened his eyes and shouted with a trembling voice, "Xiuejuan! Xiuejuan! You, how are you?" Jean Xiuejuan was stunned. Her eyes were a little confused. The cheers of the people around her seemed to come from the heavens. Her consciousness was gradually blurring. It was as if she had forgotten everything. Her body was also a little light. It was as if she was about to fly off the ground and ascend. However, when Xiang Chong's voice sounded, Jean Xiuejuan's heart suddenly became clear. "Xiang Chong, yes, it's Xiang Chong. It's the voice of my lover. It's him. I want to marry him. I want to spend my life with him. Become an immortal? I don't want to. I want to get married. I want to stay." Jean Xiuejuan struggled with all her might. Suddenly, she finally regained a trace of clarity. In the red light in front of her, the black gas was becoming more and more obvious. The door was already very clear and open that others still couldn't detect it. But when Jean Xiuejuan suddenly regained a trace of clarity, she had already seen a ferocious demonic aura, something that looked like a monster, as if it was going to come out from here, that looked excited and its eyes were shining. It was about to rush out. Jean Xiuejuan was horrified. She only felt that all the hair on her body suddenly stood up. She felt that something was wrong. She came to a conclusion. This was definitely not an immortal fate. Then, she suddenly remembered what Xiang Chong said. The gods with Xiaoduo once said that she had a great disaster. This was not an immortal fate. Jean Xiuejuan bit her lips and instantly made a decision. This was an immortal fate. Evil and unorthodox ways. How can I let you have your way? At the last moment when the door was about to form, Jean Xiuejuan activated all the remaining strength in her body. With a clang, she pulled out her sword and shouted. Without hesitation, she cut off her left hand. Using the most extreme method, she resolutely stopped the process of blood pouring into the jade pendant. With a fierce kick, she sent the broken hand and the jade pendant flying. The heavenly music stopped abruptly. The demon that was about to rush out suddenly froze in the door, as if it was solidified. At this moment, a furious roar came from the door. "How dare you, lowly servant!" Xiang Chong had just squeezed in when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, "Xiuejuan!" Jean Xiuejuan felt that the black gas was like silk threads that had completely tied her up. She couldn't retreat. With all the strength in her body, she shouted, "Don't come over!" The long sword in her hand was thrown out like lightning. With a bang, the sword hilt hit Xiang Chong's chest and sent him flying. Jean Xiuejuan shouted, "Back off! You back off! Everyone back off! Don't come over!" Boom! That red light suddenly spread out and threw everyone away. Then, the black light lingered and spread, and the door was rapidly closing. Jean Xiuejuan panted and looked forward to it. It looked like it was about to close. But at the last moment when the door was about to close, the black smoke turned into a big hand. It reached out from the door and grabbed Jean Xiuejuan. "Lowly servant, you spoiled my plans." With a whoosh, Jean Xiuejuan's bloodstained body was caught by the big black hand. "You are indeed a heroine that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. Just when I was about to succeed, you still spoiled my plans." A ferocious voice gradually disappeared as the door closed, cutting off the hand and feeling the pulse. "You're really bold. Let me see how hard your bones are." With another whoosh, the red light, the black gas, the door, and the source of all the trouble, the jade pendant, all disappeared. It disappeared together with Jean Xiuejuan. A roar came from an unknown space. It was Jean Xiuejuan's heartbreaking roar. "Don't wait for me. Don't look for me." The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 10:14. The door was suddenly closed. The red light and the black gas suddenly disappeared. Jean Xiuejuan's screams seemed to still reverberate in the air. Only Jean Xiuejuan's severed left hand was left on the ground. The Zhang family members who were cheering until their voices were hoarse were all dumbfounded. What? What was going on? Why did it suddenly? Xu Eduan. Xiang Chong let out a hoarse roar, rushing forward with all his might. But the door was completely closed. Xiang Chong missed his target and crashed into the offering table in the ancestral hall, breaking it into pieces. Xu Eduan, where are you? Where did you go? Ah! Xiang Chong almost went crazy. Where did she go? Xiang Chong frantically tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to find any information about Zhang Xuejuan. The only thing he had left was the incense burning in the ancestral hall of the Zhang family. However, after the jade pendant disappeared, the incense had turned into an incomparably foul smell. The Zhang family members were dumbfounded. Wasn't this an immortal fate? Why? Did it suddenly become a disaster? Where was Zhang Xuejuan? Where was the immortal? That music? Where did the red light go? What exactly happened? No one could explain. Xiang Chong did not cry, nor did he go into a daze. He just went crazy, but he forced himself to calm down. He used the knife to stab his arms and legs a few times before he regained some consciousness. I can't go crazy. I have to wake up. I have to go find her. He broke the burning incense, leaving a small half of it that was not completely burned, and carefully picked up Zhang Xuejuan's left hand on the ground. The jade hand was still warm and soft, as if there were still remnants of her gentleness. Xiang Chong held the severed hand, feeling as if a knife was cutting his heart. He took Zhang Xuejuan's left hand and bid farewell to the Zhang family members. I have to go find her. I will find her no matter where I go. Xiang Chong quickly rushed back to Fenghai City to find Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo. He knew that the only person he could count on to help him was probably Zhuo Xiaoduo alone. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo had made a prophecy in advance. Zhang Xuejuan's disaster. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo might have a way to deal with it. He frantically contacted Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not be contacted. No matter if it was by phone or any other means of contacting him through the internet, none of them could be reached. Xiang Chong almost went crazy. He could only choose to ask Li Chenglong for help. Xiang Chong was very clear-headed. He knew that his IQ was not high enough, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. At this moment, only Li Chenglong was quick-witted and could help him, calmly helping him to plan. Li Chenglong was now on his way back. He lived up to everyone's expectations and found the severely injured Meng Zhongjun and the others. He also rescued them. Then, on the way back, he received a call from Xiang Chong. Li Chenglong rushed back through the night and saw Xiang Chong. Then, he forcefully detained Xiang Chong in the villa and did not allow him to take a step out. At this time, it was easy to get into trouble. Zhang Xuejuan was already in trouble. Xiang Chong could not have any more accidents. Looking at the dazed Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong only felt waves of powerlessness at this moment. He only thought of one sentence: fate, destiny, irreversible. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long predicted that Zhang Xuejuan would meet with a calamity of certain death. Therefore, he specially instructed himself to keep a close eye on her so that she could avoid the calamity. However, everything was fine, and she had already left the Zhang family. But because he was transferred away by a phone call, the subsequent events changed and took a turn for the worse. First, Zhuo Xiaoduo was busy with something and disappeared. He did not know how to deal with Zhang Xuejuan. He could only try his best to prevent the possibility of anything happening. Everything was going smoothly, but at the last moment, a phone call and a mission transferred him away. Because of this, there was a gap. Zhang Xuejuan, who had already left, was called back and killed herself. Tell me, with all these things happening one after another, where can you go to reason? Thinking back to Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Li Chenglong could only feel his heart palpitating. Destiny. Even if you know it, you may not be able to escape it. Li Chenglong frantically searched for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The current situation was beyond his ability to deal with. However, he was shocked to find that Xiang Chong could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo either. Even their unique communication method was useless. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Li Qinglong only felt that it was inconceivable. He could not believe it. Everything was inconceivable. Xiang Chong had just encountered such an irreversible thing. And on the other side, he could not contact the key person who could help him the most. Who dared to say that this was not God's will? Where did Zhuo Xiaoduo go? Li Qinglong had chosen to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo himself when he had discovered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared. This was because too many people and things were involved in this matter. What if Zhuo Xiaoduo had only returned to his hometown? What if he had gone to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to accompany Zhuo Xiaoyan? Or perhaps he had gone into closed-door training. Li Qinglong knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had such a space. He would not be able to receive any news as long as he went in a train. It was no different from him vanishing from the face of the earth. Therefore, Li Qinglong rushed back to the Phoenix City at night to confirm the situation. He visited Hu Riyun and teacher Hu, and learned that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. So, he ran back again. Even if he suddenly had an epiphany and was in that space, Zhuo could not have stayed there for more than 24 hours. Li Qinglong calculated silently. His phone was always charged. Since he had rushed back from the Phoenix City, he had been anxiously calling every few minutes. He had been full of hope every time. He had hoped that the other party would come out of closed-door training. However, his hopes had been dashed every time. If Zhuo had really gone into closed-door training for some reason and had encountered a critical juncture, it might have taken a little longer. But it would not have taken more than 36 hours. He is not a person who would not give instructions. Li Qinglong was burning with anxiety. He rushed back to the Fenghai city and returned to the villa as soon as possible. He burned incense for Grandma Shi, and the principal changed the offerings. Then, he sat in the living room and waited quietly for Zhuo Xiaoduo's reappearance. However, 24 hours had passed, and there was no news. 36 hours had passed, and there was still no news. At this moment, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Zhan Piapiao, Pai Bao, and the other members of Zhuo Xiao's gang had already been waiting in the villa. However, they did not dare to enter the living room. They could only wait outside. It was probably because Li Qinglong's temper was unprecedentedly hot. It was almost as if he would explode at the slightest provocation. No one wanted to, mainly because they did not dare to provoke Li Qinglong at this time. Li Qinglong sat in the living room for a long time. His eyes were slightly closed. He seemed to be taking a nap, but in fact, he was thinking nervously. Where did Zhuo go? If he did not act on his own initiative and had an accident, then what kind of accident could it be? A life and death crisis? If it wasn't for the sudden turn of events, with his character, he wouldn't have left no traces behind. Then the person he's facing must be an extremely powerful expert, one that far surpasses us. No, it should be far beyond what Boss Zhuo can handle. 36 hours. I can't wait any longer. The situation has changed. It is not at a level that I can handle alone. Li Qinglong did not hesitate anymore. He took out his phone and called Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian. So Xiaoduo was missing. When Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian heard this breaking news, they were almost scared to death. The two of them rushed to the villa immediately to confirm the situation. In particular, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was last seen in Phoenix City, they called Hu Riyun and her husband to confirm it repeatedly. Then, the two of them reported this big news to their superiors. Yi Chongqing immediately called Nan Zhengxian, the chief of the southern region. Marshal Nan. Nan Zhengxian's voice was very bright. Chongqing, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Marshal Nan. Something happened on our side, Yi Chongqing said. What could have happened on your side? Minister Nan should be in the military camp, having a meal with his subordinates. He could clearly hear the sound of laughter and shouting next to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo is missing. Yi Chongqing's mood was unusually heavy, and his tone was unusually cold. On the other side, Nan Zhengxian suddenly paused. Then, he heard a sudden sound. Obviously, Nan Zhengxian came out of his room. He hurriedly asked, "What?" "Say that again." Yi Chongqing sighed. Zhuo is missing. He should have disappeared during the spring festival break. We can't contact him no matter what. As he spoke, he went into detail about the investigation, the last traces of Zhuo before he went missing, and the people he came into contact with. Then, he went into detail. On the other side, Marshal Nen had been holding his breath for a long time, but he didn't say a word. He listened quietly and summarized the information. He seemed to be very calm and unperturbed. When Yi Changqing finished, Nan Zhengxian asked with unusual calmness, "Is there anything else you want to add?" Yi Changqing thought quickly and looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong shook his head. "No, that's all the information we have now. Information about Zhuo must not be spread. You just wait quietly. Remember, don't spread even a single piece of information. No one is allowed to spread it. Wait for my call at any time." Palm Marshal Nen immediately hung up the phone. The room fell into an unprecedented silence. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. He felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out his throat. His legs were a little weak. "How is it?" Li Chenglong asked. "Don't spread the news. Don't act rashly. Don't spread the news." Yi Changqing staggered and sat on the sofa. He looked at Li Chenglong and said, "Besides you, who else knows?" "No one. No one. No one." Gao Qiao's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Sister Nian, she's swollen. You didn't tell her, right?" Li Chenglong shook his head. "How dare I? The most important thing now is her. When no one is looking at her, I don't dare to say anything. Who can guarantee how she will react?" Chapter 10:15. Gao Qiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that he didn't say anything. Now that something has happened to Zhua, what I'm most afraid of is that our family is in a mess. If Sister Nian loses control, we will be even more helpless and helpless. What should we do next? Wait. We can only wait." When Xingtian sat down slowly, his eyes focused. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he said softly, "Xiao Duo is good at divination. He can see life and death, fortune and misfortune. He knows better than anyone how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, avoid death and prolong life. He'll be fine. Maybe he is just temporarily trapped and can't contact us. No news is actually good news." As Qiao said, "Let's not think too much and panic. Minister Nen has already intervened in this matter. He'll find a way to find Xiao Duo's whereabouts." Everyone nodded silently, although when Xingtian's words were meant to comfort himself, at the moment, no news was indeed good news. There was no need for him to panic. After the assassination attempt by the Dao Alliance's Skysoar Realm expert, everyone had truly become jittery and paranoid about the dangers of every bush and tree. At this time, Zhuo suddenly disappeared for no reason. Moreover, he disappeared on the way back to Fenghai from Phoenix City. No one dared to continue thinking about what this meant. If they forced themselves to think about it, they wouldn't think in a good direction. Only a moment later, the sky above Fenghai suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. An unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly arrived. With a boom, the person broke through the sky and came in. It was the king of Zhuolu and his wife, who had arrived in Fenghai. The king of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yun Fairy, and Bai Yun Duo were surrounded by the biting cold air from the sky. They landed in the villa's courtyard with a whoosh and teleported to the living room in the next moment. What happened? Is this what happened? Search the entire way. Yun Zhonghu's aura was fully unleashed, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens. Capture everyone who was on the road or passed by that day. Also, search for the auras of all the experts on this road and capture them. Exterminate all the bandits on this road and interrogate them one by one. Bai Yunduo jumped in fright. Isn't this a bit too loud? This is big. The murderous intent in Yun Zhonghu's tiger-like eyes was piercingly cold, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. Once any suspicious points are confirmed, blood will flow for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will be nothing more than a trivial matter. Li Qinglong and the others were stunned by the conversation between the couple. Who is this? Why is it so easy to put people in misery and suffering? Move out now. Yin Zhonghu's cloak fluttered as he turned around and walked out. From now on, all officials and organizations in the astral souls are to listen to my orders. My orders are strictly enforced. If there is any disobedience, if there is any negligence, the bloodline of all 9 generations will be wiped out. Do not blame me for not warning you. At this moment, Yin Zhonghu had completely gone crazy. Now, he really wanted to kill someone to vent the huge negative emotions in his heart. Little junior brother had gone missing. The only bloodline of master and mistress had gone missing. Pass down my orders. Investigate the 12 major cities in the vicinity first. Uproot all the Tao League and Umno Alliance's strongholds, spies, and spies. I want to interrogate them personally. The Tao League is still an alliance. Bai Yinduo said worriedly. We still have to report this to Uncle Yu. Even if we are not afraid of being held accountable, it will still be troublesome. Alliance special, fuck. Troublesome, fucking troublesome. Yin Zhonghu's eyes were red. Who cares about the alliance now? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Tiger Guards, Yin Kai assemble. Give up on everything and rush back quickly to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yin Zhonghu pointed at the dozen Tiger Guards and Yun Kai behind him. 3 days. Yes. Heavenly King. More than a dozen people sat in more than a dozen directions. All of them unleashed their auras and whistled away. During this time, there were people coming and leaving continuously. In the sky above Fenghai, the wind and clouds surged and the sky changed color. The wind blew in the sky, and the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Have you found anything? Have you found any clues? No. All of you go and help. A figure flashed. Nanzheng Xian had also arrived. You still haven't found anything? Hurry up and go back to your southern army. You're just causing trouble here. The king of Zwolu cursed. Get lost. Nanzheng Xian paused. His eyes were a little red. Then, he turned around and left. If you find anything, send me a message as soon as possible. Then he flew into the sky. What should we do? Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu looked at each other. Should we inform? Both of them rubbed their hands. Xiao Duo, go to Shangjing and keep an eye on Xiaoyan. Don't let her know about Xiao Duo's disappearance, and don't let her run around, Yin Zhonghu said to his wife. Okay. Immediately. Understood. Bai Yun Duo rushed into the sky like a stream of light, galloping far away. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others saw the series of changes and the arrival of several important people. They were all stunned and speechless for a long time. This time, the heavenly kings of the right and left came with their original faces. They didn't disguise themselves, so they were naturally recognized at a glance. He still had lingering fears. Didn't they say that there is still some time before the Battle of the Worlds? She, why don't you jump out now? You asked me, but who should I ask? Yu Dongtian, who had been pretending to be a quail at the side, finally came back to life. How scary. That master's wife of yours is really not scary. You dare to say to her face? Oomph. I don't dare. Let's get down to business first. It is said that the people of the Tao League and the Feng family have been very active in the White Mountain and Blackwater area recently. They are looking for information everywhere. Yu Dongtian said. Well, I heard about this too. They seem to be looking for someone, the king of Zwolu said. But the person they are looking for seems to be the third prince. It has nothing to do with little junior brother. The heavenly king of the right nodded. That little guy from the royal family is an idiot. After doing such a thing, he actually left clues for the Tao League. I think they will find out about him soon. Yesterday, The Feng family already sent a few experts to Shangjing. The king of Zulu said lightly, but this matter is not within my jurisdiction. I have no intention of interfering. The heavenly king of the right said, me too. The two of them stood in the sky and chatted. The entire Fenghai city under their feet, including all the movements in the surroundings, was within the range of their divine senses. As time passed, the two of them became more and more impatient. She knew that if there was such a list, the two of them would definitely be the first and second place at the top. This wasn't out of modesty. The esteemed master had already proved this point. It wasn't surprising that the astral souls had another list of heavenly talents that they paid special attention to. Zhuo Xiaoyan even thought that Li Chenglong might be among the 6 people. She just didn't know where he was ranked. Zhuo Xiaoyan had heard too many times from Zhuo Xiaoduo about this person who had been by Puppy's side for the past few years. If you're going to see Zhuo Xiaoduo, you might as well not go. You won't be able to see him even if you go. Bai Yunduo chuckled. Well, what do you mean, master? Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed back to his hometown in Phoenix City on New Year's Eve to visit his old friends. Due to a chance encounter, his Taoist heart was enlightened and his state of mind was greatly improved. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon High School specially arranged a 1-month hellish cultivation for him. During this period, he's not allowed to bring any communication devices to prevent it from affecting the cultivation. Bai Yunduo said, I believe that after this cultivation, he'll be reborn. He might even be able to catch up with you. Bai Yunduo smiled and said, how is it? This is great news, isn't it? Are you happy? Are you happy? Chapter 1017. Happy? Happy? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Apparently, she was shocked by the good news. There was only one thought in her mind. Is he going to catch up with me? How? How is this possible? What? What kind of cultivation is so effective? How can I be reborn? With Bai Yunduo's endorsement, Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't have any doubts. However, a strong sense of danger grew in his heart, and he couldn't stop himself. Oh no, oh no. Little doggy said that if he catches up with me, he will do that. Humph. So embarrassing. Bai Yunduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face, suddenly flushed red. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. As an experienced person, how could she not know what was going on with Zhuo Xiaoyan? She was very familiar with the relationship between the two. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed as she thought about the uncertain future. She said faintly, Little Nian, should I tell you that your cultivation progress is a little slow? Your brother used to be much slower than you, but now he is about to catch up with you. When she said this, the Lady of the Clouds felt a little embarrassed. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation progress, let alone herself, even in the eyes of the top 2 people in the astral souls. It was definitely unprecedented. Well, if Zhuo Xiaoyan met Zhuo Xiaoduo, it could only be said that she was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, she would be the most powerful person in the world. No one could compete with her. This kind of cultivation progress, even compared to those ancient almighty people in the legends who encountered one opportunity with each step, was still one of the best. Very few people could compare to him. Whoever dared to say that Zhuo Xiaoyan was slow would probably be despised to death. He immediately retorted with a single sentence. This is slow? How fast are you? However, Bai Yunduo's words had hit Zhuo Xiaoyan's weak spot, and it had instantly broken through his mental defenses. That's right. Compared to little doggy, my cultivation progress is indeed slow, too slow. So Xiaoyan's state of mind became more and more unstable, and his heart was burning with anxiety. However, she was now thinking of ways to improve herself. She must not let little doggy catch up with her. It would be too embarrassing if little doggy caught up with her now. Since she would not be able to seize Xiaoduo after going to Fenghai, so Xiaoyan immediately extinguished the thought of going to Fenghai. Little doggy is cultivating desperately. Why should I go there? To watch him catch up with me? From the beginning to the end, Xiaoyan had never doubted that Inspector Baiyun Fairy, the most powerful person in the astral souls, would lie to her. The Lady of the Clouds would never lie to him. Who was he? Why would such a high-end and high-class person come here to lie to her? Was she a university student who suspected that the country's leader was lying to her? This was simply impossible. She would be excited for a long time just to meet her. How could she have any doubts? Xiaoyan was probably in this situation now. Thank you for telling me. Xiaoyan wanted to go back as soon as possible. Once she went back, she would go into seclusion and seize every moment to cultivate and improve. What are you going to do? Go back and cultivate. Cultivate. Baiyun's face was full of smiles. Anyway, I don't have anything important to do in Shangjing. Where do you live? I'll go with you. Maybe I can give you some advice on cultivation. Speaking of which, part of the reason I came here this time is because of you. Because of me? Xiaoyan was surprised. The great Baiyun Fairy came here to look for me? What? Am I such a big shot? Aren't you giving me too much face? Xiaoduo is working hard to improve his cultivation, and you also need to improve your cultivation. You need to improve even more. But at the same time, she would never hurt her origin. In this way, the spiritual energy in her dantian was absorbed from nothing to the limit. When her dantian was full again, not only did she have new insights, but she could also slightly expand the capacity of her dantian every time her dantian was full. At Xiaoyan's level, it was extremely difficult to expand the capacity of one's dantian. It was directly related to the number of times one had to compress one's cultivation. If one continued to compress like this, Baiyunduo could even push Xiaoyan's cultivation to a whole new level on top of the already shocking foundation. Xiaoyan naturally knew the benefits of this. This kind of cultivation method was more than just twice the result with half the effort. It was basically a heaven-sent opportunity. Her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. She's indeed the top of the continent, the top of the mythical level. Xiaoyan was full of admiration. I can't let that little dog catch up with me. This is a good opportunity. I must take this opportunity to widen the distance between us. I must widen the distance even more. Xiaoyan's eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Finally, during a break in cultivation, Baiyunduo asked Xiaoyan, "Little Nian, how many times have you suppressed your cultivation at the peak of the returning profound realm?" "Currently, only 19 times. There's still a lot of room for compression." Xiaoyan answered honestly and respectfully. Cough. Baiyunduo only felt her throat itch, so she coughed and said, "How many times do you think you can suppress when you really break through to the sky realm?" Xiaoyan calculated and said, "I originally expected to suppress about 45 times. However, this time, with the help of Master's extreme compression of her dantian, I estimate that by that time, I should be able to suppress 3 or 4 more times." Her eyes were shining as she said, "If I work harder, I should be able to suppress it to 50 times. If I could suppress it to 51 or 52 times, that would be even better." Baiyunduo closed her mouth and used all her willpower to control the expression on her face. She nodded gracefully and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. Your performance has far exceeded the scope of ordinary prodigies. However, you still have to work harder. It won't look good if the elder sister is beaten to the ground by the younger brother." "No, definitely not." Xiaoyan was full of fighting spirit. She said, "After this special training, I'm confident that I can still beat little doggy single-handedly. It won't be a problem. Bayunwa's mouth twitched. Okay, let's continue. I'll give you a hand. I hope your wish comes true. Duo was thrown far away in the beam of light. He felt like he had been shot out of a rocket launcher, through thousands of mountains and rivers like an egg. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away from the Red Sun mountain range, which was a sea of fire that was thousands of miles in circumference. He also caught a glimpse of the mountains under his feet, which flashed past in a hurry like a line. Hundreds of mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duo was not shocked at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. It was indeed Zhu Wu's inheritance. It was indeed awesome. Apart from the inheritance, there was also a layer of protection. It was very thoughtful and strict. Especially for the current me, it was tailor-made and infinitely suitable for me. Looking at the densely packed human heads that looked like ants, there seemed to be at least a few 100,000 of them. Then, looking at the Wizard Alliance's banners that flashed past, Lin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Duo suddenly had a feeling of being trapped in a hopeless situation, but he had escaped with his life. Awesome. This is really awesome. I didn't expect there to be such a trick. In this way, I have directly escaped the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with my current speed, each person is in a different direction. The higher-ups of the Alliance will definitely not be able to determine where I am. It's getting harder and harder to determine. Since the higher-ups of the Alliance can't determine where I am, that hateful old man, who is in the hinterland of the Alliance, will naturally be even more powerless. I can only completely get rid of him. I have gotten rid of this huge trouble. Duo felt relaxed all over. Looking outside the beam of light, he saw thousands of mountains and rivers flashing past. Under the extreme relaxation, he could not help but feel refreshed and even high-spirited. For a moment, he was in the mood of being lonely at the top, and his poetic interest was greatly aroused. Traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwoo in the evening, the golden crow in the sleeve is bold. No one in the Alliance knows me. The sound of the waves flies across hundreds of thousands of lakes. Yes, it can't be the sound of the waves. It must be the sound of the waves. Chapter 10:18. Duo felt that he had been overindulged. I traversed the Alliance over thousands of mountains and rivers, rowing a boat without a paddle. His words were full of self-satisfaction, and he even wanted to continue. What's the big deal about traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwoo in the evening? It's just that the distance I traversed in these 2 seconds was several times greater than his, all right? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel that he was high and mighty. He had a subtle feeling that a person at the peak would feel cold. A sense of loneliness arose in his heart, as if there was no one else but him. Hundreds of thousands of strong enemies besieged, and millions of troops chased and intercepted. What kind of dangerous situation was that? This is simply a matter of 10,000 deaths. But I, Masters, passed through it so easily. To me, this kind of deadly encirclement is not something that can be done with a wave of my hand. I'm already thousands of mountains and rivers away without taking away a single cloud. Although it's not my own ability, but this doesn't stop me from being overindulgent, because I'm in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move in the beam of light and was still tightly imprisoned, Duo would definitely stand with his hands behind his back, standing in the wind and showing off his cool and graceful manner. Looking at the mountains that seemed to be lined up like flickering lights and passing shadows, and in an instant, thousands of mountains flew past in front of him. Duo became more and more comfortable. That old bastard whose name I don't know. Let's see how you're going to monitor me. You're really too vicious. What kind of grudge do you have with my father that you actually put the blame on me? Just you wait. Wait until I achieve great success in my cultivation. I'll definitely take revenge. Even if I can't deal with you for now, I'll still deal with your descendants. I promise I'll take care of them until they cry for their parents. Since this old bastard has descendants, he must have sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, and the like, right? Can't I beat one of them? Since he has a daughter, he must have a grandson or something, right? Can I, Zwishauduo, beat your grandson to death? When I go back and see them, I'll definitely, as he thought about it, anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his guts. Dozens of revenge plans were lined up neatly in a row. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a dark and lush green. Endless forest? Damn, how could there be such a vast forest? He was clearly moving at such a fast speed, and thousands of mountains and rivers were nothing to him. Why was it that he still couldn't see the end of it? Wasn't this forest a bit too big? The forest in front of them was filled with black smoke. That was boundless demonic aura. Waves of dense demonic aura crisscrossed high up in the sky, directly blocking the falling meteorites from far away. No one knew how far they fell, but they couldn't fall into the forest at all. It was as if there was a huge energy shield above the forest, just like a human city. Zwishauduo saw such a strange scene and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the forest covered at least dozens of mountains. It was too dense and too vast. It was not difficult to guess that there must be countless big demons in the forest from the dense demonic aura in the sky. This is clearly a dangerous place. I can't go in. I have to go over it quickly. Why do I feel that the more I look at it, the clearer it is? Zwishauduo subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The forest in front of him was huge, but it was still nothing compared to the high-speed movement he had done before. Zwishauduo's head, which he had placed high hopes on, played a powerful role like a drill and directly stabbed into the hard trunk of the tree. His head, neck, chest, lower abdomen, and most of his body were stabbed into the big tree with a burp sound. Only his two legs were left outside, drooping down dejectedly at the right time. The hole that was pierced through was too sudden. Due to the friction at high speed, there was even a puff of black smoke coming out from the direction of Zwishauduo's, but it rose in spirals. The big tree trembled, and then a dull sound came out from the trunk of the big tree. It sounded like the movement of a person who was about to suffocate to death. What the fuck? Behind him, diagonally facing the sky, was a huge and penetrating hole that extended into the sky. A hole that was connected by 11 big trees was, of course, a continuous hole. How could it be a lie? At this moment, from the holes of the 11 big trees that were directly pierced through, there was also a puff of black smoke rising in spirals. It seemed that wherever the mountain wind passed, there would be signs of a fire, or even a fire. Such high speed, such rapid friction, such a sudden explosion of a large amount of heat. It seemed that the forest was about to be set on fire. At this moment, the big tree that Zwishauduo was embedded in suddenly moved. The towering treetops that reached into the clouds swayed slightly, and a heavy downpour suddenly fell within a radius of 10,000 feet. Wallalala, as soon as the black smoke rose, it disappeared in an instant. The 11 big trees that were pierced through only reacted at this moment, like humans who had woken up from a dream. Their branches and leaves swayed, sending a message of gratitude. Thick branches bent down from the treetops and used their branches and leaves to caress their bodies that were inexplicably pierced through. They were filled with an inexplicable pain at the next moment. A wave of anger and confusion rose to the sky. This was too inhumane. Too inhumane. What the hell was going on? In the words of the human race, it should be unworthy of being a son. We just grew up here quietly, lived a peaceful life, and did not offend anyone. Was this two-legged beast crazy? Did we offend him? Why did it descend from the sky out of nowhere and pierce through my body? At this moment, half of Zwishauduo's body was embedded in the giant tree, and the tree began to move again. It was so uncomfortable that it kept trembling. It directly crashed in my body, and it was still moving continuously. It was still setting fire. Damn it. It's so painful, it's so bloated. The huge tree was furious. Two thick tree vines dropped down with a swoosh and wrapped around Xiaoduo's thighs, one on each side, while the other was filled with raging flames. In an instant, they tied him up tightly and then pulled him out with great force. Go away. Swoosh. So Xiaoduo screamed as he was pulled out, as if someone was pulling out a needle from his own body. Then two tree vines wrapped around Xiaoduo and swung him in the air. Then, with a whoosh, he was thrown out like a baseball. Go away. So Xiaoduo was thrown out like a spinning top and flew high into the sky. Above the vast forest, between the countless branches of the trees, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. However, wherever he passed, it was not a smooth journey, but a path of punishment. Countless trees and thick vines swung nimbly. Each of them used their full strength. Swoosh, 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 the tree vines whipped the air with explosive sounds, whipping Xiaoduo's body viciously. Pa, pa, pa. The sounds were all connected together. The vines had already formed countless illusions. Wherever Xiaoduo passed, at least tens of thousands of vines were already swinging in advance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 1019. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of tree vines were still waving towards Xiaoduo, but Xiaoduo grabbed them casually. With a shake and a twist, he actually tied a knot with himself as the center. Countless tree vines were entangled in one place. Xiaoduo took this opportunity to get rid of the tree vines whipping him. Immediately, the tree vines began to catch fire again. That was the enormous heat generated by the scorching sun divine art. The extremely hot chi was able to burn the tree vines and counterattack. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? How dare a bunch of tree demons bully me? So Xiaoduo was furious. You've been punished to stand on trees for so many years. How dare you provoke me? I'll roast you one by one. Burn all of you. For a moment, the raging flames soared into the sky and stretched endlessly. Countless tree vines were still unwilling to give up and continued to entangle him. However, this level of attack was nothing to Xiaoduo, who had recovered. Both of his hands were yin and yang. With a twist, more tree vines were tied together like a gourd. It was a mess. Then, as usual, a small flame flashed. The true fire of the scorching sun divine art suddenly exploded. It was still a small explosion and continued to burn. The raging flames were about to soar into the sky. Wait, don't set the fire. An old voice said, "Please be merciful. Please be merciful." The voice of the speaker was quite strange. It was a sound produced by the vibration of soul power and mind power. The accent was extremely ancient and strange. In addition, there was a hint of a muffled sound. So Xiaoduo was stunned. After all, he was in a foreign land and did not dare to act rashly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. There's someone in this world. In the forest, there was a flash of green light. It was like a firefly. Countless trees automatically poured water from the top of the trees and quickly extinguished the fire that had just been ignited. Countless broken vines twisted as if they were in great pain and quickly retracted back into the tree. His vision instantly became clean and refreshed. As far as the eye could see, a tall giant that was at least dozens of meters tall staggered out from the dense forest on the other side. His entire body was covered in fluttering vines and tentacles. The forest was extremely vast, and there was almost no space between the trees. However, the giant in front of him moved at a relatively slow speed, but no matter where he went, there was no obstruction. Clearly, it was impossible to cross the boundary. Even Xiaoduo would be stuck in the small space if he walked over there. However, The giant seemed to be at ease and walked over casually. After he walked over, the trees behind him were still the same. There was no difference from before. It looked extremely magical and incredible. The closer they got, the clearer Zhuo could see the true appearance of the giant. He saw that the green leaves covered most of the giant's body, but they still could not cover the giant's legs and body. What covered was the extremely hard bark of the tree. The face was also covered with ancient mottled bark. It was a shocking sight. Only the pair of eyes were as bright as autumn water, untainted by a trace of dust, and pleasing to the eye. Zhuo took a closer look and found that there was a round hole at the base of the giant's thigh. It seemed to have been drilled by a red-hot soldering iron. It felt burnt, and there was a smell that had just appeared. This shouldn't have been drilled out by me just now, right? Zhuo could not help but mutter in his heart. Looking at that part, it was a little mysterious. If it was a little bit deeper, it would be the most important part for a human being that the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had just drilled out, that he could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, it was the front side. If it was the back side, I would have been a joke for the rest of my life if I had drilled in with my head facing down. I drilled into the giants. Reincarnation of the 5 grains, Zhuo's thoughts were undeniably strange. As he thought about it, he even shuddered. Young friend, don't look anymore. This hole was drilled out by you just now. The giant's words were full of helplessness. He looked at Zhuo with some annoyance. Just now you drilled your head. Here, if it wasn't for the fact that the old tree is relatively hard, you would have drilled your way into its stomach and destroyed its vitality. Zhuo coughed and said, I'm sorry. It was really not my intention to come here. If I had a choice, I would not have landed in such a way. The giant rolled his eyes and said, Young friend, please retract your supernatural power and spare my descendants. The surrounding flames were extinguished, but the flame in Zhuo's hand was still burning. It was the tree demon's biggest nemesis. The giant looked at the flame in Zhuo's hand and was a little afraid. Who are you? Where's this place? Zhuo held the flame and had an expression that said, I have your weakness. It was a little like a petty person intoxicated with success. Since these trees were so afraid of fire, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this matter? I may not be afraid of other things, but fire. Ha ha ha, I'm not bragging, but I can even set fire to little chicks. I was thrown here all of a sudden. I am unfamiliar with this place. How can I not be intimidated? Therefore, he held the flame even more and waved it left and right. He said proudly, This supernatural power can't be retracted. Ha ha, it can't be retracted. The giant's old bark-like face showed an extremely human-like expression. It was obvious that he hated the flame in Zhuo's hand. This is the heavenly spirit forest. I don't know why you suddenly fell here from the sky, the giant said in a muffled voice. Moreover, you hurt 11 of our people as soon as you landed. It's hard to explain the reason just by saying that you didn't want to, right? As he spoke, he gestured with his big hand that was full of vines at his thigh. His face, which was full of old bark-like skin, actually twitched. The burls on it also trembled. As if recalling the pain, he said, Including me, there are 12 of us. He said with some indignation, You made a hole in all of us. So Zhuo said very innocently, I didn't want to make a hole for all of you, but I had no choice. If I had a choice, why wouldn't I come from hundreds of thousands of miles away just to make a hole for all of you? The giant looked at him seriously. After he finished speaking, he actually thought seriously for a while. Then, he said in a muffled voice, But you made a hole and caused us harm. Those 11 clansmen of mine were seriously injured when you went in and out of their bodies. As the giant spoke slowly, the branches and leaves of many big trees nearby swayed. Then, burly giants walked out from the huge trees. Their vines fluttered and gathered in this direction. A few giants walked, and their vines entangled with each other. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Then the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like an earth bowl turning over. Then, They stood up shakily and continued to walk in this direction. Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of a group of giants, was like a little mouse crawling under the feet of a human. If he wanted to talk to the giant, he had to stretch his neck hard to see the giant's big face. Fuck, am I short? I'm almost 9 meters tall. Among humans, I'm definitely the tallest. But why is it that here, it's like entering a giant's country, that this feeling is really fucking awesome? So Xiaoduo said hesitantly, it's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time, but it's really too tiring for me to talk like this. My neck hurts when I raise my head, so I'm not in the mood to talk. Do you understand what I mean? The first giant thought seriously for a moment before he understood what Xiaoduo said. Then he nodded and said, this is easy. Then the vines fluttered as if they were sending a message. Then another giant stretched out his huge hand and held the other giant's hand. Then, between the two hands, 2 vines intertwined with each other and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a natural old-fashioned wooden armchair. It stood tall about 60 meters above the ground, just at the same level as the previous giant's head. So Xiaoduo was about to jump up when he felt 2 vines quietly growing under his feet. They steadily lifted him up all the way. As the vines grew rapidly, they reached the left side of the old-fashioned wooden armchair. They lifted Xiaoduo to the top of the armchair. Then, with a whoosh, the vines pulled away from Xiaoduo's buttocks. Xiaoduo naturally took advantage of the situation and sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. As soon as he touched it, he felt that it was thick and soft under his buttocks. There was even a faint fragrance. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Xiaoduo patted both sides and said, if only there were 2 more armrests here. Before he could finish his sentence, new green vines suddenly grew on both sides and naturally grew into 2 armrests. What's more, there were a few bright flowers on the left side of the armrests. The branches and leaves stretched out, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted. It was very pleasing to the eye. Xiaoduo placed his hand on the chair and leaned his back against the soft backrest. He sat in an imposing manner and suddenly felt that he was insufferably arrogant at this moment, as if he was above everyone else. Especially when he could look at the giant in front of him without raising his head. This feeling was simply too good. It was indescribably pleasant. Now that I'm sitting and you're standing, it's clear who's superior. This is the only way to accurately reflect my position as Master Zhua. However, this method was indeed not bad. If he had such a thing at home, wouldn't it be much more convenient than a robot? It can grow at any time. Even when I'm eating, these vines can take food for me at any time, even when I'm in the toilet. I don't have to wipe myself. Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. That kind of life was simply he. Chapter 10:20. The giant looked at Xiaoduo and frowned. This, young friend, is it convenient to talk now? Yes, it's convenient. Heavenly Spirit Forest? Where is that? Xiaoduo asked. Why does it sound so unfamiliar? The giant's mottled face showed a trace of sadness. Heavenly Spirit Forest is the place of the spirit race. Spirit race? You're not tree demons or monster race. Xiaoduo was really shocked. Of course, he had heard of the spirit race. As one of the 9 native races of the astral souls, the spirit race, the Wu people, the Tao League, and the human race were all part of the astral souls. But didn't the spirit race leave the astral souls after the exile? Why was there still a spirit race here? And this was the territory of the Wu people. And why would the Umno Alliance allow the spirit race to occupy such a large territory in the Umno Alliance? He had never heard of other races in the Umno Alliance before. This matter was indeed a little unexpected. The giant's big watery eyes stared at Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the giant's eyes were much bigger than his head. In the giant's watery eyes, he could clearly see his own reflection. It was even clearer than a mirror. Swishauduo could even look into the giant's eyes and see little acne on his face. His hair had already turned white. He could squeeze it out now. He suddenly had the urge to squeeze the acne on the giant's eyes. Of course, he couldn't do that. If he sprayed the acne into the giant's eyes, the giant would probably go crazy. Tree demons? Monster race? No, no, no. Young friend, you're wrong about us. Very wrong. We're not monster race. We're spirit race. Tree demons are not the same as us. Cough. Where did you come from? Why do you want to hurt us? The giant stared at Chu Yunsheng in confusion. Our spirit race has always been at peace with the rest of the world. Even though we've been living in the Wu people's territory for thousands of years, we've never interfered with each other. But you, so Xiaoduo said with a wronged expression. Would you believe me if I said I was thrown here? The giant hesitated for a moment. Its huge eyeballs spun like wheels before it said in a simple and honest manner, I do. So Xiaoduo was speechless. Believing everything he said? Was he that gullible? What do you want to do here? What can you do? The giant asked. The surrounding giants looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo curiously. It was a rare sight. Some vines even fluttered in the air. It seemed like they had the urge to touch Zhuo Xiaoduo. Two-legged beasts. How rare to what was that? It was so small. But why isn't there any tree bark on his body? This was too unsightly. The giant who was talking to Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and stopped the curious clansmen around him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. I really didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by a super strong cultivator. I don't even know where this place is. Why would I take the initiative to come here? All the surrounding giants nodded in unison. They had an expression that said, what you said makes sense. We understand everything now. Then the giant nodded in understanding and asked, then why did you come here? Zhuo Xiaoduo was on the verge of collapse. He realized that these big guys' brains weren't that good. They kept asking the same question over and over again, explaining each time and asking in a different way. Can't you guys think for a second? No, I didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by someone. Zhuo Xiaoduo said helplessly, do you understand? He had an urge to go crazy. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to meet a soldier. All the giants nodded in unison. Around Zhuo Xiaoduo, 7 or 8 heads nodded furiously. There were actually a lot of giants gathered here. There were at least a few hundred of them, but Zhuo Xiaoduo could only see 7 or 8 of them at the front. What a headache. I've never encountered such a situation before. I have no place to learn from. Let him go. That would be a loss. Now let him go. Then what should I let him do? At this moment, an elegant voice said with a smile, Okay, okay. Don't make things difficult for this little friend. Let him come over. I'll ask him. This voice was very smooth and pleasant to the ear. It had a strange rhythm. Not only did Zhuo Xiaoduo and the giants understand it, but it seemed that even the dense grass on the ground understood it. They actually shook neatly. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared and saw a layer of dense, grasshopper plants on the ground. The giants looked as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly stepped aside to make a path. Then everyone exerted their strength. The green halos flickered one by one. The 2 vines on the armchair that Zhuo Xiaoduo was sitting on grew all the way under it. They carried Zhuo Xiaoduo and grew crazily. They actually grew for more than 2,000 meters and steadily carried the armchair that Zhuo Xiaoduo was sitting on to the front of flower bed. They actually forgot that Zhuo Xiaoduo could walk on his own. They obediently grew Zhuo Xiaoduo over. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around. The surrounding trees were shady, and the sky was completely covered. Below, there was a flower bed. The flowers in the flower bed were like satin, blooming brightly. It was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, the completely intact flower wall suddenly split into 2 without a sound in the field of flowers as far as the eye can see. There was an entrance. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around and saw that there was a flower room inside. It was a flower room made completely of flowers. A white-robed old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows was looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a smile. Young friend, you have come from afar. What a rare guest. Please come in and have a chat. The old man's voice was clear and elegant. It made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaoduo stood at the entrance of the flower bed. He frowned and said uncertainly, "Spirit race?" The old man smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I am from the spirit race. In fact, I may be the only pure-blooded spirit race person in this world." He looked at Xiaoduo and said, "If I'm not wrong, although this is the continent of the Wu people, you are a human and not a Wu people." "Yes, I am a human." Xiaoduo was very polite and said obediently, "Senior, nice to meet you." After confirming the other party's identity, he immediately changed his attitude. Just by listening to the old man's words, he knew that this old man was an old monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His strength was absolutely terrifying. At the very least, he was at the level of a current giant. At the very least, with his current strength, he definitely could not deal with him. Not to mention that he had the entire forest behind him. How could he be a match for him with his weak arms and weak legs? Since he was not strong enough, he had to be obedient. Therefore, Xiaoduo's mouth was immediately smeared with honey. Senior's style is truly admirable. Good style, good manners. Just by looking at you, Senior, I can already imagine how outstanding the spirit race was back in the day. It is a pity that this junior was born a few 100,000 years too late. It is a pity that I was not able to witness the spirit race's style. As he spoke, he walked quickly into the flower bed. After Xiaoduo entered, the flowers on the left side of the entrance automatically closed and covered the entrance. Then, Xiaoduo found that the place he was in had changed its appearance. It was no longer a simple flower bed. At this moment, what came into view was a very ordinary-looking farmyard. There were 3 thatched cottages, a courtyard, mud walls, a small door, and even a small toilet. In the courtyard, there was a small tea table with a small teapot and 2 small teacups on it. Only the old man in white looked the same as before. He was making tea and entertaining guests. Opposite the old man, there was a small chair. "Honorable guest, please sit." The old man had a kind expression. His white eyebrows almost reached the corners of his mouth. They fluttered in the wind, looking extremely elegant. Xiaoduo smiled kindly and innocently. He sat across from the old man and said, "Senior, what is your name? You're really in a good mood, spending your days leisurely in this forest by yourself. This kind of carefreeness, this kind of self-cultivation, this kind of temperament. I admire you to the extreme." Chapter 10:21. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You're a wise man with great magnanimity. This is how it should be, how it should be. I'm really envious of you." The old man chuckled and said, "Since you're so envious, why don't you stay here with me and spend your days leisurely? Wouldn't that be great?" Xiaoduo was dumbfounded and shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I'm still young. How can I live such a life? Please don't make fun of me." The old man smiled faintly and said, "You're right. You're still very young." It was clearly a very common phrase, but this old man actually made it sound very meaningful and lingered in the air. Xiaoduo smiled, but didn't say anything else. "Distinguished guest, please have some tea." The old man picked up the teapot and poured tea. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes as he said slowly, "Since I can remember things, you're the second person to come here." Xiaoduo picked up the teacup and thanked him first. "Thank you very much. Good tea. I wonder who your first guest is." Cough, cough. "What tea is this?" The moment the tea entered his mouth, Xiaoduo's face changed greatly. His eyes widened and were full of disbelief. The tea flowed down his throat, into his stomach, and then into his stomach. Xiaoduo only felt that his whole body had fallen into a state of laziness. Then, the feeling spread from his meridians to his meridians. It was an indescribable comfort and smoothness. This was a completely unfamiliar energy. At least, Zhuo had never seen it before. It wasn't spiritual power, mental strength, or vitality. It wasn't any of the known forms of energy, but it was an extremely special and beneficial energy. At this moment, Zhuo was so comfortable that he almost moaned. He tried his best to hold it back, but he could still clearly feel that his meridians were nourished by the warm energy of the tea. Even many peripheral nerves, which should have been worn out or slow due to cultivation, were all revitalized at this moment. Although this kind of energy was completely foreign and unknown, it was obviously filled with great benefits. Zhuo licked his lips and smacked his lips. The way he looked at the teapot suddenly became heated. The old man smiled faintly and said, "These are just some small trinkets. Please accept them as a token of my respect. If you find them acceptable, why don't you take some with you when you leave?" "All right." Zhuo agreed without hesitation. It did not hold back at all. "Such good things. Even if you give me more, I won't complain about it. Only a hypocrite would pretend to be polite. I won't pretend to be hypocritical. If you give me something, I'll accept it." The old man pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and continued to make tea. A sad look gradually appeared on his face as he said, "Young friend, you must have come this time because of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, right?" Zhuo was shocked. His expression became more respectful as he said, "You even know about this. You are indeed an expert and knowledgeable senior." The old man shook his head gently. His face was full of indescribable melancholy as he said, "I knew it. This is what we agreed on back then. This time, Zhuo was even more shocked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This old man made an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong today? Is this possible? But if this old man was telling the truth, then how old was this old man in front of him? More than tens of thousands of years old. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. This old man's lifespan is too long." The old man smiled faintly. The melancholy on his face only appeared for a moment before it quickly disappeared. He poured another cup of tea for Zhuo. The old man smiled faintly and said, "Therefore, the two of you are very different." Zhuo was stunned. Hong Miao? Who was Hong Miao? Logically speaking, someone who was able to obtain such a peerless heavenly fate and leave this old man's place with great gains should not be an ordinary person. He should be famous. However, no matter how hard Zhuo searched through his memories, read any books, and heard of countless legends, he still couldn't find any trace of Hong Miao being related to him. The only reasonable guess was that the old man had mentioned two big hammers just now, so this Hong Miao should be famous for his big hammers. Could he be the invincible Great Flood Sorcerer? However, this was only Zhuo's guess. There was no evidence to prove it. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. He just pretended to casually pick up his teacup and drink his tea respectfully. He took advantage of the old man openly and continued to listen to the story. "It's been a long time, really a long time." The old man raised his head slightly, as if he was deep in thought and reminiscing. Zhuo suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Hong Miao went deep into the forest and finally entered the heavenly spirit forest because he was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. There is still demon clan and the demon clan in this forest?" The old man's thoughts were interrupted by his words. He frowned and said, "Isn't this a very normal thing? Don't be impatient. I'll sort out what happened back then. It's really too long ago. It's a little blurry." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuo and said, "Be quiet. Don't interrupt." Zhuo nodded obediently and sat upright. He picked up his teacup and drank his tea cutely with a serious face. "That was 100,000. 20. No, how many years ago? It's really too blurry." The old man calculated and finally gave up. He said, "Days pass here. Sometimes I sleep for a few years or even decades. I have little contact with the outside world. I really don't know how many years have passed. There's no time in the mountains, and time passes in the forest. His words were full of disappointment. Zwishauduo secretly clicked his tongue and drank his tea obediently. He said, "That's not important. You have a long life. Time passes by. It's just a trivial matter." The old man nodded. "That's right. It's not important. It's really trivial. I remember that time. I suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. It was His Majesty's Spirit Emperor who casually enlightened me." The old man said, "I still remember that after His Majesty enlightened me, the first thing I heard when I gained spiritual intelligence was His Majesty's Spirit Emperor's faint surprise. He said, 'Hey, this grasshopper plant has such a strong fate. It's really unexpected.'" Gulp. Zwishauduo almost spat out the mouthful of tea with great willpower. He forcefully swallowed it down, causing his stomach to churn for a while. He almost laughed out loud. "Grasshopper plant? If I'm not wrong, it should be porcelain. The original body of this kind old man in front of me is actually this. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The sea can't be measured with a pint pot. However, whether it's grasshopper plant or porcelain, they should be the most common and common wild vegetables, right? Well, it's probably because he gained wisdom overnight, plus countless years of training and tempering. Isn't there a saying that standing in the wind, pigs can also fly? Shauduo looked obedient on the surface, but his mind was filthy. I still remember that back then, it was a great war between the 9 races. They attacked each other, causing the world to lose its color and the sun and moon to dim. The old man said, full of memories, first it was the dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and 3,000 demon gods. They fought so hard that the world was worried and the living creatures were silent. Later on, the demon race took advantage of the situation and rose. The 2 demon emperors unified the demon court and called themselves the Heavenly Court. They stood above all the other races and looked down on their peers. Compared to the demon race, who was at the peak of their power, the other races were indeed slightly weaker, or more than one level. For example, the demon race rashly intervened in the Dragon Han calamity. Countless elites of their race died, but they were not angry that the demon race stood at the peak of the heavens. They fought with the demon race and were the most miserable. They were almost beaten to a pulp. Only the Tao race could contend with them. As for the others, even the Western race was defeated repeatedly and did not dare to invade the borders again. After that war, the spirit race retreated into the forest of 10,000 spirits and hid from the world. Then, the Wu people fought against the heavens with the earth and fought with the demon race for the lead of the world. They really fought until the world was shattered and the sun and moon withered. Then, for some reason, the demon race, the Western race, the spirit race, the soul race, the human race, and others were also involved. At the start of the war, this old man was only a small blade of grass that had just gained sentience. But one day, just as the spirit race was about to enter the war, His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, suddenly summoned me. At that time, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor was with Water Wizard Lord Gong and Earth Wizard Lord Hoodoo. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.